Good morning. Welcome to the budget workshop. Yep, we're on. And could we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Lingle.
Here.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Present.
Councilmember Holmdahl.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Costa.
Present.
Mayor John Lynn.
Here. And now we have our first oral communications period. Is there anyone here who would like to address the council prior to the budget workshop? Seeing no one rise, we'll close that and come back. And let me say that this is the most valuable room in the city of Lompoc, and I'm glad that we have police protection, because if all of us went away, I don't know what would happen. It would be really bad. And we'll begin with the introduction from the administration.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor Lynn, City Council members, staff, audience, and viewers. Welcome to today's Council Goal Setting Workshop, which is the initial budget workshop kicking off the fiscal year 13-15 budget process. I will present the budget introduction, providing a brief overview of the budget process. Following my introduction, I will brief on the Administration Department. Management Services Director Brad Wilkie will then brief on the financial state of the city. And throughout today's workshop, each department head will brief on their department budget requests. In order to condense what historically has been a two-day workshop into a one-day, the presentations will reflect only the department organization and any capital and staffing requests that support program changes, and all requests will show associated costs or savings. Following the order of today's workshop agenda, there are several opportunities for the public to comment throughout the day. Break is scheduled at 10:30 a.m. and soon thereafter, following Mr. Wilkie's presentation of the financial state of the city. Department presentations will follow the morning break, and a break is scheduled for lunch at noon to 1 o'clock. Following the lunch break, we'll continue the department presentations. The workshop concludes with an opportunity for each member to review, discuss, and establish priorities or provide general direction to staff for the biennial budget fiscal years 13-15. The workshop is scheduled to adjourn at 5 p.m. or soon thereafter. I would start my presentation by introducing the talented team of department heads. And to best describe the past few years in one word, it would be change. The executive team has worked tirelessly to change the city culture through changed departments and structures. The city organization has completely changed as a result of department consolidations and planned retirements of several key department heads. This change drove a cycle of recruitments as well as promotional opportunities, resulting in my selection of a new team of professionals. With change comes opportunity for results and successful outcomes, and this current team has certainly achieved results. There is a new culture of can-do attitudes, moving forward council's initiatives, goals, priorities, working collectively to be business friendly, implementing council's initiative of excellence in customer service. I describe this team as high performers, attaining great outcomes, and the results, well, we all celebrate when business owners and community customers acknowledge us for jobs well done. Hence, we are succeeding in improving the image of our city organization. So it is my pleasure to introduce the team of department heads, starting with Economic Development Director, Assistant City Administrator Teresa Gallivan. Can you stand up? Stand up. Management Service Director Brad Wilkie. Fire Chief Kurt Ladapow. Police Chief Larry Ralston. Library Director Ashley Chavez. Public Works Director Kevin McCune. And Utilities Director Larry Beam. So what is the budget? The city's two-year biennial budget is an economic document that reflects allocation of scarce resources, balancing public needs against available resources, wherein expenditures are weighed by City Council based on their merits to maximize community goals. The budget is a public document because there is usually conflict over whose preference will prevail. And the budget is a decision-making document, a decision process attempting to reduce complexities to manageable proportions. Each of you have your fiscal 11-13 bound budget document in front of you to reference throughout the day. Outlined on this slide are many things that budgets can tell you, including the total general fund, the general fund tax revenue from property tax, sales tax, and total TOT, the transient occupancy tax, also referred to as bed tax, the tax on a night's stay at a hotel. These are the three largest general fund tax revenue streams, which Mr. Wilkie will thoroughly cover during his presentation this morning. As stated earlier, the city department heads will present their department budget overview. The primary purpose of today's council budget goal setting workshop is to provide an opportunity for council to hear budget presentations, budget proposals from each department head. Today's workshop also provides opportunity for department heads and staff to hear budget concerns and vision from each council member. The value of the workshop is the opportunity for council to establish and/or affirm budget goals and priorities for the 13-15 budget cycle. Following today's workshop, staff will begin the work over the next 4 months to compile the two-year budget, translating council's goals into a financial document that represents council's priorities. When adopted by City Council, the city's biennial budget functions as a control document, wherein it creates controls on expenditures, approved for operations, programs, and projects that have been planned for the upcoming 2 years. The city budget also functions as a policy instrument, setting limits on departmental budget spending goals and objectives, which council and staff must communicate often, especially when considering new programs. Council can refer to policies set during the biennial budget process to resolve spending decisions and/or conflict. The budget process is the means to achieve the goals established by the City Council. The content of the budget document represents decisions, and the decisions are made in a systematic manner which assures rationality, dependability, and predictability. So this slide outlines a number of factors that impact the city budget process and budget resources through new or ongoing federal and state mandates, regulations, as well as external and/or internal factors impacting budget resources. Examples of such factors, while voters passed in the November 2010 election Proposition 22, the proposition that intended to prevent the state from taking local monies to balance their budget, it was the very next year that we experienced harsh realities from the governor's decision to dissolve the redevelopment agency program statewide, take away local vehicle license funding, and implement the state prison realignment, all having significant impacts on local budgets. So we can navigate today's workshop according to Council's pleasure, to either hear department presentations, make inquiries, and provide direction as we go with each department presentation, or Council could hear all department presentations, asking questions and providing direction as we finish the workshop day, or Council could choose to move through today's workshop informally, allowing Council flexibility to ask questions and give direction at Council's pleasure throughout the day. And as noted earlier, the workshop concludes with the recommendation that City Council review, discuss, and establish budget priorities or provide general direction to staff for the 13-15 budget. And staff will then add Council's expressed budget goals or modifications to the proposed budget during the next phase of the budget process.
I think what might be the easiest was kind of what we did last time, which is ask questions as we go along, and then if we have something at the end of each department's presentation, we can, if we have a recommendation, then we could make that as a council action rather than interrupting the process too much. But obviously, if anybody has a question as you go along, well, let's ask. Let's have fun.
Thank you.
Everybody want to have fun?
So the next phase includes the analysis and several internal meetings over the upcoming weeks with administration, finance, and our department and division heads. During these meetings, there is discussion focused on each department budget request, and many of the questions on this slide are asked to allow staff the opportunity to justify their budget request. And while the budget discussions most often reveal that the requests are justified, discussions may lead to exploring alternative options, such as phasing in of new programs or projects and recommending deferral or even denial of certain budget requests to reduce costs that may outweigh the immediate budget need. I would take this opportunity to acknowledge and commend our department heads and city staff for their continued diligence in assisting to achieve budget cost containment when feasible and striving to achieve goals of excellence during challenging budget times. So this slide outlines the recommended upcoming budget sessions if Council concurs. Staff can return to Council at the regular Council meeting of April 16th to report on the status of the budget process. And at that meeting, staff would recommend any needed follow-up meetings in May if determined necessary. And the tentative budget hearing dates and suggested review sessions scheduled in June conclude with Council's approval and adoption of the proposed 1350 biennial budget. To review Council's achievements during fiscal year 11-13 budget process, the biennial budget was adopted at the regular Council meeting of June 7, 2011, following the budget hearing briefing. The adopted budget of 11-13 reflects a savings plan that includes citywide concessions, a hiring freeze of 9 vacant general fund positions, department consolidations and organizational restructuring, as well as reduction of certain programs and/or projects, closing in a general fund gap of $2.9 million without the use of general fund reserves. So I will now brief on the administration department, and this slide shows the department's organizational chart. And I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our department of very talented, service-oriented staff. Administrative aide Laura Miranda, and Economic Development Director Assistant City Administrator Teresa Gallivan. And Teresa will present her department budget this morning. City Clerk Stacy Alvarez and her staff, Assistant Lori Lardizabal. Not sure if she's here. Okay. And Human Resources Manager Beth Flam Overby. And her staff includes Jeanette Bartels, Dory Sykes, Jessica Hallberg, Rob Hoffman, and Amabel Apolinero. Senior Code Enforcement Officer Steve Boggs. Not sure if he's here. City Attorney Joe Pannoni, and Paralegal Terry Schwab. So the administration department budget is a status quo budget with one department change request in the city clerk division that results in a savings to the general fund. While the administration department budget reflects no other capital or staffing budget requests, the human resources direct division budget does include an increase in the budget funds to adequately fund background checks conducted during personnel recruitments of primarily public safety employees in accordance with the police post requirements. And the human resources budget will also fund all mandated programs, including a training budget that includes funds to provide citywide customer service training and wellness programs to continue implementation of council's initiatives for excellence of customer service and the Hills City's wellness programs. The code enforcement program reflects a status quo budget to fund administration of code enforcement goals and program objectives established by council to protect and promote property values and the health, safety, and general welfare of our community through responsive code enforcement services, striving to obtain voluntary compliance with city codes, ordinances, and laws. So this slide reflects the current 1113 Administration Department and Division budgets as outlined in your 1113 bound budget. If you would like to refer to your budget, you can find the administration budget on page 6, the city attorney budget on page 10, the city clerk budget on page 13, code enforcement, page 16, and I do have a typo on this slide. It should say human resources rather than services. And you can find that budget on page 20. And the economic development and tourism budget is on page 35. I would note the economic development and tourism budget funds the activities of economic development and programs for marketing Lompoc. It includes funds to support the Chamber of Commerce, advertising, and tourism contracts as well. This is the one administration department budget change request, and Mr. Wilkie will address this request in his department presentation as well. The program change was proposed in the current 1113 budget to reallocate the vacant OSA 1 in the Finance Treasury Building and the city clerk to the Finance Treasury Billing Division to support the transition of the business license program to Management Services Department. And a general fund savings is realized with this reallocation plan. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Brad? Next? No? Who's next? With all good news, right?
Marilyn, I have a question.
Surely.
I think I know the answer to this, but I want to confirm the personnel expenses for the economic development budget falls under which department?
The salary and benefits is reflected in the administration department as well as the CDBG.
Thank you. Would you know the ratio of funding for those two, between the two?
Brad, is it 20% to CDBG? I think it's 80-20. 80 administration, 20 CDBG.
And that 80 administration is included on the page 6?
Yes.
Portion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I start the slide, I just want to bring up the point that City Administrator Barcelona mentioned, is that this is the beginning of a process. Today is the first review of the proposed resources that are available for the general fund for the services and programs that are going to be requested, either as ongoing or new or reductions. So just keep that in mind, that this is a beginning of a process. My department has put in several weeks of time in developing some of the numbers that go into both the revenue side for the estimates that are being presented today, as well as the status quo expenses that are being presented today. Then the status quo expenses are being presented with some of the known changes that have occurred between 11-13 and what we think are going to happen in 13-15. Some of those factors that will fall into place between now and April will become better defined over that time frame. So what is being presented today is the beginning preliminary estimate as best as we have available at this point in time. Having said that, we'll just move into the presentation. The state of the city is much better than it has been in the past two budget cycles. Just to put it in context, when I walked into my interview for financial services manager, the newspaper had a headline that said the city has to close in a $5.1 million gap. Why I didn't walk away right then, I'm not sure, but I'm glad I didn't. I'm very, very glad I didn't, because we're now into a phase where some of our revenues are getting back to being healthy. We're still not back where the general economy is. I looked this morning, the Dow Jones index is now over 14,000 again for the first time, last couple of weeks, first time in about 5 years. So the economy is getting better nationwide. Some of the actions that have been taken by our state have helped slow us down, because the state's taken so much money from us over the last 3 to 5 to 7 years. But the general process of this presentation will be going through some of our major income expense categories, giving some information on some of the revenue estimates that are included, some of our continuing expenditure challenges, one of which is pensions. Take a real quick look at our reserve balances that we have right now, the effect of the RDA dissolution on the general fund, because there will be an effect, and just some other general observations. This slide is from the 2011-2013 budget presentation that we're sitting in now 2 years ago. If you include the salary concessions that were bargained, this $1.7 million deficit that was projected for 11-13 is the 2.9 that City Administrator Barcelona mentioned earlier. I present this as a benchmark for what we're going to go into the current 13-15 budget. From this point in time in February to the time in June, when the budget was adopted, we had a balanced budget between revenues and expenses without the use of reserves. These two slides are the beginning process we're in today, and hopefully by the time we get to June, we'll have a slide similar to this where we have a balanced budget with quite a lot of work in between. Here is the current preliminary estimate for where we're at for the 11-13 budget cycle. I'll go into more detail in the revenue side, but primarily for general fund revenues, the estimate we have is about $55.8 million, which is significantly above the $52 million that we're expecting to get in this budget cycle as actual revenues. A large chunk of that is from our SAFER grant that will be coming online in March. That has a 2-year cycle, so most of the revenues from that grant will be recognized in the 13-15 budget cycle. The expenditures that are shown here, the $56.2 million, are the best guess that we have based on the current situation in the general fund for 11-13, plus some of the expenditure challenges that we know we're going to be facing over the next 2 years, maybe longer than that, primarily benefits-based. Workers' comp is one, but the big one would be the pension obligations that are continuing to grow. As you can see, our preliminary budget for 13-15 is almost 10% greater than it is for 11-13, and that's all the revenue sources together have generated that kind of that increase, and a big chunk of that is in grant revenues, but a significant amount of it is also in taxes, which is discretionary. Next couple slides, I want to go through some of the actions that have been taken either locally or at the state level. There have been 3 or 4 items that have been acted upon by the council this budget cycle that have increased the costs, increased the appropriations in the budget. We had a grant through the police department to fund rape crisis services. That grant lasted almost 13 years when most agencies get it for maybe 2 or 3 years. So we were very blessed in having it for such a long time, which is a testimonial to the police department and their utilization of that. In December of 2011, that grant expired. The request was brought to the council to extend that program through the end of the 12-13 cycle, which was approved. So that money has been budgeted in the 11-13 cycle. Were this program to be continued into the 13-15 cycle, it's anticipated to be about a $55,000 a year contract, so $110,000 over 2 years if we were to continue that. The adult literacy program is losing funding from the state, so again, that program was brought to the council for potential funding through the end of the 13 cycle. That was adopted at about $21,000 a year. Were this to be extended through the 13-15 cycle, that would be another $42,000 from contributions to the library. A one-time item that was approved as part of the SAFER grant was the outfitting cost for the firefighters at approximately $30,000. This won't be an ongoing cost because once they're outfitted, the cost that's built into the salary and benefits for uniforms is already included in the reimbursable cost from SAFER. And finally, during the 11-13 cycle, budgetary concessions, some of those concessions were agreed to be given back to the employees through the bargaining process, primarily through the some health premium enhancements. This cost through the general fund was about $275,000 additional cost. It was not included in the 11-13 budget. And this will be an ongoing cost through the next budget cycle, presuming that the negotiation process includes it. All told, we have at least a $550,000 increase in general fund costs because of these actions for the 13-15 cycle, but there's an additional $150,000 that could be commitments of the council if you so desire to continue the other two programs. Moving on to state actions, it was mentioned earlier that the state took money away from all the cities through the VLF change in the legislation, which was in violation of Prop 22. AB X126 and AB 1484, which were passed in 2011 and 2012, effectively dissolved all the RDAs in California. And by doing that, the city itself, I have a slide on this later, has had historically allocations of staffing to the RDA that can no longer be supported because it's gone. And that has a direct effect on our general fund. One thing that doesn't have a direct effect on the general fund is the passage of Prop 30. The state passed the tax increase for income and sales tax in the November elections of 2012. I mean, that will increase the state revenue sources, but in the 13-14 budget proposal from the governor, none of the takeaways that were done in 11-12, 12-13 are being proposed to be given back to cities. The only entity that is being proposed to have money added back to their budgets are the schools. We had some grant activity that we know about, and they're quite significant because in the 11-13 budget, we proposed having 3 positions in the police department frozen for as part of the bucket of proposals to balance the budget. Very close to the time that the budget was passed by the council, the police were notified of an award of a hiring grant to hire 3 officers. That has been in place since very close to the beginning of the 11-13 cycle. It is a 3-year grant period with a 4th-year obligation by the city to fund those 3 positions. Much later than that, in December last year, the fire department was awarded a SAFER grant for the hiring of 6 firefighters for a 2-year period. The difference between this hiring grant and the one for police department is there is no commitment on the city's behalf once the grant is over. Although these are great grant opportunities and we will accept them wholeheartedly, there are some drawbacks and some flexibilities, good and bad, from trying to budget for these 9 positions through the end of the budget cycle. As I mentioned earlier, the police grant has a 1-year commitment on our behalf to fund the 3 positions after the grant period expires. The grant period, however, is a little bit flexible because we've hired the officers over time, and the grant is flexible in that it will continue to reimburse us until the grant funds are expired. Right now, we're actually spending a little bit less per officer than we were allocated through the grant. So there's a good possibility that we may be able to get through the end of this budgetary cycle still spending the grant money rather than switching over to the city's commitment. That's not entirely written down, but they've been the grant provider has been very accommodating on their behalf to be flexible as possible. For the SAFER grant, we don't have that flexibility. The 2-year cycle begins March 20th of this year, ends on March 19th of 2015, and we would have a decision to make between March 15th or so and June 30th to either continue funding those 6 positions through the end of the cycle or not. However, the SAFER grant does have one option that would make that a little bit more fuzzy, in the fact that it would provide a 3rd-year funding if we hire eligible veterans, and in addition to that they accept those eligible veterans for a 3rd year of funding. Because of that, it makes my job a little bit harder, because the range for all 9 positions could be as low as $60,000 of additional resources we'd have to commit to keep these people on through the end of June of 2015, or as much as $375,000 for that 3-month period of time. As we move through the budget process, we should be able to get better defined information on the SAFER hires and whether they qualify for 3rd year. And we've already initiated contacts with the Department of Justice to find out their process for continuing the grant funding as long as grant funds are available. So between now and April, we should know much better whether this number is closer to 60 or closer to 375. For the purposes of the status quo budget presentation that was on page 4, I'm assuming about $180,000 of general fund resources to continue these 9 positions through the end of the year.
Marilyn, I have a question. So, understanding that the police department grant may take us through the budget cycle, and did you not set any funds aside, or do we not have any appropriations included in the budget in case it does not?
Well, that's why the $180,000 that I have up there is part of the status quo, mainly kind of a middle of the road guess at what our actual cost would be.
For both police and fire department?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we do have a commitment for the 3 police officers for the 4th year. It's just when that 4th year begins, whether it begins in this 13-15 cycle or whether it begins in the 15-17 cycle that we'll be sitting down here again in 2 years about.
So the 180 is basically your placeholder at this time?
Correct, yeah. Although these are not part of the budget anywhere, proposed or otherwise, I just want to reiterate the council initiatives and directives: economic development, public safety, efficiencies, accountability, code enforcement, miscellaneous. Those would be your goals and objectives. The reason I put this slide up here is to also identify some long-term financial goals that would be wise for us to consider, not just during this cycle, but probably the next 2 or 3 cycles. As you may be aware, the city's financial system began effectively in 1985 or so. It's getting close to 30 years old. It works quite well for what we need to use it for budgetary controls, but to be able to initiate some of the customer service initiatives that are out there, for instance, emailing bills to customers or allowing customers to be able to see their utility use during a time period, those are things that are probably just not feasible to be adding to our existing system, and would probably be something that would be better, our resources would be better used to get something that's on a newer platform, utilizes some of the existing infrastructure that is being developed out there in the world, instead of trying to get a system that's been in place and been very functional for a long time, trying to get that to do things it was never intended to do. We have a $50,000 budget this year to start investigating what we could do to replace our existing system. That is a long-term process. It's not just to go out and buy a software and just start running it. It would take a lot of analysis of our existing systems, and it would probably take 3 or 4 years just to get implemented between taking all our information we have now and going forward and getting the new system up and running. In addition to that, the backbone infrastructure of the city continues to need to be upgraded because of various regulatory requirements, as well as just keeping up with the bad people in the world that are trying to hack into systems. We have to keep our system secure because of the police department use of the system. To be able to have a ongoing infrastructure replacement program, there has been some call for a program that's similar to our vehicle replacement program, so we can replace equipment and fund the equipment that's being replaced on a consistent incremental basis, rather than, in some regards, we have to replace things when they break. Salary liabilities, basically accrued vacation time, is something that everybody in the organization earns over time. That liability right now in the general fund is about $2 million. We don't have a dedicated funding mechanism for that right now. In the good days that are ahead, that I hope to be ahead, I would like to be able to set up a mechanism where we can start funding that, so we don't have current budget strains from something that's going to happen over the next 5 or 7 years, when 60% of our employees will probably be retiring in the next 10 years. And finally, the one thing that you heard about at the last council meeting, the state franchise will be taking over our cable in January 1st of 2015. The cable franchise right now is providing free use of the fiber system for city use. Every single city facility is tied in together through the Comcast fiber system, and we've been getting that for free since that system was put into place about 10 or 12 years ago. Beginning on January 1st, 2015, we will continue to be able to utilize that, but we'll have to pay for it at approximately $100,000 a year. The Utilities Department has been well aware of this for some time and has been working for a number of years in trying to find what would the best method of our replacement of this vital and very cost-effective communication system would be going forward. And I'm pretty sure that will be something that will be presented this afternoon. The last two budgets, there have been a lot of discussions about reduced revenues, increased costs. What I'd like to mention here on this slide is that our sales tax continues to grow. That's a shining star in our portfolio of tax revenues. The police and hiring grants will be bringing, or already has brought on 3 officers, will be bringing on 6 firefighters. That will be an addition to the city. It's going to be positive no matter what. Having them paid for by grants provides us some breathing room, at least for the next 2 years. The next one, PERS contributions, is bad news wrapped up in good news, or good news wrapped up in bad news. I'm not sure how you say that, but PERS rates continue to go up. We expect them to continue going up for the foreseeable future. However, in the 15, 16, 16, 17 time frame, we see a shallowing out of those rate increases. So lower increases is a good thing. I don't see where we'll see an absolute reduction in our PERS contributions anytime soon. However, when I was looking at the Dow this morning, over the last 3 years, the market has gone up about 35%. PERS expectations is that their portfolio will go up about 7.5%. So over the last 3 years, on average, PERS has beaten the 7.5%. Every year that they beat the 7.5% assumption is good news for the cities that contribute, because that lowers the pressures on us to provide as the backfill. And finally, even though Prop 30 does not give us anything directly, hopefully it will keep the state from dipping into our pockets again this cycle.
Brad, going forward on PERS, they have an averaging plan, which helped us when their revenue stream was going down. Now that their revenue stream is going up, how far out in the future? Is it like a 3-year? I don't remember what the averaging is.
It used to be 5, and now it's 15. So it's the amortization of the losses in 2009 will take 15 years to go through the system. So that almost guarantees that the rates are going to be going up for the foreseeable future, because we're still paying off that big drop in 2009. So PERS, we don't have much control over that, because PERS says this is what our rates will be going forward. We do have an opportunity, and I'll talk about that later, where we might be able to reduce incrementally some of our costs. Moving from cost to revenues, two of our biggest tax revenue sources are property taxes and sales taxes. For property taxes, this is a graph of our property tax valuations over the last 10, 12 years. The county assessor does not anticipate any growth, nor do they anticipate any loss in property valuations in the 13-14 cycle. They don't look at anything beyond that, but what we do know is that the state has already published the CPI adjustment for Prop 13 for 12-13 year, which is once again at the 2% maximum that can be. In the previous 2 years, 2 years ago, we actually had a negative CPI adjustment on the statewide adjustment for Prop 13, and last year was less than 1% increase. So having a 2% increase statewide, we foresee that that will become more the norm for the next couple of cycles, when we're budgeting for a 2% increase in our property taxes because of that. But this is a graphical representation of our property tax revenues. The dissolution of the RDA will likely create a one-time revenue increase in this current year, as the monies that are held in our RDA are distributed out to the tax entities. We're one of the tax entities, and we presume that we'll get about $350,000 of that distribution once the money that is in our RDA is taken by the state and the county. Not including that, though, the increases in 13, 14, 14, 15 are based on that 2% increase from our base allocations, based valuations. This graph shows the year-to-year increases and decreases in our property tax revenues. And as you can see, it's bounced around quite a bit. This is the peak of the period in time in the 2006-2009 timeframe, where our increases were just going up year after year after year, and the inevitable fall down to the 5.5% or 6% decrease in tax revenues in the 9-10 year. The red bar is our historical average for about 30 years, and our historical average is closer to 3%. And that is probably a much closer area where we should be budgeting our tax revenues. And so the 2% that's being proposed because of Prop 13 increases is well within that range on a conservative scale. as you can see, right now, we're not expecting any kind of real increases on the absolute value of our property taxes. So between there and the 3%, we think that the 2% is a good proxy for what we'll see in the next 2 years. I mentioned sales tax earlier. We get our sales tax information from a company, HDL, and they provide us our monthly newsletters, which are published on our the finance site of the city's website. The past, except for the last one, the past 5 newsletters have noted greater than 10% growth in our sales tax. Granted, that growth is somewhat starting at a very low point, but since 2009, when we hit the lowest collection of sales tax, we've had healthy increases. Prop 30, which imposes a additional sales tax across the state, will probably mitigate this growth that we have here, and HDL is estimating we'll have about 3.5% growth in the 13-14 year and 4% growth in the 14-15 cycle. That's lower than what the state's projected. I got yesterday a proposal. The State Department of Equalization puts out a estimate of what they think the revenues will be over time, and they see the increase in property taxes, sales taxes in the 13-14 cycle at about 7%. We don't think that the state will be able to realize that because of the increased sales tax. So I think that 3.5% and 4% are good numbers for us going forward. And those are 3.5% and 4% on top of 4 or 5 straight quarters of 10% growth. All told, that will give us approximately $800,000 extra in revenues that are available for discretionary purposes.
Brad, I just want to say I agree with you. I think that's great that you went with those projections.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just as an aside, we projected, I think, 3.5% or 4% in the 11-13 cycle. So we are actually, our actual revenues have exceeded our budget on the sales tax side throughout the 2-year cycle. This slide shows the general fund revenues in total for the last 67 budget cycles. Because of the grant revenues we'll be receiving this year and into the next budget cycle, we have some fairly good growth in our revenues over the next 2 years compared to what we've expected to receive in the last 2 years. We're actually going to be quite close to our general fund maximum that we received in 2007, 2008. We'll be close, about $500,000 away from that maximum what we received back then. Backing up a step to the property tax, the 30-year average has been about 3%. If we look at the cost of living average between 05, 06, and the 12-13 period, cost of living nationwide has gone up about 2.5% a year for that time frame. This last item out here that I have circled, if our revenue stream increased at cost of living, like all the expenses in the world are increasing, then all other things being equal, our revenue for the 14-15 cycle should be about $31,200,000. So what I get out of this is that we're still lagging the economy as a whole. If we were at 31 million, we would be talking about which programs we wanted to add back in. We have to live within our means, and our means are what we are receiving through revenues. And those revenues do not, from a budgetary point of view for the cities, they just don't go up we're not able to increase our revenues by cost of living. We don't have that capability. One area where we do have that capability is on our fee structure. In 2009, Prop 26 was passed by the voters, which effectively requires any fees to be supported by a cost of service. The fee for anything we charge has to be supported by cost of service. Because of that, we've not raised our fee structure since 2009. Were we to do a cost of service fee study, we could then identify the fees that we have on our books that are not collecting the amount that we want to collect, but we could also identify the fees that we want to collect less than we can collect that would promote economic development. But right now, we just have a fee structure that is based on rates that were in place in 2009. Backing up this slide, though, this revenue increase has given us a lot more flexibility than we've had in the past. And from here, I'll go on to some other expenditure challenges that somewhat fill up this increase in revenues.
Brad, what would you guesstimate that cost of service, or cost of fee, survey would cost?
It would probably be in the $40,000 to $60,000 range, I would think.
And would there be enough revenue as a result of it, in your opinion?
It's hard to say. I would say so because we haven't raised our fees since 2009. That's just a kind of a guess on my part. But the city of San Luis Obispo has done at least 3 studies in the last 7 to 8 years. And their studies have not necessarily been to justify the rate that they charge on the existing. What their study is really doing is allowing them to cost out what some of the benefits that they're giving to some of their areas where they have higher priorities on business development, on increased revenue streams because of development. They have several sections of revenues where they purposely charge 75% less than what they can charge to assist their city in developing some of their goals. So to me, it would be as much as a tool for Teresa as it would be a generation of additional fee revenues.
So in your opinion, it would be likely that at the worst case scenario, it would be cost neutral, and the best case scenario is we probably come up with some money?
I would think so, yes. Yeah, just because it's been 4 years since we've raised the rates. Because in the past, we were able to raise that cost of living, and since that passage, we have not been able to do that.
And is this something we would do internally with additional staff time, or are we going to have to go out for somebody?
I would say...
Or bring somebody in?
I'd say probably bring somebody in, just not because the internal staff can't do it. It's just a matter of prioritizing the existing workload with an additional service. So, and having an outside consultant do it would also bring some objectivity to it to make sure that the rates are
defensible.
Yes.
I see the attorney nodding in the background. Councilmember Costa, would you ever light on? Oh, okay. I think maybe if you think it's cost neutral at the worst case scenario, I think in my opinion, we should go ahead and do that. What do the rest of you folks think?
I think so.
Yes. Sure. Okay. You have 5 head nods to proceed.
Mine's an unsure head nod.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
you have 4.5.
Well, just on a anecdote level, I've had several staff members come to me saying, we see the 2009 fee schedule. Have you just not posted the new one yet? Because some of the fees that they see are just not keeping up with what the cost of providing those services are. So
you're hereby authorized to add it into the budget.
okay.
And if we come up short, we'll come back and see you.
Yeah. Okay. There's always expenditure challenges. There are many things that are within the control of the departments and divisions. We can control how much we spend on supplies. We can control how much we spend on the services that we provide to internally and externally. Some of the things we can't control is the cost of retirement plan, at least in the short term. The retirement plans that we have now gotten to the point where we have 3 different tiers, and that's a good thing because over time that will help us reduce our cost of pension obligations for existing and retirees. The bad side of that is it will take a decade before some of those become monetarily material to the budget. I'll go back to my slide. There are several areas where we have challenges. The redevelopment agency dissolution, we have several members of staff that used to be allocated to the RDA. Those allocations cannot continue because the functions of the RDA no longer occur in the same way they used to occur. The pension and other retiree costs are slowing in growth, but they're still, as more and more people retire, they become more and more of a component of our obligations. Workers' compensation program. Last year every year we're supposed to have an actuarial report done based on our expected cost of service. That's based on the experience factors that we've had over the last 30 years. And the experience factor we've had over the last 4 or 5 years has been growing. And last year, the actuarial report suggested that we add $1 million to our reserves to help cover for future claims. The funding level that we've been doing for workers' comp over the last 4 years is not high enough right now to add that $1 million of reserves into the workers' comp self-insurance program. And it is a self-insurance program that has to pay for itself. So it's paid for through charges to all the divisions based on payroll. It is something that's our program, so we don't have to abide by a state program where we pay into a state fund. We get to run it ourselves, so we have a little bit of flexibility of how long we want to take to add that $1 million back into the program. I mentioned accrued liabilities before. Having a funding source to pay for those ongoing would be good. Our potential grant opportunities, that $60,000 to $375,000 is a challenge that we'll have to address as part of the budget process. The continuation of programs funded after June 11, those would be the Rape Crisis Center program, and the Adult Literacy program. The next bullet is the restoration of funding that has previously been reduced. That's a lot of words to talk about concessions. One of the areas that I know the council has expressed interest in is over when the resources are available to begin to start having some of those concessions gone away as part of the negotiation process. And then with the loss of the franchise, we'll have an increased obligation to continue our existing infrastructure, communications infrastructure for both voice and communications. This slide is just a reminder that in the administrative functions of the city, those serve more than just a general fund. And on average, administration, management services, city attorney, facilities, all provide services throughout the city. And on a higher level look, about 20% of those costs are charged to general fund programs, with the rest charged out to primarily utilities, but to other enterprises within the city, the airport, transit, those kind of things. But primarily the 4 large utilities that we have. This slide is mainly a holdover from 2 years ago. We're having a revised study from John Partella and Associates, who provided us this information 2 years ago. I'm asking them to give us a update through the 2019 cycle to find out what our expected costs are, taking into account the new PEPRA AB 340 tier that we have for all new hires beginning January 1st, 2013. Just a couple items I want to note here. This dip that we had here was entirely due to the fact that the bargaining groups accepted an increase in employee contributions from 0% to 2% of the employee 8% share of the miscellaneous plans. Going forward, this is entirely built up of the additional cost due to PERS reductions in their assumed rate of returns for the city. They recently changed their rate of return from 7 3/4 down to 7.5. By doing that on the portfolio, what that does is it transfers that differential cost from plan earned income to getting the money from the various plans as contributions. I mentioned earlier that these rates are starting to tier out, but they are still going up, and they are still significantly higher than they were back in the 05 or 06 time frame. So this will be a challenge in this budget cycle as well as the next couple of budget cycles. I expect our Tier 2 and our Tier 3s in probably about a decade to start mitigating some of this as employees retire.
Brad, would you share how a transferring employee from another agency, where they land in this?
We adopted a second tier for both fire and safety, fire, police, and miscellaneous. We did that in the latter part of 2011. Those two second tiers are the plans that were in place as of January 1st, 2013. When we hire a new person, and I think we're hiring a new economic CDBG coordinator, if that person comes into the city with no prior experience within the PERS system, they would be hired in under the new PEPRA Tier 3, which would be retirement at age 62 with a 2% multiplier on their years of service. If that person came in to the city with previous PERS experience at another city or another agency that qualifies under PERS, they would come into the city in our Tier 2, which is for miscellaneous is 2% at 60, a little bit better than the 2 point at 62. So that's really the differentiation. Nobody would be coming into the city at the plan where most of the employees are right now, which is the 2.7 plan. So we were able to mitigate our costs by implementing Tier 2, and then the state further mitigated that for some portion of the population who was hired onto the city who has no existing PERS relationship. So, and both of those will be beneficial to the city over time. It's just a matter of how long it takes a majority of the population of the participants to be in those plans. I think right now in miscellaneous we may have 20 people, and compared to over 300 that are in the first tier, either retired or active. I'm not going to go through this. Some of these slides are for informational purposes for the future. The rates are for the 12-13, 13-14 cycle are shown here. We're going to see about a 1.5% increase in cost as a percentage of salary for the miscellaneous employees, and for safety it will be about a 1.6% increase in costs that would otherwise, I guess another way of saying this is if we had no increases in PERS, the money that we're talking about here could otherwise be used based on your direction to increase salaries by either 1.5 or 1.6%. Obviously, the employees would like to see that, but we also have to fund the employees' retirement as well as the employees' current work. This is a graph of our PERS contributions over time, and you can just see that the numbers are just much higher than they were. And if you look back in the early part of the 2000s, it was very, very low. And that was before the implementation of some of the enhanced benefit plans that have become such a focal point of PERS policy. Okay. I mentioned some of the items in the slide already. PERS changed their rate of return assumption from 7.3 to 7.5. The effect of that will be felt by our rate contributions to PERS in the 13-14 cycle. That's the first time that change will be effective on our rates. The passage of AB 340, we just talked about some of the implications of that. We'll see some of the benefits of that as more people move into that plan. Unfortunately, the benefits of 340 and our second tier are long-range, long-term benefits. We won't see that in this current budget cycle. We may not see it in the next 2 or 3 budget cycles, but the seed has been planted, and we'll be moving towards that. I mentioned much earlier in this presentation that there are some opportunities for budgetary savings, not necessarily on the tiers that people are in, but because of the mechanism that PERS put our safety plan into in 2003, the 2 plans, police and the fire, were pooled with other light plans throughout the state. And that was for the benefit of agencies that had very few employees. Back in 2003, they were trying to identify ways to help modify the rates that some agencies were experiencing when their rates would change by 20, 30, 40% just because of the retirement of one person. The pooling was their answer to be able to help smooth some of those statistical changes because of not having enough people in a plan. Right now, for public safety, our employees are part of a plan that has several thousand people in it, which helps mitigate the year-to-year changes in our rates. But it also creates an opportunity because when we entered that plan, our plan was less funded than the majority. So we have what is called a side fund of about $5.5 million. That side fund is being paid off over the life of our amortization period, which is 26 years, but because PERS has a 7.5% rate of return requirement, that $5.5 million effectively is being charged 7.5% a year. So as we pay that off over time, when John Bartell was here 2 years ago, he made a suggestion that if we had $5.5 million laying around of unencumbered, undesignated money, we could go ahead and pay that off. Well, we don't have $5.5 million. It's not set aside for either general fund reserves or other workers' comp reserves. We just don't have it. So the other alternative is to go out to the market and borrow what would be called a pension obligation bond to substitute for what we're paying PERS at 7.5%. This was not deemed feasible 2 years ago when we talked to our fiscal advisors, but in the succeeding 2 years, we've been contacted by the California Special Districts Association that has set up an explicit plan to do this because they have many thousands of districts that have 3, 5, 20, 30 people in it that are in the same situation we're in. What this would do would be we would be able to refinance our $5.5 million at some interest rate that's lower than 7.5%, use the proceeds from that, pay off the obligation to PERS, because we can pay off the PERS side fund without affecting our ongoing commitment for our existing plan. And that cost savings could then be turned into reduced contributions by the police and fire department, which would reduce the cost, some of the cost pressures on those two divisions. Because pension obligation bonds are becoming more risky to investors because of bankruptcies by Vallejo brought this to attention. Stockton, San Bernardino, those are areas where there are challenges between the bondholders and the PERS obligations, and the bondholders will see it becoming more of a risk. Even saying that, we could see approximately $30,000 to $40,000 benefit to the city by doing a transaction like this. You'd think we'd be able to get interest at 1% these days, considering what interest rates are, but because of that risk factor, it's probably closer to 5% that would be able to borrow money. But that differential between 5 and 7.5% is what would create that cost savings. We've been investigating this going forward, but I would like a little bit of feedback just to say this is a good process going forward. Let's take a look at it. We have no obligation. If we get a bid in for something that's 7.7%, obviously we wouldn't do that because there would be no cost benefit. But we'd be able to bring back to you a proposal through the Special District Association.
How long is the bond financed? The same?
Same.
Because of, right now, our obligation is a percent of salary that we're paying to PERS. By making a product that's different than the existing payment stream that we're paying to PERS, we'd be creating a lot of challenges on the negotiation side. By creating a product that mirrors the PERS repayment cycle, we eliminate any kind of challenge that we could get to say, because we could pay it off over 5 years and it would monetarily it would be beneficial, but it would have probably a huge burden on the police and fire division budgets to pay for that over time. Granted, fiscally the city would be better off to pay it off, but paying it off in this mechanism saves us money over time. So,
Is there any penalty for paying it off sooner than what you amortize it out to be?
no, that's the whole point of this, is that from the PERS point of view, they don't care whether you pay it
Not
off.
PERS, but with the pension obligation bond.
We could probably have it, we could probably come back with some alternatives where it could have a prepayment throughout the term, but it would really be dependent on our resources that are available for each of the 2-year budget cycles going forward.
That's what I'm wondering, though, is if we can readjust that based on that 2-year budget cycle.
And if we do bring this back, I can also bring back the reasons why the bond advisors are advising that it mirrors our existing payoff. And there may be factors involved in that are not financial at all. It may be from a negotiation point of view to make sure that we don't set up a program that would create a bad faith bargaining issue. I don't know if that would be the case, but there are several arguments why mirroring our existing amortization period is the way that they're recommending that we go. I just don't know what those are right now because I didn't bring that with me. So
I am interested in you bringing this back, but I'm curious if that 30 to 40 could then go back into repayment, what that payment period would be, if you could include that in the analysis. I understand the concern, but if you could bring that as an option. Thank you.
Everybody good with that, coming back? Okay, there you go, Brad. You're authorized.
moving from some of our cost challenges, I just want to briefly show you where we think we are with our general fund and non-general fund reserves that we have available to cover our general fund costs over time. The blue bar shows what our general fund reserves have been, and in the good years we saw a large increase in our reserves. This bottom bar is a representation of 3 months of our operating expenses in the general fund, and as you can see, right now the convergence is very close. I'm assuming for the 13, 14, 14, 15 cycle that we'll have a balanced budget for this slide. But what it shows is that we have the reserves that we have meet our financial target of 25%. There is no policy right now that says we have to have 25%, which provides the council with some flexibility to either use or not use or add or not add reserves as they could become available. I would say, though, is if we do see some revenues that come in the 13-15 cycle that were unexpected, say the property taxes come in at 8% in the last year when we were only expecting 2%, we might want to set aside some of that money to restore the reserves that were taken in the 9/11 budget cycle, because we did utilize about $600,000 of reserves to balance that budget. And all other things being equal, it'd be nice to be able to restore that back to the level it was before.
Brad, basically, if we didn't agree to spend any more money, that would functionally be what would happen. Any additional revenue would enhance our reserves. We don't actually have to do anything. We just have to not spend it.
With the assumption that my estimates for the revenues is conservative, and then we end up at the end of the 2-year cycle where revenues exceed our projections, yeah.
I think our successful economic development effort will continue to advance, and our numbers will continue to get better, and you're going to have more good news.
Yeah. So. I have one slide just dedicated to the dissolution effect of the RDA, only because there are some out there that think, the county, for instance, has pointed out that we will be getting a larger payment stream because in the general fund because of this dissolution of the RDA. And that is true. Our share of what used to come into the RDA as tax increment is about 15% of the tax base. So we'll be getting about 15% in the general fund that used to go to the RDA. My estimate is that we should be getting about $55,000 to $60,000 of additional property taxes because of that dissolution. However, in the past, we've been able to, through the administration of the RDA takes the city administrator, the assistant administrator, planning. Some of those duties had been assigned to RDA to further the activities of the RDA. Well, now the RDA is gone, we can no longer allocate those positions that used to be allocated. And we have about $150,000 of salaries that used to be in the RDA that did not have a cost pressure to the general fund. Those salaries have no home right now because they have to come back in the general fund. And the proposal is that all the positions that used to have allocations to the RDA become fully allocated back to the general fund. And that would be about $149,000 additional cost to the general fund per year. The RDA was also instrumental in getting our graffiti abatement program up and running because it funded the program since its inception until the RDA was taken away. Were the council to want to continue that as a funded activity, more than likely it would have to be a general fund contribution for what's being done right now by the solid waste division. In addition, the budget in the RDA used to have about $50,000 for economic development purposes, in addition to what's in the various accounts for economic development in the general fund. That was a source of additional monies for training opportunities for so anything within the purview of Teresa. If we were to include this in the budget, it would have to become a general fund additional cost in the general fund. So between those, in addition to some of the administrative overhead that is charged out to divisions, that we can't do that anymore to the RDA because it's not there. All told, depending on if we continue to fund the blight removal and economic development, we have between $100,000 and $200,000 a year of costs that used to be funded by the RDA that have to now become general fund obligations. I'm not sure what else I can say about that. To me, the elimination of RDAs was a short-sighted, one-sided decision by the legislature that will have bad repercussions to the city and to the state over a long period of time.
Well, they lined their pockets and destroyed economic development, and it worked out well for the first year.
Some of the other challenges, I've mentioned Prop 30. Prop 30 has come up several times. It's a challenge for us because it will probably mute some of our ability to have strong growth in sales taxes. Unfortunately, the governor's preliminary proposal for the budget for 13-14 does not acknowledge any of the takeaways that had occurred over the last 3 years, nor any of the ERAF takeaways that have been going on for 20 years. The VLF takeaway that occurred in 2011, in spite of Prop 22, continues to be something that is a drain on the city because the legislature called it a way to fund cops, the $100,000 block grant that we get every year. But by doing that, they took $132,000 away from us net to do that. So it's just, hopefully we can get that money back in litigation, but the budget we have right now does not anticipate that litigation is successful in the next 2 years. 2 years ago, the Amazon sales tax initiative was high up on the list of the governor's fight. That has been decided. Right now, it seems that any kind of economic benefit that will accrue to cities in the state from the Amazon tax, which is what it's called for sales tax, will likely accrue to those cities that have distribution centers built. I think the city of Tracy has one that's being built. So more than likely, it's not absolutely sure, but more than likely that will be, any of those benefits will accrue to mainly the state and to those small areas where they have distribution centers. This last item, as Laura mentioned, we've had almost a complete turnover in the department structure of the city. That we've also had a fairly broad changeover in the council. I just want to bring to your attention that right now, of all the risk factors that we have insurance for fire, for liability, for workers' comp, one of the ones that we don't have is for earthquake insurance. Granted, if something big happened, we would probably get a significant input from FEMA. What this would do would help benefit our, if we had this, it would benefit our ability to pay for the differential between what we would be getting from FEMA and what we'd have to do to rebuild our facilities. I'm been in conversation with our insurance provider to get some information on this. This is not something that's included in the budget, but I will probably bring back to you some more information on the deductibles, how the program works, just so there's a little bit more information out there so you can make an educated choice of whether to continue our process of self-insuring effectively or securing a product that might help us in the event we have an earthquake that damages facilities.
Brad, following up on that, just not having an earthquake, what kind of liability insurance we have or insurance we have on any other major catastrophe that could do to a city, do we have? The reason I bring that up, many years ago when the city water tank busted and came down the mountain into our house, the city only had $5,000 insurance. That was their total insurance, and they need to, we do have better insurance now.
Yeah. Well, that would be a liability coverage, and we have both self-insurance and excess insurance for liability coverage. I believe the our deductible is $100,000, and we're insured up to $25 or $50 million for liability. So, just moving forward, the next couple of slides is just really brief synopsis of the presentation. Revenues are continuing to recover. Some of them are above the periods back in the grand days of 2007. Some are still not there yet. PERS rate increases are going to continue to be a topic of a high priority on everybody's radar, not just here, but throughout the state for the foreseeable future. Our situation is not unique in the Central Coast. Many agencies have the same basic structure for our revenue streams as we do. One thing that we have been able to do over the last 4 or 5 cycles is to maintain a healthy level of reserves. There are some other agencies that have depleted their reserves that will have to look for ways to be able to still balance a budget without that backstop flexibility of having a level of reserves that we have. This is a busy slide, but it just kind of highlights the fact that we're at the beginning of a process, and some of the numbers that are in our status quo have a wide range of effects that will be narrowed down between now and the next time we see this is in April. We have a fairly significant increase in revenues, which will give us some flexibility. A big chunk of that, about $1.6 million, is because of grants that we're getting for hiring. The several areas that we'll have to address incrementally are pension increases, the dissolution of the RDAs, the concessions that were put back in the budget, and then the discretionary items that were approved in this budget cycle. How much to fund and how to fund the hiring grants through the remainder of the budget cycle. Our workers' comp program funding status needs to be improved, and were we to discontinue the existing concessions in the general fund, it would be about a $1.2 million additional cost that we'd have to find resources to pay for. All told, we have between $3 and $4 million of costs that were not in the 11-13 budget that we'll have to accommodate in the 13-15 budget with the additional revenues that we've gotten. The bottom line is that we expect that the gap we have is about $400,000, and we'll have that number much better defined as we incorporate all the department requests that you'll be seeing after this presentation. As those are incorporated in the budget, by April we'll have not just a preliminary amount of where our revenue resources are, but we'll have a good approximation of what we think the budgetary requests are from all the divisions as well. And just this last slide has got nothing to do with our budget projections. It's statistical information that was available on the League of Cities website from Michael Coleman, identifying some of the results over the past 6 elections for various tax measures that were put on the ballots throughout California for local elections. Just want to put that out there. The reason I did this is because the legislature is proposing the reduction of the 2/3 majority vote threshold to 55% to match the threshold that they have for school bond fundings. And that concludes my presentation. If I can get this off there.
Brad, can you go back to the RDA slide, please?
Sure.
Okay, so we have some, I think the staff is looking for a little guidance with regard to some of the items on this slide, which would be the the blight removal and the economic development funding, and whether this council wants to continue those two items going forward. So let's take the graffiti first. And we did cover this in our workshop, but I just want to reaffirm that everybody here wants to continue the graffiti removal program. I'm looking 41,000.
Yes.
Okay. And there's, so that's 5-0. Joe, we had an issue when we had the workshop the last time long ago. We had to go back and re-vote on these things, and I'm not actually doing a formal vote. Is this adequate when I look at everybody and they nod up and down? Okay. Just make sure we don't have to back up and do it again. And then the next one would be the $50,000 for economic development.
Which programs?
You know, it's really just covers kind of a myriad of little things. It's the money that goes in a lot of directions. I don't know. Do you guys want to speak to that at all? I don't think there's a single thing it goes to.
The monies would be primarily targeted for promoting Lompoc to other businesses, brokers, developers. It'd be promotional monies.
And I realize that we're struggling to make ends meet, but we've been very successful at this, and I surely don't want to stop now, and I think this is a very small investment going forward.
And that's above and beyond the Chamber of Commerce contribution.
Yes, this was separate money that would came out of this would now basically not exist. I think we have to have some money to have some tools to go forward, and some of this money is just acting on opportunities when something comes along, so that Teresa and Laurel have some funds available. Dwayne?
Well, following up with that is that definitely there's a lot of things coming up this year, especially what's with Hancock College and SpaceX and others were out there advertising. It does cost money to send people to different events and such, and so if we have a fund that they can draw from, then we're out there selling Lompoc, and that's what we've got to do.
Yeah, I agree.
Marilyn, my only comment would be that if it comes down to a deficit and we're still looking at where to reduce, I would entertain the discussion of a percentage reduction of this amount.
Absolutely, and this is just the first step going forward that we want them to keep this in for consideration. So everybody's good with that? Yeah, okay, so we have 5 nods on that. Was there one more on there we needed, Brad?
I don't think so.
Let's see. The other question was whether Brad should go out and look at refinancing the 26-year. No, we did that.
Yeah, I think you did that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Marilyn, do we want to discuss the North County rape crisis at this time, or are we going to get a presentation from the police department on that, City Administrator?
Yeah, that's in the PD's presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we're a little early, but let's take a break, unless you have something left.
I do have one last thing.
All right.
I meant to add that on the status quo expenditures, the general fund does provide support contributions to several programs outside the general fund, and those are proposed to be continued at the level that they were proposed at before. And those include the traffic offender program, the aquatic center, library, and the community center. I just want to point out that those are the funding levels that we had in 11-13. In the 13-15 status quo, they're included at the full level that they were before.
I'm sorry, what was the first one?
The traffic offender program. The general fund contributes funds to pay for one of the motor officers in that program because it's not funded entirely by traffic fines and parking tickets.
But that's part of the police department's budget.
Not in the general fund itself. It's actually in a separate special revenue fund. And the general fund, it's
Backfills the difference.
officer is obviously in the department. It's just that the funding source is outside the general fund.
Okay. Any other questions at this time? All right, if everybody can find a seat. And we missed one public comment period. Is there anyone that wanted to chat with us about anything in Brad's presentation? Anybody out there? Going once? Going twice? Okay. Coming back, and we just loaned Brad out for a second to make the 12 o'clock news. City Administrator, who would you like to have next?
Well, next on the agenda, we'll bring economic development, community development before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'd also like to ask the management team for the Economic and Community Development Department to join me. Lucille Breeze, our planning manager, Joanne Plummer, our recreation manager, and Mario Guerrero, recreation manager. And for the Economic and Community Development Department, I'd like to start and share with you where we are currently. This is an outline of our current budget from general fund accounts. For the Economic Development Division, we have $315,570 that we receive from general fund accounts for economic development promotion. That does not include salaries. For the Planning Division, we have $661,330. And for the Recreation Division, we receive $839,646. And we also receive funds from other fund accounts. As Brad mentioned, those would remain status quo as we move forward in the budget for this proposed budget of $13.15. And those are for the Dick DeWeese Community Senior Center and the Aquatic Center. So our total for the general fund for this department is $1.8 million. And as I mentioned, planning and recreation, those numbers do include salaries, so that's why you'll see the asterisks there. This is our department, and we've, as city administrator, shared with you, we have had a lot of changes, and we have been affected and impacted by the consolidation that was made in the last budget cycle. And starting with the new position of the Economic Development Director, as City Administrator Barcelona mentioned. We also have the Planning Division in our department, and that is staffed by Planning Manager, a Principal Planner, and a Senior Environmental Coordinator. We have an unfunded Assistant Planner position as a result of the last budget cycle, and the Planning Director position was also part of the consolidation process. Supporting that division, we have 2 development service assistants. One works primarily with code enforcement and enhancing the code enforcement program. So the Planning Division does have quite a bit to do with code enforcement in our community. And the Senior Environmental Coordinator position has actually become a largely, almost like 90% focused on stormwater and stormwater requirements that are state mandated. So that is what the Planning Division looks like. And then, as was mentioned by Mr. Wilkie, the redevelopment agency all of them were dissolved in the last year, and we now have the wind down efforts that have taken place for redevelopment. And 1.5 positions were immediately eliminated from this division as a result of that wind down. So the remaining wind down efforts are handled by a redevelopment program coordinator and then a part-time grants record technician, a half-time position. And then we have the unfunded housing program technician position, and again, there was a part-time support staff position as well. Both of those were immediately, because of the dissolution, unfunded. With community development block grant, that is another aspect of our department. The community development block grant program, right now, we are in the final phase of recruitment for the CDBG manager, and very much looking forward to getting that position filled. From there, that program is supported by 1.5 grant records technicians. So you go from the manager position to the grants record technicians, and that is what supports that division presently. For recreation, and I should change that to say recreation, we have 2 recreation manager positions. We have the aquatic supervisor, and we have a facilities supervisor. We have a coordinator for senior services. We have a frozen building maintenance position that has been frozen through, I believe, 2 budget cycles. And then we have 3 part-time positions. Only one of them, 3 support service positions. Only one of those is full-time, the other 2 are part-time. So the recreation department, this group serves nearly 1 million customers a year. So I think that throughout this whole department, you see a lot of folks that are handling a lot of programs and services that touch many in our community on a very lean structure, if you will, or our organization. And there are, as you can see, several gaps in the org chart and unfunded or frozen positions in the department, which creates some challenges. It creates challenges when we experience increases in projects and become short-staffed, and it's difficult to keep up with them. The good news is that we do have many projects in the pipeline. So we're very thankful to have our hands full with many good projects. The challenge can be that some of the projects are unfunded, and some of the exciting projects that we've brought to council recently fit within there. Great projects, very excited to see them moving forward, but they are projects that are taking up all of our, a lot of time and resources of not only this department, but other city departments. And that would be the Riverbend Bike Park. Very excited to see that moving forward. Came to council last week. The motocross park that will be at the airport. We're working on that, and we have a unique opportunity now to apply for state park grant funds for development of that park. And that grant application is due on March 4th. So we are working with the foundation and the nonprofit group to get that grant application going. As a result of that grant, that grant is geared towards favoring parks that may have an interim facility or an existing facility, because then you get more points and you have a greater likelihood of receiving the grant. And as a result, when we learned this, the foundation proposed that we consider a kids' motorcycle fun park at River Park. So that is what we will be bringing to council here in the future. In fact, we plan to take that recommendation for consideration to the Parks and Recreation Commission on February 20th, and then we'll bring it to council in a public hearing on February 26th. So the Kids Motorcycle Fun Park at River Park is something that we could do as an interim measure to help with not only the grants, but also fulfill a need in the community. So we'll bring that forward to you soon. Some of the other projects that we have on our plates that are, again, very important projects that at this point still don't have a funding source allocated to them are the Space Center, the fire station at the airport. This is a fabulous way to get going on the concept for a fire station. We're working with Fire Chief to do some charrettes with the community and come up with an outline and put together the bones of what the future could look like there, so that the project could be fleshed out and costs could be associated with it. But at this point, it still is something that we would be committing resources to in sort of the pre-development phase, if you will. Also, with many of our community development block grant projects, such as the lead-based paint abatement at Mark's House, the J.M. Ball Fields, and the Civic Auditorium upgrades, in the past, we have not been allocating staff time to these projects. When we have larger projects, we do get quotes from engineering to include their staff time with public works projects. But for these smaller ones, we have not. And in the future, I believe that's something that will need to change so that we are covering our costs associated with these projects. And I think these are valuable projects to our community, but we want to consider the staff time to do them so we can ensure we have adequate resources.
Do you need an action from us to do that?
That having your support and coming up with a fee structure to do that would be great, or to cover costs.
Okay, so what we would be agreeing to here would be to have the staff develop a fee structure to cover the costs with regard to CDBG projects.
Why don't we just include it in our fee survey?
Well, this isn't even on the list now, so this would be adding it to, and this would be internal. We wouldn't actually have a fee survey for this because it would be strictly cost recovery. So I guess what we would agree to would be to have a policy on CDBG projects to have staff cost recovery. Everybody good with that? Councilmember Lingle.
Yeah, just a quick question. The Civic Auditorium, that is city property, but we lease it to the school district, is that correct?
No, the other way around.
The other way around, okay, it's, we lease it, okay. Thank you.
Everybody good with that? Yes? Yes? Yes. Okay, there you go. Yeah, 5-0.
Thank you. A couple other projects would be the Old Town Specific Plan, which we all agree is something that we need to revisit, and the criterion. But again, all very good projects. Glad to have our hands full with so many good things in the pipeline, but it does challenge our resources, the limited resources that we have, and spreads thin our ability to address priorities. That being said, there is an area where I think that we can get some relief, and that does involve staffing. So I do have a program change that I'd like to put forward for economic development, and that is to create a position, a development specialist position. I'm sorry, I should take that 3 out of there. That makes it look like there's a series, and there's not at this time. What I suggest is that this be a position that could move between the various divisions in the department, from CDBG to housing to special projects that we just discussed. It would be able to, this position would be a more nimble position than the positions that we have that are currently fixed in very specific areas of funding. So it would be a little bit more nimble, and it would be fill in the gap that we have between the grants record technician and the manager. So it would be more of an analytical level, a little bit higher level, not quite as high as the manager level. And I think that it could go between economic development, community development, block grant, housing, special projects. So it would be a much more nimble way to respond to the changes that we've experienced in our organization, in the state. We've seen a lot of things happen in the last several years that show we need to have more flexibility, more cross-training, and I think a position like this would allow our department to do that. So the cost for that position over 2 years with benefits is $151. Some other areas that I have here for program changes are capital outlays would be social media management, costs to cover social media management. That would be website, done some research, doing an audit. We do have some folks, some divisions that presently have some, are using some social media, so we could see what's going on within the city and then come up with a policy that would address all. So it's not an audit in the official sense where you think, but it's like recognizing what is happening and what is working, bringing it all together into one comprehensive policy or structure that works for the city, and then coming up with a management plan for that. The other aspect is the outreach program materials, and I think you have addressed that to some degree with the redevelopment discussion that was had earlier. But to come up with some outreach materials, there are, of course, design, printing, and development costs.
Teresa, is some of the funding for this going to be moved sideways from other things or created by charging for work done? And, what percentage of this would just be a new expense, basically?
These are all new expenses, essentially. Now we can take the redevelopment funding that you are suggesting we move and apply that towards the capital outlays and come up maybe with a package, if you will, of those options. I don't know that you intended for that $50,000, though, to address the social media, so maybe it'd be a compilation of both. And then the position at this point, it would be general fund.
And what percentage of it would you think you could have through cost recovery by this new way you recommended with regard to CDBG and some of these other things?
I could get back to you on that, but I think we could do some cost recovery by charging out our time, project management time, and we could set aside. Then we wouldn't impact so heavily our program administration, and some of that program administration money could take a portion of this position. Absolutely.
So maybe what we would, if everyone's in favor, is ask her to return with a more detailed compilation and realize we're not charging out to spend money now, but looking at alternatives. Councilmember Costa.
Thank you, Marilyn. I think social media management could be included in the development specialist position at a lower rate. I'm a little skeptical that where we're going to come up with the money for this, especially if we do keep that $50,000 fully funded from RDA. But I would like to see more. Thank you.
Well, maybe blend them all in together into a single look.
Thank you.
Councilman.
Yeah. To follow up with that, especially on the social media, when you're talking about a website, and that's definitely needed, a quality website that sells Lompoc, and how you tie that in and what that cost will be and what that person will be doing is the idea. We do need a website that is good and out there for the general public, and that we have to go after that.
Thank you. And I also wanted to mention on that note.
Hang on just a sec. I got to get some nods.
Oh, pardon me.
So is everybody good with
Quick question.
Teresa coming back? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just for clarification, we're looking at the one position there, and that's a fully funded 2-year position. The social media, that's a project, that's not a position.
Correct.
Okay. And then the materials, okay. So yes, then, Mayor, I'm in favor of it.
Dirk?
Yeah, I'm in favor. I want to know the CDBG breakdown on it.
Okay. And you'll look at what funding mitigation there could be.
Yes, I'll take a look at what funding mitigation we can apply towards that position through CDBG as we look for cost recovery on administrative costs for these smaller projects.
You may be able to use some RDA money.
Towards some of the capital outlays.
Yeah, well, somewhere in that, because there is some small amount of RDA money flowing to us.
Very good. Thank you.
Marilyn, I would ask that when you bring it back, you bring multiple options, including partially funded projects if we are unable to fund the position.
Okay. Also, when it comes to the outreach program materials, I did want to tie in and let you know that Alan Hancock for the public safety training facility, which I know is a big item for us to promote for economic development in the year ahead before it opens, and make sure that we capture all of that marketing opportunity. Because of the passage of Prop 30, Alan Hancock has been able to set aside 40% of 2 full-time positions specifically for marketing and attracting and making sure that that facility is utilized and booked right at its onset. So I wanted to share that with council.
We're working with them all the time. You got somebody that's sitting in there, so we're part of the mix. And I know the fire department, police department is too, so that we're all on the same page.
Yes, and the Economic Development Committee has been working with them closely as well. The Planning Division also has some program change and capital outlay requests that I'd like to go share with you. The assistant planner position, as I mentioned, was previously because of the budget gap we needed to close. It was unfunded, but due to the increase in development activity, it is the opportune time to make sure we don't fall behind the curve in how we service our development community. We have, as City Administrator Barcelona shared, been working very hard to change our corporate culture and be a city that is can-do and customer service oriented. And response times are key when it comes to development, and the promise or the commitment that we can turn around a project in a timely fashion means dollars and cents to developers. So I think this is the opportune time for us to be aware that development activity is increasing. Mr. Wilkie shared with us there are upticks in the economy, and while we are lagging indicator in government, we always do fall behind. The opportunity is there for us to make sure we don't fall further behind by funding a position to allow us to keep up with the development activity. And that position for the 2-year period with benefits is $165,000.
Marilyn?
Go ahead. Yeah.
My question is why is there no discussion here of the current contract employee that we have on staff? Is that not an option the department sees as viable as increasing the hours for the contract employee at a much lower rate than a full-time employee with benefits?
The contract employee we do utilize when we have a funded project, so that is one thing that is key. So it needs to be a funded project and in increments of 4 hours. And, you know, I'd like to give our planning manager, Ms. Breeze, an opportunity to comment further.
In the ability to bring in a contract planner, it is something that we have to be able to do full cost recovery on it because the city is charged under that contract. And as Ms. Gallivan indicated, there have to be specific blocks of time to bring someone in for that work. Where we're talking about an assistant planner position that is supportive of customers coming to the counter looking for basic information, those are the kind of interactions we generally have a lower level planner do. Right now, the principal planner and the planning manager are covering those functions, so it's not the most economical way to utilize our time.
I definitely agree. I want to let you know that this is one of the things I did speak to the city administrator about as one of my primary concerns. What I'm discussing here is that in no way would I be in favor of an assistant planner position in addition to a contract planner position. So for me, if we had an assistant planner, I would assume that even if we hired them at this amount, that then we could use the fee structure per project to offset some of that cost instead of using a contract planner.
We would definitely do that, and we do currently offset some of the planning manager and the principal planner time where we are working on a specific project. We bill back to the project.
So I feel like we're not seeing the full picture here because I need to know how much we're paying the contract employee at this time, how much it would cost to increase her to an assistant planner position, even if it wasn't to get her that time she needs at the, at the desk, or at the,
We would look at a lower level position is what I'm looking at. A contract planner, if we were looking at someone at an assistant rate, would be billed out at a lower cost than the current contract planner that we're utilizing.
Okay, but if we could see, the idea is even if it was a lower level, that person could still fulfill the duties that the contract planner is at this time.
Those duties would then switch to the principal planner, and the work that the principal planner is doing, the lower level duties, would go to the assistant planner. So there'd be a reshuffling of the responsibilities.
But it still isn't a full picture of the funds, right? If we could, because there's going to be some cost.
We're
Right.
doing we're doing cost delivery or recovery at this point. We can certainly attempt to come up with some numbers.
Please, because I feel like I'm just not seeing the whole picture here because we do spend money on the contract employee, in the sense that it would still cost $165,000, but we're already paying a certain portion of that, even though it's going to transfer to you, your work is transferring to them. So if that makes sense.
So this cost would go down.
Exactly. And I want to see what that cost difference is.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I think the other side of that would be the look at the estimated income increase because of development going forward. And I think we can look at where we are and kind of figure the demand is going to get stronger than it is today, knowing what's out there in the pipe.
Very good, thank you.
There's only one quick question. That is a full-time position.
For 2 years with benefits.
Yeah.
The next two items, the zoning ordinance update and the housing element update, are both capital outlay requests that would be covered through the general plan maintenance fee. So these would not hit the general fund, but they are items that we see the need for the capital outlay of in the next budget cycle. They have a funding source.
And again, sorry to keep interrupting. My assumption is that part of these monies are budgeted to pay for the staff time. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. It would be supporting the actual function and the work.
Right. So I'm curious what the offset would be, because essentially you're taking a position that is fully funded by the general fund, right? And it's going to be offset somewhat for the next budget cycle based on these amounts.
The work on the zoning ordinance would be work that would be done by a contract firm and would be overseen by staff.
Okay.
So that would be the intention there, which would minimize the staff time involved.
Okay.
As well as the housing element. Both of those functions, we would have a contract with an outside firm to prepare the documents.
So the budget offset would be rather minimal because it's just staff oversight of the
Correct.
contract. Thank you.
Brad, what's the approximate amount of money in that account now that those funds would be drawn from? Do you know?
I can get that for you after the break. I don't know what it is right now. I'm pretty sure it's over $30,000, but I'm not sure.
Excuse me, but it was at the last amount that we received, the end of October, was about $107,000.
And would you anticipate that the income stream over the next 2 years would be enough to cover the difference?
We do receive funds as we were authorized. On each building permit, there's a small percentage that comes in. So as the increase occurs in building permits, we would be receiving additional funds.
So you think that the funds that are going to be accrued over the next 2 years will make this a net zero?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Mr. Mayor, if I may also.
Sure.
Something I think I'd like us to also look at now. In 2008, 2009, when the economy was dumping, where no construction, we eliminated the impact fees, and we continued that on until today. With the economy changing right now, we expect this development, we may want to look at that and maybe start utilizing the impact fees right now to help pay for some of these programs.
I think the only one we shut down was street, wasn't it?
Well,
Yeah.
but still, that's,
It would, no, the impact fee for what they're talking about, we continue to collect that. The only one that we currently have suspended is street impact.
The 1600s.
yeah, but still, I think it's time to start looking at that again now that things are changing, turning around.
Okay, thank you. The final item on this page of program changes is the stormwater program. And this $345,000 represents what we see as true cost to comply with the state mandates that the stormwater, that are being required by the State Water Board. And we will do the best we can to continue to reduce these costs by phasing and working with other departments as we have in the past. However, come July 1st, there is a whole new set of requirements that do increase what we are expected to do. And there are penalties. There are some very stiff penalties that are associated with noncompliance. So we bring this to you to make sure, we'd be remiss if we didn't share with you that is the reality that we're working with. And we will have follow-up dialogue during the budget conferences on how we can work with this. There are a slew of line items affiliated with that make up this $345,000, starting with the permit fee of $12,000 that we have to pay annually. And again, we've been working with city departments to make sure that we try and meet the minimum of the compliance requirements, but they will be increasing, and the costs will be increasing as well. So there are some costs that will come from that. Did you want to add to that?
Is that expected to be entirely a general fund expense?
You know, we have in the past found departments that we've worked with to cover those costs, but they would, so that would have to be worked out. And we will continue to have that dialogue. And then with the Recreation Department, they have proposed a couple of capital improvements. One is the slurry seal and striping of the Aquatic Center parking lot, and that is estimated to be $5,500, and that would be covered by the Pool Safe Parks Assessment District. So that's what we would propose that could cover that cost. And the other capital improvement that has been requested for this budget cycle is the Anderson Recreation Center carpet and flooring, which is estimated to be $56,000. So I want to put that request forward for your consideration as well.
What's the funding source for the second one?
We don't have a funding source identified for that one. We can take a look at what we might be able to do there, serving, you know, the community. A renovation that, you know, come up with a renovation that qualifies if we're serving the appropriate clientele, and if it's in the right census tract, we can certainly look at that. So to finalize and recap, the proposed 13-15 budget from general fund accounts is $2.3 million, and the Planning Division and the Recreation Division figures do include salaries and benefits and overhead. The Planning Division figure there does not include the updates that we discussed that would be covered by the general plan maintenance fee. This is only general fund accounts. And the recreation figure does not include the other funds, which Brad shared will remain status quo to cover expenses related to providing service at the Dick DeWeese Community Center and the Aquatic Center. So overall, the good news is that we have been very fortunate to have many new development projects in the pipeline, and we have many more coming our way. We have worked very hard to change the culture in the city, and the team works very hard to come up with solutions to help businesses and serve our community with business development opportunities and recreational opportunities. The challenge is we all have limited resources to handle these projects as we move forward. It's difficult to sustain this level without bringing in some reinforcements to bolster our program and ensure that we continue to make development a top priority. Thank you.
I think I should share with everyone, I received a letter in asking developers who have participated in recent projects in Lompoc. I've asked them to give us a letter so we can have a portfolio of letters to share with potential customers. But one in particular was a most amazing recognition of what we've done. And this is someone who's developed over 400 projects in multiple jurisdictions across 5 western states and said this was, quote, the best place he'd ever worked. So we not only have strived to make a change, but the change is successful and it's recognized by those that come and work with us. So it's really, really good. So great job, guys. Thank you. And this would be an opportunity if anyone out there in the public would like to talk to us about any of the things that we've just had with regard to economic development and community development. Anybody have anything they want to say? Oh, okay, Brad, you're up.
Thank you for taking me out of order.
Did you give a good interview?
Yeah.
All right.
see how it goes. One of the characteristics of the Management Services Department is that we have customers, but almost all of our customers are internal to the city. We don't do things that are overtly benefiting the city from outside point of view. One exception to that is the interaction that my utility billing and treasury departments have with our customers that come in the door every day and with customers that receive their utility bills every single month. I say that just because some of the things that this department does is regulatory in nature, are things that have to happen. I had staff step up to help with the budget this year that hadn't done it before. Staff stepped up to help process through the redevelopment agency dissolution, which was nothing that we've ever done before, so there was no template to figure out how to do it by. So I'm very happy with the staff that I have that is at the disposal of the city within all three of the divisions that we have. The City Management Services Department has many functions that it does, both by division and by functional activities. Information services, purchasing, finance, utility accounting, treasury, utility billing are the primary divisions that are within the functions of management services. One of the suggestions I'm going to make in this year's budget book, not because it's anything that's different than being done in the last 7-8 years, but we have separate sections for management services and a separate section for treasury. One of the minor little proposals I'm going to make is that we just combine those in the budget presentation going forward because they are all within the same division structure. In addition to the divisions, the management services has a significant amount of responsibility over some of the other areas of the city, including the Economic Uncertainty Fund, the Insurance Internal Service Funds, the Transient Occupancy Tax Fund that we use to collect all the money that comes in from the bed taxes, and also the Communications and Stores. Both of those are internal service funds that provide services to all the facilities. All postage goes through the stores. Copy charges are accounted for in the stores division so that we can fund future replacements of copy machines. All the printing services are through that internal service fund. The insurance fund is the pass-through entity that takes care of almost all the city's benefit costs, as well as some of the liability and other costs that are part of the city function. Sorry for this being so small. I do want to recognize some of my staff that's here. Information Services Manager Jeff Collins is in the back. Financial Services Manager Melinda Wall is here, as well as our Accounting Supervisor Dean. And all three of these are very instrumental in this process for getting the budget from where we are a couple of months ago to where we'll be in June. And both from the financial point of view as well as from the technical point of view of how to get it into our system. I mentioned earlier utility billing and treasury. Right now we're in some of the transition period for our utility billing. Our longtime utility billing supervisor retired at the end of December. We're working on getting our appointed new supervisor up to speed. To facilitate that, I'm proposing some changes within the two divisions, utility billing and treasury, that will help make more treasury staff positions available to do both sides of the activities. The treasury supervisor, Ann Hockett, has stepped up tremendously in getting the ability to do some cross-training between our two divisions to allow for us to grow into the new management situation that we have in utility billing. The the reason I talk about utility billing is there's a program change for that, but more globally, about $50 million of revenues comes into the city through utility billing. So to have that functioning in an efficient and organized manner is very, very beneficial to the city overall, not just to my division, but to many of the other divisions within the city. One of the initiatives that has been ongoing through the utilities, which is the conversion of our meters from hand-read manual meters to automated radio transmitted meter information, will present some opportunities for the department in the next 2-year budget cycle, so we can make utility billing more of a customer service provider than it is just right now, which is a billing distributor. We'll be able to maximize our efficiencies within the city. One of the first goals I have before Carol's part-time position ends is to consolidate all the city's bills, so each of the divisions will be able to get their bills once a month rather than throughout the month, and we'll be able to effectively to have one payment a month for over 200 different bills that we have currently that are spread throughout the period. And that's just one example of some of the efficiencies that I'm hoping to achieve in this next budget cycle through utility billing and treasury's help. Information services is very, very critical to the whole entire city. It's the main avenue through which we get our computer upgrades, but more importantly, it's the avenue where we are able to safeguard the city's infrastructure from outside intrusions. It's also one of the primary points where our web interface gets out to the world. That's important because of the requirements of the Department of Justice for maintaining the security of our system crosses all the bounds of the city's infrastructure because of the use of it by the police department.
Brad, real quick, I just had a quick question. Mm-hmm. What's the status on our online bill paying?
Jeff is well aware of the need to get that up and running, and we're actually right now in the process of doing some internal testing to make sure that all the various procedures that are needing to be in place for 40-hour notices for we're even at the point where we're going to be designing the web interface so that it's on the website where somebody can click to get into the bill pay system. So it's very close. It's more than just close. I think we're probably able to do a soft opening of it by if not the end of this month, by the first part of March. It'll be hard to tell at the outset, but from my gut feeling, the vast majority of the customers that already come into City Hall are paying with a mechanism that's not credit cards. So, and the vast majority of the people that are already using credit cards or their own banks would probably continue to use their own banks to do this. We have some other initiatives that are being addressed through our banking relationship to find some efficiencies where if you're making your payment online through your bank, that we would be able to convert those into electronic payments and eliminate those from the payment stream that come in as checks right now. So between the two of those, we should be able to see a substantial increase in a number of checks that are processed electronically. But there's also the reason I mentioned utility billing is because we may have to transfer some of the resources that are now being directed towards payment of processing of paid checks and make sure that we are still able to get our utility bills out in a timely and efficient manner. And that's a transition period now, mainly because of the loss of 30 years of experience. So I'm going to start with my Information Services Division for the program changes and capital outlay requests. The one program change that is being requested is to recharacterize two part-time positions that have been historically filled by retirees into a single systems analyst position that would save money for the city overall, because we'd be getting rid of 2 part-time salaries and converting that into one position that would replace those positions that are no longer eligible to come back. Capital outlay requests are fairly consistent with what was requested in the previous years, just to maintain our security, the firewall replacement, the continuation of the license upgrades to make sure that we have the right licenses that are maintained by The last item would be a capital outlay in one of our store's internal service funds, which is the replacement of a paper cutter that is well in excess of its using age. To be able to fix that machine right now, when it breaks, we have to actually have parts fabricated to replace it because they're no longer available. And this would facilitate the ability for the division to continue providing print services at a much reduced cost compared to going outside. In the purchasing division, there's 2 program requests. One is to make both the existing positions at the buyer level. Right now, one is at the buyer assistant level and one is at the buyer level. The other one is to downgrade an existing buyer assistant to a purchasing assistant, which is a lower level position, but to increase that position's allocated hours from 20 hours to 30 hours. Both of these would help with the distribution of duties within the division and would also be able to have more of the lower level duties taken on by the purchasing assistant. In addition, even though we don't really expect it, the current delivery vehicle that brings paper, for instance, from the store's inventory up to City Hall, that vehicle is no longer being maintained by Fleet, and Fleet is actually looking for a replacement for us, and we foresee that that would be the first avenue to get this replaced. I mentioned earlier that the financial system we want to consider upgrading the financial management system. The financial management system is actually newer than their existing delivery vehicle. One last thing is there's room for an additional 4 cameras at the V Street yard in the areas where we've had increased vandalism. This recommendation is to add some cameras in those further north areas of the yard to help probably not capture the people that are looking to break in, but provide the police department with some more ammunition to hopefully find the people that have been breaking into the yard. And finally, in the finance division, City Administrator Barcelona alluded to this. The number one request for program changes is to reallocate a city clerk OSA to a treasury clerk within the utility billing treasury area to facilitate the final transition of the business license system from the city clerk's area of responsibility to the financial services area of responsibility. This would actually create a overall savings to the general fund because a treasury clerk position is at a lower pay scale than a OSA that is being suggested for elimination. The second item is a request to designate positions as confidential. We have 3 positions within the finance department that could provide significant assistance in the planning for negotiations, but right now they're in a bargaining group. My recommendation is that we take them out of a bargaining group and put them into the confidential series so that we can utilize their expertise going forward in planning and designing negotiation points. The next item, I mentioned earlier, Ann Hockett is our Treasury Staff Supervisor, and she's now the senior supervisor that we have. Several budgets ago, there became an inequity between that position and the supervisor position in utility billing, that this is projected to correct. And then finally, there's a request to move one of the treasury clerk positions. I believe we have about 5 or 6. Change one of those from intermediate to senior, and that would allow us to spread a little bit more of the services that are provided by the one senior right now going forward. In the finance division, we do not have any requests for capital outlays. However, there is a carryover in the 11-13 budget for us to continue the investigation process for a solution to our financial management system upgrade to allow us to do things like you mentioned. We're able to get a bill pay system through our current financial processing and treasury management system, but it wouldn't allow us to have a system that would allow somebody to go into our website to look up their consumption data, for instance. That's just something that's outside the ability right now of the system to even provide that information. Switching to a new updated utility billing system would probably allow many more features like that, including having bills emailed to people rather than having bills mailed to people, or even not even send somebody a bill, just have it available to them online if they want to take a look at it. Those kind of things we anticipate being in almost all the new systems that are out there. We just have to make a choice to see which system best supports the existing structure that the city has right now, considering the wide variety of utilities that we have and the wide variety of services that we have because of the isolation that we have. We've had to build our own systems because of that isolation.
Brad, are you looking for a nod from us on these?
I think I have a final slide and then a summary of my recommendations in order. This slide has nothing to do with the requests in the division for divisional needs. It's the recognition that because of the dissolution of the RDA, the RDA used to be an operating fund that had administrative support to do those operations that the RDA was meant to do. Encourage housing, encourage economic development, encourage the elimination of blight. Now the successor agency to the RDA, its purpose is basically to wind down the financial activity of the division. That falls much more on the hands of the financial services department and especially the financial services manager. And my proposal here is to just recognize that fact that because the oversight board has discretionary control over the budgetary cost of the successor agency, my proposal is that we have positions that are supporting that are doing the work of the dissolution wind down. And these two allocation requests would move some existing financial allocations of time into the successor agency to somewhat offset the known fact that we have to move the otherwise operating allocations that used to be in the RDA back into the general fund. There. This final slide shows you the 11-13 overall budget for the management services and treasury utility billing functions. And it also shows, in order of priority, the program changes and capital outlay requests that are that were included in the prior slides. Obviously, to me, the converting the business license process, finishing that conversion from city clerk to city finance is my number one priority, and also to provide the resources necessary to maintain the information services system, both of which are cost savings to the city. And then following that is the buyer assistant to buyer to bring the two buyers into parity because their work is effectively on level right now. And then the treasury staff supervisor equity adjustment, the intermediate treasury clerk position to a senior, then the buyer assistant, the confidential designation of employees, and then the reallocation of the RDA allocations. In the capital outlay requests, the information services requests are all system requirements in the fact that to be able to make sure that our system stays on par with the needs of the city, those are the capital outlays that are recommended and requested. And then in purchasing, it's both the vehicle and the surveillance cameras. If we had a choice between those, the surveillance cameras to me would be protecting city infrastructure, protecting city inventory, and for the dollar amount of adding those cameras, it's not very much to complete the system that we have out there that is within purchasing's area. That's a very short and condensed version of the management services divisions.
I think we lost more in copper wire than the cost of those two cameras from what we had to scrap from what they cut and didn't get away with. So obviously I think we need to do the cameras. It looks like all of your changes in 13 for the program changes and requests have maybe a $25,000 net cost at the end because of the reallocation offset. And could you just run one more time over the information services, $246,000, because somehow I missed that one.
It's basically four things, one of which is in these stores. The 11,000 is actually in stores, internal service fund, but it's split between first year and second year. The firewall replacement, the current firewall we have, just like everything else in the world where hackers out there, the firewalls are only as good as the newest hacked version of software. So this is the newer version for us that is supported. And the continuation of the office upgrades and the system licenses will continue to allow us to have support from the manufacturer for both the software to run the office products as well as the base Windows XP, Windows, that license structure for all the PCs that are out there.
And by way of comparison, in the current budget year, what was her current budget 2 years? What was the approximate amount of money that was allocated for similar purposes?
It is very, very similar.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Just trying to add it up real quick. It's probably 75,000 to 100,000 in the 11-13 cycle for computer infrastructure.
So you basically have 150,000 more here than you had in the current budget cycle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And City Administrator, I'm sure you went through this with a fine-tooth comb, and that's how it got to us.
I was just going to add that in the 9/11 budget, it was $117,000 for infrastructure.
Okay. One thing that you'll actually see in the police department budget, there's a request for infrastructure to support the 911 operations and the dispatch operations. That's entirely within the budget of police because it's in that dispatch function, but it's something that was very much coordinated between finance and police to be able to make sure that we continue to have the level of service that we need to have the functioning dispatch center. And there are, one of the things that information services has done over the last several years is you'll probably hear more about dedicated servers. And there are several systems out there that need dedicated servers. What Information Systems has been able to do over the last 2 budget cycles is to create some virtual servers out of our existing infrastructure. And right now there are 14 dedicated servers that are running off one piece of hardware. And that will allow us to extend our ability to continue to provide the services that are needed by all the divisions without having to add 14 new servers, which was how it was done in the old days. So by doing that, we're able to cut down the dollar amount of the cost of hardware, but still be able to provide those dedicated services to fire, police, and all the other functions of the city. So,
questions for Brad before we decide on this? Oh, I'm sorry, Blaine.
I'm real pleased to see that what you said about cross-training. The more we can, the better off we are. And that NCPA found that out up north when they cross-trained all their employees. So I like to see all departments do as much cross-training so we have that ability within the departments. The other thing is that the lights, it's sad we had to put them, but everybody else is doing it. So even churches and everything else in the back lots to keep people from breaking into places. And it's a sad thing we had to spend the $8,000 to do it, but we have to. It's the only way you can take care of the cameras.
Okay, so what I'm looking for here is a nod of approval for the recommendations that Brad has made.
Mr. Mayor, this is not approval of them, it's just to consider them in the budget for future consideration.
Correct.
Yeah.
They're going to go forward. So, nodding from the right.
I'm thinking $8,000 will buy an awful big dog.
Yeah, but you got to have somebody that costs more.
Yeah, then you got to feed him and clean him up. Councilmember Costa.
I agree the camera is a necessary action to take. I'm curious though, so then this will be brought back to us as an overall proposed budget, and we'll have to go the next step after that. So I guess that's what concerns me, right, is, we're already looking at a deficit, and here we're looking at additional funding needed. So I know that that's part of the process, but I'm curious if in the status quo funding structure, none of this is included, correct? Or is this what is the status quo for your department? Or is it based on the previous year? I'm missing that one small detail.
What is in the status quo is the proposed. Oh, thank you. What is in the proposed is the difference between the two would be the incremental change in capital outlay, for instance. The proposed program changes are not in the status quo. So from that point of view, the differential between the capital outlay requests that were approved in 11-13 and the request now is the difference. And I believe throughout all my divisions, the capital outlay request right now is actually less than it was before, because we had $100,000+ of capital outlay in purchasing that was approved that we're not asking for this time around.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Costa, just to answer your question, in the next couple of weeks and months, we'll be looking at all of the requests and weigh it against the available resources and revenues.
Okay, what's next? One more public comment. Anybody want to talk about this? Nope. Okay, come on back. Yeah.
Hopefully we don't have to run out with it.
Won't share.
Do we need to get some more chairs for you guys, or is this everybody?
The fire department, like other departments in the city, has struggled to maintain service levels in what has been the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. Like others, the department has deferred replacement of equipment, frozen positions, withheld program improvements, and has made every attempt to maximize available funding. During the period of 2007 to 11, which interesting enough somewhat mirrors the downturn, the department actually experienced a 23.2% increase in requests for service. I've just finished analyzing our difference between 11 and 12, and we've actually increased another 6%. What you'll see in the presentation is the department is now at a point where we must request consideration be given to restoring positions and funding equipment and programs that are important to the mission. I've tried not to put anything in the presentation that's not, to a degree, mission critical. But it does turn off the mic. I'm pleased to present this organization chart to you, even though it's a little busy. This org chart represents the positions that were existing and the new ones that have been added since the approval and acceptance of the SAFER grant. And as you can see from our organization chart, from myself and the office assistant down, all those positions are what we call line personnel, sometimes referred to as boots on the ground. The fire department prides itself in focusing on the delivery of customer-based services every single day. However, we're an extremely labor-intense organization. So to fund labor, we try to keep the top extremely lean. What the SAFER grant has done for us is it's given us a helping hand. As Brad and I have discussed, it's a bit of a bridge. So here are our requests for capital outlays, broken down by years. The self-contained breathing apparatus program has a shelf life. Almost everything we touch in the fire service, including your fire chief, has a shelf life. In the replacement this year, we have identified we must replace 20 of these bottles. The self-contained breathing apparatus bottles are critical to firefighter survival during firefights. And the bottles actually go on the backpacks, and per DOT regulations, we can only use them for so many years. We have 20 in the system now that are going out that must be replaced. Last budget year, they deferred the replacement of some of those bottles. As a result, our backup stock is now being depleted. The extrication tools, commonly referred to as the jaws of life, they have a shelf life as well. What challenges the shelf life on these tools are the new developments that are coming forward with the new vehicles. The new vehicles are being designed in such a way to somewhat encapsulate the passengers, which is good from a passenger safety perspective, but it makes it a huge challenge to cut into the vehicle during an accident. What we're requesting is the replacement of one of those extrication tools. Every first out fire engine has a complete set of extrication tools. We try not to replace everything in 1 year, so we're asking for one of these to replace this upcoming budget. The thermal imaging cameras, the department currently has 2. They are 11 years old. Just as our computer technology changes, so do our thermal imaging cameras. The cameras that we utilize are handheld, and they're used during size-up of the fire, they're utilized during fire attack, they're utilized during search and rescue, they're utilizing during the overhaul of a fire. We also use them on hazardous materials response because we're actually able to read the temperature within containers, so we will know if there's any chemical changes going on within the container that may lead to a problem. But the most important use for this tool is during search and rescue during an active firefight. With the change in furnishings, what we're seeing now is the interior temperatures within a building now exceeding well over 1,000 degrees. The old imagers that we're currently using, they go into what's called a whiteout mode when we hit 1,100 degrees because of the technology being so old. The new technology will give us a better read and will no longer have whiteout conditions. If it whites out, we can't see the victims. The station alert systems, these are the systems in the stations that notify the crews that they have a call. It's activated by the dispatcher via a tone system. Both systems are obsolete. We're having a hard time maintaining them. I would invite you to come into the station during morning radio check and feel our pain. They're quite challenging. In addition to them being old and obsolete, they're no longer considered cardiac friendly. There have been multiple studies that have been done now that have demonstrated that the manner in which we alert our crews has a direct impact on their health and well-being. New technology that's being used in the systems will make a significant improvement in the quality of life, not just for our fire personnel, but in our customer service. Because the way these new systems are designed, they're designed to activate in a more friendly manner, but they're also designed to give additional information before the crews leave the station. The Telestaff program is an automated system that is utilized as a proprietary system that's utilized to not just fill vacancies but also manage overtime. And right now our staff is spending anywhere from 2 to 4 hours per day and more than that on payroll days reconciling scheduling days, reconciling overtime, justifying the overtime, and making sure it's in the proper category. The Telestaff program will do that for us in an automated fashion to the degree that has not been experienced here. Our current system is all hand done. It utilizes a spreadsheet, and one of the chief officers shared with me that when we just went through the upgrade to Outlook 07, it glitched our overtime spreadsheet and some rebuilding had to be done. We would not have that problem with Telestaff. There's multiple aspects that are very positive on Telestaff, including when there's a vacancy, the program will actually, using our sorting rules, identify the person who's eligible for that vacancy, who's qualified to work that vacancy, and it will call them via the system that they've asked it to be called on. From an operational emergency perspective, the battalion chief in the field during a firefight, during a major incident, can actually simply dial into the program and queue up a complete staffing recall, and it'll utilize pagers, cell phones, and home phones to execute that recall. Where right now, we have to call into the dispatch center. Dispatchers are already busy handling the radio traffic, and now they have to go down our call sheet, or we have to get somebody in the office to make it happen. As you'll see in a couple of things, we're really trying to improve our utilization of technology to free up some staff time. The next item on there is the VMware data server, and I got to be honest with you, I'm going to give you basics on this. If you want details, I'll bring Jeff up. This is partially driven by the Telestaff request. Telestaff does require a dedicated server. But there's another story here. When I came on board, I was very impressed with the fact that we had mobile data terminals in our fire equipment. I was quite surprised to find out that they don't talk to the computer-aided dispatch system. So Chief Clayton was tasked with working with IT and our police department partners to figure out why they're not talking to each other. And what we identified is we have a disconnect electronically. So part of this data server is meant to design to solve the problem of that disconnect. Because currently the mobile data terminals in the fire equipment they're pretty, and that's about it. Those are the requests up above. Those are all for first year. Second year, you've heard from me before on second year. Our priority for second year is the replacement of the Type 2 fire engine. That's our brush engine. If you recall, when I spoke with you about this piece of equipment last, I identified that it's a 1999 vintage piece of equipment. It was declared surplus by Santa Barbara County in 2005. Once it came over, there was substantial investment and refurbishment made by the city. The shelf life on this particular vehicle, when it was placed in service for the fire department, was projected to be 5 years. We put it in service in 2005. It's now 2013. This unit not only protects our wildland urban interface areas in and around the city, but it is part of the statewide mutual aid system, and when it goes on those assignments, the city is more than adequately reimbursed for its use. Hearing no questions, I'm assuming you would like me to move on. You've seen this request before, however, this one is watered down. In the last budget proposal, the department asked to have improvements funded at the lot across the street from the fire station. This lot was purchased with RDA funds with great plans to turn that into a fenced-off area that'll do all the things that I'm going to talk to you about in a minute. We all know that RDA went away. Now we have a storage building and a large dirt lot. What we're asking for in this particular budget request is funding to improve the lot, but not improve the lot to the degree that was proposed in the last budget. We would still fence it. We need to be neighbor-friendly. We would make improvements to the curb cut to make it commercial vehicle ready, and we would come in and have it graded out and base it with DG. What we have found is that the lot is needed for our overflow parking, especially now that we have additional personnel. We found that during the very successful open house, we needed more area than we had. So what we're wanting to do is move forward with improving this lot so we can use it for overflow parking, we can use it for training, and we can use it for overflow of our public events and have somewhat of a secure area. But important for our neighborhood, important for our neighbors, we would actually have some improvements to make that lot look halfway nice. Yeah. Program changes. When I brought forward the request for the council to approve the SAFER grant, I was challenged with immediately to start working on how we can maintain the positions. I took that challenge very seriously, and what I'm asking is consideration to unfreeze the 3 frozen positions. And it's an interesting terminology because to some degree those positions have temporarily been unfrozen with the SAFER grant. So what I'm asking is for the 3 frozen positions to be unfrozen from a funding perspective in the budget the last quarter of the second year of the budget. And that's the fiscal impact up there in front of you. What's not on this slide is my commitment to work very hard with staff to apply to FEMA for a 3rd year of funding. I'm pleased to share with you today that we're in the process of working with HR to make conditional offers to several of the top candidates in the testing process. 3 of those individuals are in fact veterans. And by my reading of the guidelines from the FEMA grant, those 3 veterans meet the criteria to be considered for the 3rd year of funding. The disclaimer is it's a case-by-case basis. It's first come, first served. And as soon as we make the conditional offer to the veterans and they sign the document, Chief Clayton will be putting together the packet to send off to FEMA to have those 3 positions considered for a 3rd year. So here's a summary of our requests. Our salaries and benefit is that line item right there. This is an interesting line item. That $250,000 represents actual cost. What staff did was a 5-year trend analysis on our overtime costs, not counting the years that the positions were frozen, because that's an anomaly. It would skew the results. And what we found is, on average, we were spending $250,000 per year over and above what was already budgeted for our overtime. Putting it bluntly, we've been under budgeting our overtime accounts. Will some of this, will we receive some overtime savings as a result of the additional personnel? To a degree, yes. However, as those positions mature up and they start taking time off, it's not going to be that much. So what we're asking for is an adjustment in our salary and benefit to reflect the actual use of overtime. Our capital outlays, you see a total there of what we've requested year 1 and year 2. And same thing with improvements. The program change, that's unfreezing the 3 positions in the last quarter of the second year. And that carries over to year 2 as well. So grand total for our request are $1,209,000. What I don't have in this slide is what our current status quo budget is. The current status quo budget for the 11-13 cycle for the fire department is $7,309,820. $820, sorry. With that, myself and my staff would be pleased to attempt to answer any questions you may have. We are pleased to be a customer-centered service delivery system within the city in partnership with all the other departments.
I have a question. Oh, you have an answer. The earthquake survey, where is that coming out of? Existing money from this budget cycle, or is it not proposed in your cycle?
It doesn't meet these categories. It's in professional services.
Somewhere else we're going to
somewhere else in the budget.
Okay. The other question I had was public safety. Mr. Wilkie gave us a number. His median was $180,000. Now that I understood was money to be put away for covering the police grant and the SAFER grant future. Was that what that dollar amount was?
No, it's actually just my guess at what that 3-month window obligation that the city would have to fully fund the 13-15 cycle. The fire chief mentioned that the end of the SAFER grant is March of 2015. It's that gap between March and June 30th. So okay. That's what the 180 is trying to represent.
Trying to represent. Okay.
Chief, on your capital outlays, you have a very successful Firefighters Foundation. And some of these things I know in the past they've been able to help you with, like the extraction tools. I believe that one year they bought some extraction tools. And probably some of the self-contained breathing apparatuses. How much of this, or are you anticipating similar contributions from the Firefighters Foundation on any of this?
I guess it's a philosophical question. Should we be asking the Firefighters Foundation to fund mission-critical equipment? The Firefighters Foundation currently has a very aggressive program to fund a $125,000 fire safety trailer. So asking them to fund mission-critical equipment could distract from that very aggressive process, which that trailer is very much needed by our public safety program. In addition, what's not in here is roughly $50,000 worth of equipment that will be needed to temporarily place our utility in service as a third response vehicle. That funding, I do plan on sitting down with our Firefighters Foundation and some of the other grant opportunities that are out there, such as Shumash and Orfala, to see if we can get funding for that. That is not in here. What's also not in here is once we place that third response unit in service is we're going to have to ask our friends to donate to upgrade our rear gate to be automated, because we're going to have to completely change the way we respond out of Station 1. So you're right, Council Member. The Firefighters Foundation has been very generous to us, and we will be going to them for additional items.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, I'm sure you're very aware of this, that last year the department requested $1.7 million in capital outlays, and what was proposed was $0. So understanding that we're facing a deficit again, I don't want to be the one to choose what items we fund based on this list, understanding that we will not be able to fund everything. So if I could have you, and I don't know if that happens at this step or if that needs to happen at the future step, but we sort of need a list of priorities in regards to those capital outlay requests. I think, there's potential for us to look into some of these, but as the total is $104,000 for year 1 alone, I would just like a little bit more feedback, and as I mentioned, maybe not at this point, maybe at a future.
I was trying to, obviously, not very successfully bring back that list. The list is prioritized.
Okay, perfect. That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
So, top down, most important. Top down, most important. Okay.
Chief, I've asked it many years in the past from the county, and is there any way we can get the insurance company who picks the body up out of the car to pay for that extraction tool? You know, the ambulance goes there, they get their fee, we send a fire truck and crew and that extraction, but we don't get a dime out of it, I don't believe. And I honestly believe that should be part of the insurance problem on a car on that deal.
There are many of us that agree with you. It tends to be a bit controversial when you bring the rate schedule forward. However, as Brad alluded to earlier, that would have to be part of the comprehensive analysis of the cost of delivering service. There is a statute within the state of California that allows us to recover those costs as long as the fee resolution is passed by the elected body. I'll share with you that it's not unusual to have the insurance companies step forward when you bring that fee resolution forward to complain. There have been some communities that have actually gone so far as to say, if the person is a citizen of the community, a tax-paying citizen of the community, they have this rate. If they're a visitor, they have this rate. Those also are controversial, but I look forward to possibly Brad bringing forward the comprehensive study that's necessary, because I do believe that there's tremendous opportunity, not just in that area, but even our whole fee schedule is well below the norm, and we are not recovering costs.
Well, that's what I thought, because you need 5,000. Even if we could get enough money to pay for that tool, I mean, that's something we need to look at, but we should get some type of revenue from the time and effort that we have to go into it. So very good. No, I think it sounds like something we need to look into.
So I'd say we would want to have Brad include fire in the fee survey that we've already asked for. Bob? Wayne? Mm-hmm. Okay.
I thought we were going to do a citywide fee study survey anyway, so.
I think what the discussion there was that it would be a study of our existing fees, and this would be something new and additional. Okay, my turn. I think the chances of you getting $100,000 out of us to fix a vacant lot are pretty low. But maybe what you could do would be to chat with a couple of your neighbors, one of whom used to use some of that lot to park on, and maybe we could form a joint venture where, say, we leased the lot to them and they made the improvements, and then we got to use them on the weekend when they weren't using them, for instance. Is that
challenge would be we need it every single day right now.
But you don't need the whole thing.
True.
So, you know, there's at least 2 neighbors around there that could probably use some additional parking. Maybe we could chat with them and work something out, and I know they could make the improvements for a lot less money than we could. I truly understand the station alert system, and I would strongly be in favor of that because I understand exactly what that does to you. I don't think you have any choice but to replace your bottles or stop going to fires, and I'm a strong believer in extraction tools, having been to way too many accidents. Maybe you can consider whether your alert system and your imagers are more important to the overall well-being of your staff, and talk to us about that. I don't think there's any choice except to fund the firefighters for the last quarter of that year. And frankly, I hope by then our economic development effort will cause us to not even be discussing things that we're discussing today. So, one subject that I guess I would bring up is my impression when we took the SAFER grant was that we were using 3 of the SAFER grant positions basically to replace positions that we hadn't had or to refill them, and then we had 3 positions that were in effect additional. And that's the way we view this, right? Because someone the other day said, no, you guys got 6 more firefighters. And I said, no, that's probably a little beyond our future budget potential.
We would accept them, however. But that's correct. I've had to clarify that a few times where the way the SAFER was constructed, it was a 2-piece proposal. The first piece was to fund the 3 frozen positions lost to attrition. The second half was to add 3 additional folks, and the justification was to comply with OSHA and NFPA. In essence, where we'll be at on when these young folks graduate their 8-week academy, the staffing level we'll be at will match our risk level within the city.
Good. Well, and and we've all said as a council, our goal is to create economic development that allows us to add the staffing that we need in the long term, and hopefully the long term is only 2 more years. And the momentum of our effort is growing, and we have every reason to believe we'll get there about the same time you get there. So, any other questions from the council?
Just real quick, Chief, with the unfreezing the 3, bringing on the 3 additional firefighters, what level does that put us at? Are we where we're supposed to be with that?
Where that does several things for us. Number one, it gives us the ability to initiate interior attack right away. We don't have to wait for the automatic aid engine to show up any longer once we get these people on the floor. It also gives us the ability to place a 3rd response unit in service as soon as we can get people trained up. The reason that is important is we've just done some recent analysis in preparation for what I hope to be an annual report in a few months. Over 25% of our calls, almost 30% during peak, are simultaneous, meaning both of our rigs are already committed. So what we're having to do now in order to serve our customers properly is the captains are having to triage, is it okay for me to leave prematurely, or should I roll it to our automatic aid department, which further delays response. This level of staffing will give us the ability, working with our labor unit, to put that 3rd set of wheels in place, and we will be able to actually improve our response times to those simultaneous calls.
And your 3rd set of wheels you already own, and what about the equipment on your 3rd set of wheels?
Well, we own a vehicle that can be used temporarily. It is not designed and specified in a manner to give us maximum use. So the interim plan, Chief Bray just gave me the list of needs to put that in service as an interim Band-Aid, if you will.
Big Band-Aid.
Yeah, it's actually more of a cab than we need. But so the interim is to seek donations to fund that equipment during our training period between now and the time we'd be ready to place it in service. Simultaneous with that, once the Assistance to Firefighter grant opens up, there's 3 stages to that. The one we're going to go after next, that I will recommend we go after next, is an application for a grant to fund what you've heard from me being called a multi-use vehicle. For the purpose of the grant, we'll be using the term quick attack pumper because the grant hasn't caught up with new terminology. And that piece of equipment will give us maximum versatility with the extra people. It will also be spec'd in such a manner that as our airport gets busier, it will be able to do initial attack on small aircraft incidents because the type of pump will be specifying in that unit. So that's where we're headed.
More good news.
Thank you, Marilyn. I think, I know I don't have to say this to you because I know we understand the risk that we took by accepting that grant, right? So we understand that in 2 years from now, worst case scenario, we have to let 6 people go. So I just want to, I think that in the best case scenario, we get to keep everybody, and I think the realistic scenario is that we keep the 3 positions and we may have to get rid of 3 positions. I'm trying to be very, very frank here with the status. I'm hoping that that's not the case, but looking at where the budget may be, that'll be determined. Hopefully we'll hear in a year from now that things are still going well. I want to commend you because I think that you put the department in a great position to continue the funding, because if the money's there, it's probably going to go here first before anywhere else, because we're going to feel that obligation. I can't say it enough and be clear enough that that is a huge risk that we are taking.
And I agree. If I could cap onto that, the best case scenario is the 3 positions are unfrozen at the end of this budget, at the next budget cycle, and that we are granted the 3rd year for the qualified veterans, and that I have 3 years to bring forward plans to fund those other 3 positions. But where I'm trying to position the department, your fire department, is so that we are part of your economic recovery. We are part of the campaign to bring business in. And having a well-equipped, well-staffed, well-trained, customer-centric fire department is key to that recruitment. Having a good ISO rating, Insurance Services Officer rating, is also a very attractive, and that's where we're working towards. Once we have all the folks trained, once we have the multi-use vehicle in place, I'll be requesting a new insurance rating for the department, and I fully believe we will drop at least 1 category.
And on the economic development side, one of the things that I talk about with prospects is that we respond to requests. You call, we come. And not everybody does that, and that carries a lot of weight. Those are all good things. Okay, anyone in the public want to talk to us on the fire department subject? Everybody's running for the doors instead. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor and Council, it is noon, so you have the decision of breaking for noon for lunch now.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
No.
What if we
break now? We'll come back.
we only took a half-hour lunch?
What are we going to do?
Yeah, we'll go to lunch. This is your 1-minute warning. All right. Welcome back. City Administrator.
Mr. Mayor and Council, we'll begin the afternoon with the Fire Department presentation. Thank you. I mean, the Police Department.
No, you do not get to ask for money twice.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, welcome back from lunch. Now, after having a nice big lunch, if you would just sit back, lean your head back, start bobbing your head like that as I talk, we'll just say that that's an agreeable thing, and we'll move right through this. The staff of the Lompoc Police Department has spent considerable time prioritizing the needs of the police department in light of the budget constraints facing our city. The Lompoc Police Department continues to evolve into a sophisticated, full-service organization. Members of our organization recognize that the state of California and our nation are still recovering from a tremendously destructive fiscal crisis. These budget requests, as laid out in this document, reflect our goal to provide the highest level of service while trying to keep our staff equipped for safety, as well as some form of future financial relief for our personnel. Taken off this list from previous years, in light of real expectations, are the building expansion requests that we've seen over the past several years. Although we feel that this is important in better times, we realize now may not be that better time. In 2011, Part 1 crimes showed an increase of less than 1% in the calendar year from the year before. And in 2012, we saw a 12% increase from the year before that. Our belief is that the AB 109 is partially responsible for the increase. We have Captain Lardner here on my right, and he's going to speak briefly about some of the traffic stats that we've seen increased.
For example, we have our DUIs have gone up. They're going to go up. We expect them to go up this year about 20%. We expect our 2013, our traffic collisions to go up, the numbers that we're looking at from previous years, to go up about 10%. We have no DUI checkpoints, which for us was a suppression method. It was basically an in-your-face, very visible identification system to get unlicensed drivers, DUI drivers off the road. We won't have that for this upcoming fiscal year or possibly the next fiscal year. As far as our fatal traffic collisions, we already had one this year, unfortunately. Last week we've caught the suspect, but last year we had 2. Previous year we had 2. The previous year to that we had 0. So unfortunately we're seeing an increase in injury traffic collisions and fatal traffic collisions.
Staffing has also been a challenge for our department in the past few years. We've averaged at least 2 unfilled but funded positions in the last 2 years in the 11 to 13 budget. In 2012, we actually averaged 3 unfilled funded positions, and currently we have 4 positions that are not filled because of long-term medical issues. In 2012, we lost the domestic violence grant, the beginning of 2012, which included 1 full-time employee position. It was dedicated to our detective bureau, and that reduced our staff down to 50. Then we lost 3 positions that were frozen back at the beginning of 2011. We got those 3 positions back in a sense from the grant that we were able to get. We mentioned previously the rape crisis position that we use, the victim advocate, about $110,000 for the 2-year budget. Part of the shift in our staffing in order to accommodate what we've lost, we have a sergeant in community services currently assigned to patrol. And currently he's sitting as the investigating officer in a long 8-week murder trial up in Santa Maria. So we're actually not able to have him benefit our staffing at all right now. But we also have a gang narcotics enforcement team member assigned to patrol. We have 2 detectives that are assigned to patrol, and we have 1 of our motor officers assigned to patrol in order to make up the budget or the gap that we have right now, having 7 positions vacant. Our 1 position lost in the DV grant has been absorbed in the community services unit. Instead of having 3 members in our community service plus a sergeant, right now we're working with 2 members of our department and a sergeant. And again, that sergeant is currently assigned to patrol. So hiring continues to be a challenge as other local communities recover from the recession and have resumed hiring. We're being challenged with our issues as well, and we're going to be we already have started to see the effects of the competition, so to speak, with other departments and people applying for our department versus other local agencies. On a positive note, I can say with confidence that we have transitioned to a more fit, better trained workforce, and that we're taking great pride in the service that we're providing to the community in spite of the problems that we are facing. And with that, I would like to show a few of our slides. Again, this is our structure of our department. It's a little hard to see right now, but you all have copies of that. For the 2013-15 budget, our 2-year budget is based at $17,371,000, and that's broken down in salary and benefits, making up 87% of our budget. Salary, supplies and services, 12%, and capital outlay requests that we'll be speaking about momentarily, just 1%. But additional to all that, we're bringing in approximately $2 million through grants and outside funding every year into our police department, or every 2-year budget. I'm going to speak about capital outlay requests first. There are 4 items that we're asking for in this budget. In year 1, we have the critical need of having our Dell servers replaced, upgraded in the tune of $63,000. Those servers are critical infrastructure for our ability to provide service to the community. The second is our audio voice logging recorder, and currently we're in the process of actually waiting for the state to release the funds to replace all of the equipment in our dispatch center, which will give us a new, what's called a Verizon Sentinel system, which will be the latest and greatest in dispatch capability for us, for the city of Lompoc. That's money that's paid for through 911 that's charged every time somebody makes a payment on their bill. So that money is paying for everything in the equipment category except for this audio voice logging system. And what we found out, we thought that this was something that was mandated by the state, but in fact it's not mandated. It's something that there's probably not a PSAP system in the state that operates without the ability to record phone calls coming into the station and out, but it is not mandated. So therefore, they're not willing to pay for that as part of the replacement equipment. So we're asking for $21,000 roughly to be able to replace that. And then the third and fourth items, we recently went through a narrow banding process with our radio systems nationwide, but for us here in Lompoc, the result of that was that several of our handheld radios that were over 12 years old were not capable of being reprogrammed to accept the narrow banding. And so what we've had to do is retire those radios, and that leaves our community services volunteer unit without any type of portable radio system that they've had in the past. So we're asking for 12 new radios over the 2 years, 6 each year, to be able to replace those that we've lost, and then we can push down other radios to our volunteer corps, which do a huge service in excess of 3,000 to 4,000 hours of volunteer service every year. And then lastly, in the last 2-year budget, we asked for the holster and gun mount flashlight combination, and we were able to, not able to fund it in the last 2-year budget, but this year, one of our vendors we were able to find was able to give us a reduced price for the same package that we had asked for 2 years ago. So we're asking to split that in 2 years. We would order it in the middle of the 2-year budget, be able to share the cost between year 1 and year 2 for the tune of about $9,500. So a total capital outlay request for us would be in the tune of $103,000, and then we will go to program changes. Program changes, again, in the 11-13 budget, we asked for Dispatcher 2 and our Jailer 2 classification upgrade. And with this, what we're trying to do is provide some incentive for our dispatch and jailer personnel to be able to get some kind of an increase outside of what we would normally do in budget negotiations. So by giving them, adding this classification for both dispatcher and jailer, we would be able to do that, and that's an estimate of the cost that it would increase. The second, I'll go down to the specialty assignment pay, 2.5% increase for all of our special assignments, such as detectives, gang and narcotics enforcement, SWAT team, community services. That would be a 2.5% increase for each employee, again, outside of the contract negotiations, in the tune of about $90,000 for the 2 years. And then the third is the longevity pay program, and this is a program that Chief Dabney was able to put together, and basically this rewards officers for the amount of years that they work for the department and the different specialty assignments that they work at, and they accrue points, so to speak, so that when they have worked at, the specifics, I believe it's 3 specialty assignments, then they would be able to maintain that pay assignment that they have earned when they go back to patrol, they wouldn't lose that increase. So again, it builds up so that employees can increase their salary without affecting what is typically done in the negotiation process. So for the 2-year program change request, we're talking $475,000 roughly. And so those are the program changes and the capital outlay. And again, we're not asking for any building improvements for this year, this 2-year period, understanding that the city is recovering and we're doing everything that we can to maintain everything that we've got in place now. And with that, I'll submit.
Just a quick question, Chief. Does this longevity pay program help with retention of officers also?
Absolutely. The officers in our department are finding that they are falling behind other agencies in paying benefits, and this is one way that we can put money into their pocket to be able to encourage them to stay in our city working for our department.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you for your presentation. I think this is a very useful time for all of us to understand the needs of each department, and so it's really great to see this outlined. What I wanted to point out was, in comparison to last year's budget cycle, or rather the last 2-year budget cycle, it looks like there was a supplies and services budget of about $2.181,772,000, and here we have about $2,078,000. So that's about a $100,000 difference last year to this year. I just wanted to confirm that. I don't know if Brad, if you're seeing the same thing that I'm seeing here.
I'm trying to get back to the slide here, but batteries run out. Yes, that's when we went through our line item budgets. We were making some adjustments. Some were minor increases, some were minor decreases, but that would probably account for the difference.
So that's good to hear, because then when we go to capital outlay, that's approximately the amount difference. So the status quo would allow $100,000 to be spent on something else in your department. So it sounds like capital outlay is the potential for spending for those purposes. Of course, the difficult part is some of the other requests that we have at this time. You know the position that we're in, so those things will be considered. But I just wanted to bring that up, make sure that I was seeing the difference correctly. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, public comment. Anybody out there want to talk to us about this? Nope. Okay. Any other questions from the council?
Thank you.
Nope. Okay. Yeah. I guess the first thing I would say with regard to this would be that what they're looking for in terms of, to Councilmember Costa's point, what they're looking for with regard to capital improvement they obtain through other savings. And so I think I would support them being able to spend the money that they saved on the things that they need. How do the rest of you guys feel about that?
Is there any confusion with that?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I just seemed like I may have, never mind.
Okay. And then with regard to what's been requested for program changes for the basically a retention and longevity program, I'd like to hear council members' discussion on that. Bob, you want to start?
Well, I agree with the consideration on these. Again, I'm just saying, as long as they're just considerations and it's going to be brought back to us in a more formal budget presentation, I'm fine with it.
I'll concur with Councilmember Lingle there. I did have one other quick question, real quick. The victim's advocate, we don't hear much.
The victim's advocate position was one that we were very fortunate to have paid for 13 years during that grant cycle, or 12 years. It would be nice to be able to maintain that position. That's not something that we would feel like we have to die on the vine for. But it is certainly something that's unique. We're the only agency in the Tri-Counties that has that funded inside of our agency. But again, in light of some of the other issues, budgets and so on, in talking with our detective sergeant and our captain, who's not here today, Captain Deming, that's something that we could adjust and do without. We would like to keep it, but again, it's not something we would like to die on the line for.
So I guess the question might be, if there was that amount of money and it could be applied to some portion of your longevity program, or it were going to be applied to keeping the victim advocate, which way would you guys want to do?
I think it would serve more people to be able to spread that through the agency, that $110,000.
Dwayne?
No, I think everything was brought up, and I think we'll really have to look at it and decide which ones you're going to have to come back and put a priority list on yours. I think you already have. It's up to the council to see just where the money is. Every one of those programs have been well used, and we're getting a bang for our buck. It's too bad we don't have the traffic drinking deal going on, but you'll run into it someplace. Somebody already has it.
We're always searching for new opportunities at the grants.
Marilyn? My understanding is that $110,000, I agree, and it's a very unfortunate decision. I don't think we're going to be able to continue funding that. But for me, I see that savings as actually going towards closing the funding gap of $400,000, not being able to be applied to the department somewhere else, unfortunately. So as presented by Brad, that's the way that I see it line itemed out. I don't want to give anybody false senses of hope here. If the money's not there, the money's not there. These things are great ideas. I have, and they should be considered. But even with economic development and management services, I'm not sure if we were clear enough in stating, these are things to be considered. But it's going to be brought back to us, and when the money isn't there, which we see it's not, we're going to have to be very frugal in what we decide to do. So for me, at this point, the capital outlay requests, I do believe should stay within the department, that money that was saved on supplies and services for the following budget cycle. But I don't think any program changes will be able to be implemented this budget cycle. Thank you.
If I could add, just the numbers that we presented on the supplies and services, those were as close as I could be to accurate right now, understanding that we're still going next week to a further decision process, but those are just estimates.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor and Council, we'll at this time invite Library Director Ashley Chavez up to the...
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate your patience as we go through this. As most of you know, I've only been in this position since November, so this has been interesting to go through the budget preparation this soon into everything. So on the cover here, it's kind of hard to see in the lighting, but I just wanted to share with you real briefly a photo from our most recent program. And this was when we had the author of Farewell to Manzanar here as part of our Cal Humanities grant. Over 300 people attended the event. As you can see, the main event is happening over in the sort of left area here, and this is all the way the front door over here, and we had people sitting and standing all the way down there. So I just thought that might speak to how frequently the library is used and the kinds of things that we do to enrich our community. Here you can see our organizational chart, and just like City Administrator Barcelona was talking about with the department heads, there's been a lot of change at the library as well. The library director has changed, of course, and then also our adult services librarian and our circulation manager have also changed. So between the three of us, every single employee at the library has a new supervisor. So there's been a lot of change. But unlike other city departments, the library is unique in that we report to a library board of trustees. So somewhat a part of the city and somewhat not. And as you can see over here, we also have our Buellton branch manager and our village branch manager. So we do have a couple of different branches as well. Okay, so here's the revenue sources for the Lompoc Library for this 12-13 year. And you can see the City of Lompoc's numbers have not changed in many recent years, so we thank you for not cutting funding from the library. And as you can see, the County of Santa Barbara numbers have greatly reduced since the times you've seen them in the past. There was a 15% cut this last during this last budget cycle, and then also the California State defunding of libraries also hurt us quite a bit. So grand total, we had a loss of revenues of $80,000, and that does not include the offset that we used from the state that went to Black Gold Cooperative Library System. So the Black Gold Cooperative Library System also lost funding when the state of California defunded libraries. So the grand total of that just for Lompoc was about $30,000 additional dollars to, for us to be a part of Black Gold. And that doesn't include the fact that Black Gold Library System had to cut a lot of different services, increase hold fees, etc. And then you can also see we have two other revenue sources here. Library generated is about $65,000. That's fines and fees. A contract we have with the Federal Correction Institute and United States Prison for loaning of library materials. And then this larger chunk you see here is the use of our reserve fund this year. Up there it says $58,000. We're hoping it might be closer to $53,000 this year. And I do have a slide that will show you the use of our reserves. But as you can see, we're only open 36 hours a week, and yet we're still using nearly $60,000 of reserves. So we don't exactly have a healthy budget this year. Here's our use of reserves just since 2003 and 4. You can see, just like you might expect, we had a really good period here. And then right around 2009, things started taking a dip. And here's this year where I talked about the $58,000. So if the text here on the bottom, if we continue to use $50,000 a year in reserves, assuming all our other costs stay the same at the library, that means in the 13-15 budget cycle, the library will use about $100,000 worth of reserves. So at the end of the 13-15 budget cycle, we would have a balance of $190,000 in relation to a $905,000 operating budget. If you subtract our $25,000 insurance deductible, it leaves us a fund balance of 18% of our operating budget. Just like Mr. Wilkie mentioned earlier, it's not mandated, but best practice is 25%. So basically in the budget that we've prepared, we are still removing this $50,000 and will dip below the 25%. So my hope would be moving forward past 13-15, we find throughout 13-15, we look at better ways of running the library and finding efficiencies, making changes, so that way we're not putting ourselves in this kind of position moving forward into the next budget cycle. Okay, here's our branch libraries. On the left, you can see the village library. And the biggest chunk of funding here you can see is County of Santa Barbara, which is about $50,000 or a little over $50,000 a year. Of course, library generated revenues, and they also have a fairly large use of reserves. You can't see the number at all, but it's around $9,000. And this large green chunk right here is actually fundraising that happens every single year through the community in Vandenberg Village, and they raise $16,300 every year without fail, just to meet the projected budget, and then we still use $9,000 in reserves. And then on here over the left is the Buellton Library budget, and they actually are funded both by the City of Buellton and the County of Santa Barbara. So they are much healthier budget-wise, especially considering the City of Buellton is very healthy right now fiscally and has been able to increase the amount of funding they give to the library to make up for the cut in funding from the county that happened this past year. So as you can see, they actually have no use of reserves. In fact, they're doing very well and generate a large portion of their budget as well. Now here's the literacy program for the library. This was just this past year, so you're all very aware of this very large chunk here, which is a special allocation by the City of Lompoc for $21,000 something. As mentioned at the last meeting, some of that was dependent upon funding from the state, which did come through, so you can see that here at $20,000. Then we have some CDBG funding of $4,000, grants totaling $8,000. The Friends of the Library always give $4,000, and then large fundraising efforts make up about $5,000, actually closer to $6,000. So as you can see, I have in the red there, California state defunding resulted in a loss of revenues of approximately $26,000. Now the good news is, moving forward, the money that you see here, the $20,000 in state grants, is in the budget for the next year from the state. So that money is still there as far as we know and is planned to continue on. So that's a positive. And this is numbers that are not new in any way to you. I presented this in November when I talked to you about the Charlotte's Web Library project. So this is a very preliminary estimate, including the cost of the bookmobile, current project revenues, where they are, and then a preliminary estimate of what it will cost to actually run the bookmobile, which is a total of $127,000. Like I said, that's very general. And in the case, just a chance to update you all in a very few short sentences with regards to that project, we're actually still waiting on approval for the new MOU, so we haven't really been able to move forward very much in that respect. Okay, so we have 3 program change requests for the library. The first one is regarding the Lompoc Literacy Program, just as Mr. Wilkie mentioned earlier. The cost of basically taking half of the literacy coordinator's salary, which is about 30 hours each payroll, and have it be funded by the City of Lompoc. And you can see the total cost of that is about $26,000 every year. And in the left-hand corner, you can see past city allocations to the program. So in 05-06, there was $40,000 allocated to the program. In the 2007-09, $37,000. In 2009-11, we actually did not come to the city and ask for money, and instead tried to make the program more efficient and save some costs. So we changed the position to a 75% job share to help with that. And we also did, that same year, we did a lot of fundraising, which we realized was not sustainable, because then the literacy coordinator has no time to spend on her program. She's spending all her time fundraising, so it's not very effective. And then, of course, as you know, in June 2012, there was $21,000. So as you can see, there's an ongoing history of the city giving money to this program, because there's never enough money for this program to run itself. It just, you saw earlier the pie chart, there is no stable source of funding for this except from the state. And even when we did get money from the state, it wasn't enough. So moving forward, this program can make a big difference if it actually starts out with stable funding from the onset, and then the literacy coordinator can move forward knowing that, you know, she actually can run her program and doesn't have to worry every year, am I going to be able to do this? Is the program going to die? Do I have to, you know, give it all up? So that's what we're asking for this year, and I hate to put it in these dire terms, but without approval of this program change, we don't see any feasible way to continue this program. So without this, the program will probably be unable to continue operations. There's really no point to making the position something like, you know, a 25% or anything like that. There's just, I mean, when you're managing over 100 volunteers, you need somebody who can train them and order materials and deal with all of the ongoing responsibilities of that. Okay, the second program change request is an increase of the library's open hours. Currently, the library is open 36 hours per week. You can see on the left at the bottom is our current hours. Monday and Tuesday from 10 to 5, Wednesday and Thursday from 1 to 8, and Friday and Saturday from 1 to 5, closed on Sundays. Now, most of you probably remember not that long ago, the library was actually open 60 hours a week and was open on Sundays. Or, excuse me, 50 hours a week. And even 50 hours a week is really not that ideal, to be completely honest with you, but it's perfectly acceptable. 36 hours a week is quite honestly kind of pathetic. If you look at other libraries, we're open the same amount of hours as the Solving Library. I mean, they have a third of our population and a fifth of our circulation. We have 33,000 computer sessions every year, and we would have more, except we're booked every hour that we're open. So, we can only have so many. So to have the same amount of hours as a library that small is really kind of silly. There's other libraries that are, actually have a lot more than us. Montecito, 45 hours a week. Carpinteria, 47. Of course, Santa Barbara Central has 55. Santa Maria just increased their hours again. In fact, even Guadalupe, which, as you guys know, is an extremely small city with a very small library, has 32 hours, open hours a week this year, and the Lompoc Library is 36. Our Village branch is open 41, and the Buellton branch is open 47. So even though Lompoc is the central library for this system, we are open the least amount of hours. And the reason for that is we've just been hit harder with funding, with cuts in funding rather than our other two libraries. So I presented two options here for you. The first one is adding back an additional 8 hours of service. So that would be able to give us Monday and Tuesday from 10 to 6, Wednesday and Thursday from 12 to 8, and Friday and Saturday from 12 to 6, or something along those lines. Option 2 is everything I just mentioned, plus being open on Sundays, again, which is one of our most requested things from library patrons. So grand total, that would be give the library 50 hours of service, bringing us back to the level we had in 2009, and it would allow us to restore Sundays. So grand total, that's $54,000. All told, that's really not that expensive to be open 50 hours a week. And keep in mind, when the economy goes down, people use the library more. So even though we have less hours than we have ever had, our circulation and usage of the library has actually went up 5%. So we are literally doing more with less. And lastly, this is a very minor change that we're requesting. The Village Library Branch Manager is a part-time temporary position. And we're not asking to increase their hours in any way, but just to let them become a budgeted position, which means they would actually be able to accrue health and sick time. And they are actually already PERS, so they accrue it somewhat, but as you guys know, at a later date. So this is a very minor change. You can see a couple $1,000s. Okay, our capital improvement requests, you've actually seen many of these in the past. The top two are new. The parking lot needs to be resurfaced quite badly. It's about $12,000. And Public Works Department roughly estimates that the cost of this project will increase by 40% each budget cycle. So $12,000 now is a steal compared to what it'll be next budget cycle. Next is shelving stabilization. This has been talked about in the past at city council meetings, so I'm sure you're all familiar with it. But basically, the shelving in the library is not anchored in any way, so if there were to be an earthquake, we have a very potentially dangerous situation. If you can imagine all those bookshelves falling over and the books on them and all of that. And then the other three have been brought here before replacing the carpet. The existing dumbwaiter that we have at the library is very old and parts can no longer be, they have to actually be manufactured for it. And then the exterior slab footing around the library is breaking off in places and rusty pieces of the steel rebar are exposed. So, like I said, the last three are not very new requests. And lastly is something I'd like you to strongly consider. There's technology. I personally believe that the best way for the library to move forward, and probably many city departments, is to actually look at what's available that technology-wise that we can use to run things more efficiently, so basically do the same work but for cheaper. This RFID stands for radio frequency identification, and many libraries are doing this. This really is the wave of the future and will have to happen at some point. And basically it lets us make a lot of changes that I won't really go into, but the big thing is it allows us to install self-check machines, which means we don't need as many staff on hand to stand there and check out books, which is a very repetitive motion that doesn't require, honestly, a lot of thought. So there's a one-time cost for this. It's about $80,000 to install the technology. Even after annual maintenance, it would still save approximately $20,000 to $25,000 annually in part-time salaries. So doing something like this, one-time cost, and then this is a very easy way for us to increase our hours again without a lot of effort moving forward. It's just one time, and then we're able to recognize the savings and do something with it. It also allows for further efficiencies in workflow, including allowing staff to spend their downtime working on more productive tasks rather than repetitive motions. It allows for a more accurate and useful security system for library materials. And for example, in San Luis Obispo, they have this technology, and the self-check machines have a thing on the side where you just swipe your credit card through. They're actually now recovering 90% of their fines because people find it so convenient to just swipe their credit card when they're checking their books out rather than going through all the motions of actually paying a cashier. So there's all sorts of ways in which this technology is very beneficial. Okay, and I also put down here, so this could allow for more open hours or just reduce the amount of reserves that we're using for daily operations. And that is everything I have.
So what's your uncollected fine amount per year now, roughly?
Uncollected, it's pretty large. I would say people that are in collections probably total $400,000 to $500,000. And typically every year we collect about $45,000 in fines.
Okay, how much do you not collect in a year? That's the question. Do you have
In
any
a
idea?
single year, do we not collect?
Yeah.
I don't have a number. I could get a number like that, but I definitely don't have anything off the top of my head.
Might be a good number in support of your automated checkout system, because that would be an offset if you were going to collect you could use San Luis as the example, see how much they're collecting as a percentage, and you could compare it to how much you're not collecting, add that percentage, and it could justify this. And I think the other thing you might talk to San Luis about is how much their material loss was reduced. Because I assume if you try to walk out the door one of these books with the device in it, the alarm goes off.
Right, and we do have a system like that at the library. It's just much older technology and not nearly as effective. So
in trying to sell us this, you should look at all the savings, and you might find out that within a 2-year budget, if you could justify in the 2-year budget where the income was going to offset the expense, then I'm pretty sure you could get all of us to agree to it in about half a heartbeat. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Ashley?
Thank you, Marilyn. Mr. Wilkie, is there any potential for a loan or revolving loan fund or any way to loan the library the money to purchase this, and then the repayment would be done through the cost savings that was mentioned, which was approximately $20,000 to $25,000 a year?
I can't speak for the library board itself, but the reserves that Ashley's talking about in regards to operating use, that could be a source of funding for this particular activity within the library itself without having an opportunity to borrow money from internal service funds, for instance.
But then we would have the mechanism to repay that per year based on the cost savings that would be set aside?
That is one opportunity, yeah, that we could do it that way. To be able to recognize what the savings is, that could be one of the ways we do it, yeah. So it's an opportunity. I'm just saying that it might be cheaper for the library to do it internally, funding it through its own reserves rather than having a explicit interest rate on an inter-fund loan.
Right, but this is an option I would like to look into, because amortized over 5 years, that could be repayment, and then it would take a while to recognize those savings, but it would be a very smart long-term decision to make.
And we likely could see those savings whether we had a loan or not. We could set up a mechanism where we are able to track that just internally within the department to find out how long it takes for that payback to happen.
That and including the fine amounts that are now collected as well. Yeah. So I would like to look into that further, please. Thank you.
So the Dirk and John question is, could impact fees be used for this because it's an improvement?
To be completely honest with you, I'm unsure.
I'm looking at
Maybe.
him, not you. You're
I was
safe on
hoping
that
so.
one. Or there's the old shell game. You use the impact fees for the bookmobile and use some bookmobile money to fund this.
Well, actually, the other way around is the current dedication to impact fees right now is to fund a portion of the bookmobile for Charlotte's Web, but ignoring that, this would be something that would be an eligible cost because it's for books and materials for the library. So the use of the impact fees is prescribed by the impact fee study, which I don't have in front of me, but I'm pretty sure it was for books and materials and equipment for the library, not necessarily only for construction of a new facility. So it would be eligible.
I think it has to be something that's an improvement, not a replacement, and this would definitely be an improvement.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so there you go, Ashley. We gave you 3 ways to figure it out. Now, if you're real lucky, you can use the AB 1600 money for this, and then you can have a budget savings of $20,000 or $25,000 a year and pick up $50,000 in fines, and you'll be the hero of the library board.
Thank you.
That was easy.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ashley, whichever one of you.
One quick question is that you give us a choice. You have the public library says the literacy program or increase the hours.
I listed these in order of priority, so I definitely believe that the literacy program should be the first priority, and then if there were any additional,
That's something I wanted to bring to council's attention. Although we discussed the position, the $110,000 being unfunded for the North County Rape Crisis Center, also listed under Mr. Wilkie's presentation was the $42,000 approximately to continue this program. I believe it is my understanding that the state grants are approximately $20,000 a year. Is that correct?
that's right.
So what I would like to propose to council, and I really hope I get support here, is that the city actually does a matching of the state grants, which would mean we would be giving less than anticipated, but we would still be giving a considerable amount to that literacy program. And that also means if the state decided to defund, the city would also defund that program because I don't think it would survive either way. So that's my suggestion, and I would really hope that I would have council support for staff to try to include that in the budget. Thank you.
I'd like to, and I agree on the value of the literacy program, but I'd like to maybe get let's try to twist this. So if we got AB 1600 money and then you save $25,000, then you would have the money to fund the literacy program for 1 year, and then if you got another $25,000 out of fines, you could fund the literacy program for the other year, and maybe we could solve all of our problems in one lick. And if we were real lucky, you might get enough fine money to add some hours. And then after we look at all those things, maybe you can come back to us and tell us what you really need.
Well, the
with all these
literacy
moving
program is a separate program apart from the library. So,
But you could choose to use library funds for it by an action of the board. Or we could reallocate some of the funds we give to the library to the literacy program. I mean, we can chase the dollars around however you need them chased. But maybe we could look at this one and see if there's a combination savings in there that would help us.
Marilyn, without understanding how much uncollected fine amounts you would get per year, and even still, that would be an estimate, and we're talking about really being lucky here. I think I'm going to stand firm in that we continue the literacy funding, matching the state levels in this budget cycle, focus on the impact fees as a separate issue, and if there is cost savings for that, we can discuss that at that time. Only because you say, maybe there's $400,000 in uncollected fines, but that's over a period of how many years,
yeah, that's total our entire lifetime.
Right. So then you're not looking at $25,000 of uncollected fines per year, most likely, until we hear that number.
I believe the uncollected fines will not be nearly as significant as you might be thinking when I say 90%. That just means 90% of the fines they take in are through their machines. So they are taking in more fines, but it doesn't mean they're actually collecting every single penny that people owe.
Correct. Well, and I'm not saying we wouldn't fund the literacy program. I'd just like to see all these numbers in one stack to see if there's a way to reduce the amount. So I'm not opposed to funding the literacy program, but I'm looking for another mechanism.
I understand that. I'm not necessarily saying that this cost savings from new technology should be used for the literacy program. I think that's where we're disagreeing.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Public comment. Anyone want to talk to us on the library? Okay, seeing no one rise, we'll close that and we'll come back to the next presentation. City Administrator?
Mr. Mayor and Council, the next department is Public Works, and I'll invite Kevin McCune to present.
Okay, good afternoon. So, Public Works. Before I get too far into the presentation, I want to do a couple of thank yous. First, I wanted to thank all my division heads for their hard work helping me put the budget together. I'm not sure if you know, but this is something we've been working on for about 3 months now. Obviously, our normal jobs don't stop just because the budget needs to be prepared. So there's been a lot of nights and weekends working on this, and I thank my division heads for doing that. I also had one of my main division heads go out on a serious medical condition, so I wanted to recognize the supervisors that stood up and kind of filled in. John Bauer, Mark Majors, and Jennifer Scouten really stepped up and went above and beyond. So thank you to them. Okay, so Public Works is made up of 9 divisions and actually 10 different budget categories. It's a fairly large department. My presentation is organized from left to right, so we'll start with engineering and kind of end with parks. I'll hit each one of the divisions individually, and if we can take comments on those as we move forward, so it'll kind of keep it organized. A couple of changes since the last budget. We've added building, urban forestry, and park maintenance since last time you've seen Public Works. We did lose solid waste to the utilities, and so we've grown, and I think we've got some good momentum going. I've got 3 key managers that report to me: the Assistant Public Works Director, City Engineer Mike Luther, the Facilities and Fleet Management Superintendent Anthony Garcia, and the Parks and Urban Forestry Manager Cindy McCall. And then I have a direct report under building, which is Michael McGivney, who's a contract employee, and reports directly to me. So, moving on. So just to kind of get the relative size of Public Works, we're about $24 million in expenditures. This is just last year's budget, just straight out of the budget page. So it doesn't reflect any budget adjustments, but that's the relative size of Public Works. In terms of employees, we're about 75 full-time equivalents. That makes us second behind the utility department. We're about 40% smaller in terms of number of employees. As I go through this, the question always comes up: which divisions are funded by the general fund, which aren't? So I'll be talking about that and pointing out the funding sources for each division. So starting with the engineering division, Mike Luther is sitting next to me here. He's the Assistant Public Works Director, City Engineer. Engineering division is one of the divisions that is funded by the roads funds. In order to get roads funds, the general fund puts in a little bit of money based on the level of contributions in, I believe it was 84. It's about $380,000, something like that. So there's a little bit of general fund money when it comes to getting roads funds. That amount of money is fixed; it doesn't go up, and you have to spend that money to get the gas tax and the other roads fund. So it's Although there is a little bit of general fund in there, it's kind of a fixed amount. So largely funded by something else besides general funds. Engineering does a lot of tasks. They're a cost recovery division, so they do a lot of work for other divisions. A lot of their customers are actually the water department, the wastewater department, as they work on various capital projects, development review. So all that time is tracked through a work order system. The time is billed back to whatever the project is that they're working on. Things that they do: administration of public works construction projects. They represent the city at various transportation committees, including SBCAG. There's a traffic program where we do traffic studies, stop signs, signal warrants, those type of things. And a lot of requests that we get from the public are related to that, traffic-related questions. Can I have a red curb here? Should we do something different regarding traffic? Inspections. So during development, as the project moves forward, the engineering department will review the public improvements in the city right-of-way, and that's a service we also provide to the utility department. So all the water connections and the kind of the utility connection stuff is actually done out of the engineering division, saving some time on that. Development review, I talked about. Floodplain ordinance, that's another thing that is assigned to the engineering division. So the other point I wanted to make is last budget we lost one full-time equivalent in engineering. That individual was doing development review and also CIP design. So what we did is we ended up...
Translation for CIP.
I'm sorry, capital improvement project. So that would be city projects. Maybe we're going to put in a storm drain system or put in a water line. City-funded projects. Engineering handles a lot of those type of projects for our various divisions. With the loss of that individual, we weren't able to do as many projects as we had in the past. We ended up handling the development review under a contract. We bring a contractor in and basically plan check those give that person the plan check responsibilities for those. And we've just kind of had to suck up the rest of the capital improvement project design. That's resulted in a somewhat large backlog of capital projects. The last time I looked, I think we were in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 projects that are on our list to work on. So they're a very busy division, trying to keep up with everything. I noticed they do have one vacant position that you've advertised for, and we're going to fill that as soon as possible. If there's no questions on that one, I'll move on.
This is kind of, it has to do with engineering. I was told the other day that with regard to building or plan check, that at some point in the past, engineering did the review for both water and wastewater some time long ago, and then at some point wastewater and water were charged with doing those reviews, which means the plans have to go to 2 more people. Would it be feasible for you guys to take that responsibility back to try to streamline some of our plan review process? It seems like now that Broadspec has their plan check down to a really short number, we tend to be the slowdown now because we have so many hands that it has to go through.
Right. So Broadspec handles the building plan checks and the grading plan checks. Engineering coordinates the rest of the city plan check stuff. So that if it's, like you said, utilities, streets, those type of things. What happens is engineering coordinates the comments, but the actual plan reviews are still done by the individual division. So if water has a comment on a commercial project that's being proposed, they'll put their comments together, they'll give it to engineering, and we're kind of the ones that are the ones that make sure the applicant gets the information in a way that they can understand it. So we're kind of the interpreter maybe of doing it. I've been here 13 years. We've never done the utility comments for them the time that I've been here, so that would predate
apparently me. Quite a few years ago.
Yeah, that would predate me. We generally don't. We'd have to talk to utilities and see how comfortable they felt with that. It's obviously something we could look into if you wanted us to.
Just from the opportunity to streamline a process that's now become the slow part of the process. Used to be the building department was the slow part of the process, and you guys were the shining stars, and now they've outrun you.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
Sure. So capital projects. Again, I said we had a backlog of 20 to 25 projects. Obviously, these are not those. These are the ones that the new projects that we see on our horizon for the next budget. The rest of the projects are already funded, so we didn't feel like it would be useful to take time talking about those. Sidewalk SR2S stands for Safe Route to School, and that's either a state or a federal funded program. We've been very successful to get grants under the Safe Route to School program, and we have proposed 2 projects to do that. That's generally sidewalks or crossing improvements, maybe bulb outs at an intersection to increase the ability to cross at an intersection. And then every year we try to do a street rehab project. That's generally an asphalt overlay project, where we use our PMS system to identify the areas that need to be addressed and put together a capital project to overlay those projects. Any questions on any of those lists?
That little funding uptick that we're going to get from that goes to transit, that then the excess trickles through, would that end up in street rehabilitation?
Yes, yes. The TDA funds that we don't use for transit can be used for street improvements. So they're used to fund, they're one of the other road funds that are used to fund the various road fund divisions and capital projects.
Thank you.
Yep. Yes, that's a good clarification. There's no general fund in any of these capital projects. These are all road funds, 100%. For some reason it's not. There we go. Okay. Okay, so street maintenance. Street maintenance division is another one of the divisions under the direct responsibility of Mike Luther. So he has 25% of his time devoted to this. There have been some changes to the street division since the last budget. We eliminated the street superintendent, and this saved about $100,000 in department overhead, so I think that was a very positive change. We did keep the street supervisor position, so the kind of in the field, on the ground supervision is still there. Other than the a little bit of general fund I talked about before. This is a street-funded division, so there's no general fund in this division. Measure A, gas tax, and the TDA that the mayor just mentioned is the major contributors to the budget for this division. While we're on this slide, I wanted to talk about some of the traffic support that the streets provides for various city activities. The Flower Festival, Holiday Parade, PD crews, the alumni crews, and the Old Town Market have all historically, Streets Department has all historically provided the traffic control and set up and takedown for those activities at no cost to the actual activity. I wanted to make sure that got into my presentation, and unless you say differently, we'll continue to do that. This last budget, we added the Mural in a Day program under the direction of the city administrator as another one that we provided traffic control for and didn't charge for.
Kevin, there's a bunch of vacancies in there. Are those positions that you intend to fill ultimately, or you're holding them open, or where are you at on those?
Yes. We took to heart that this was supposed to be a status quo budget, so we would like to keep those available to be funded in the future, but we're on board with kind of seeing where the budget falls out first.
So they're hold opens?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add to that a little bit. The fact that the general fund has a fixed obligation to support the other road fund monies that we get from various sources, by holding these positions open, which helps us in managing our Measure A, Measure D transition, it does not really have a direct impact on the budget gap for the general fund. So that's one distinction between these sets of programs as opposed to somebody who's entirely in the general fund.
What it basically does is shift salary dollars to street maintenance projects, in effect. You have fewer road dollars go into salary, so you have more money for rehabilitation work.
Yeah, effectively, the major funding source is Measure A, so if we're not able to continue the level of street maintenance through this division, it leaves available more funds in Measure A for other things. But
improvement projects.
But one of the aspects of Measure A is street maintenance, ongoing street maintenance operations too.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, Measure A is the large contributor to both the capital side and the salary side of the division. And I think Mike pointed out that we did have one vacancy due to someone moved on, so we will be filling the heavy equipment operator position and advertising for that. Okay, so capital outlays. The only one we have in the street department is we'd like to add a portable, actually I think these are two portable changeable solar message signs. We actually have one that is very old and, okay, we don't have one. Thank you. So we've rented these as we've needed them. So for the big parades and those type of large scale traffic control needs, we've always rented those. It's always a cost. We see a need to go ahead and have one in house and use those, and we like to request, again, no general fund, but probably use some measure money to buy two of these.
Everybody good with that?
Mayor Lynn, what was the approximate cost to rent those for the last fiscal year?
To rent two, it costs about $1,000 every event. So we have the potential to use them on more events, but we just don't want to rent them. So if we had them in-house, we'd use them more.
I'm just wondering how big of a difference it is. I understand that it's not general fund monies. I get that. I'm just curious, if we're talking about $2,000 every time and we have 10 events, it's still $20,000. So then this would repay itself in 2 years. That's what I'm trying to establish.
I think it'd take longer than 2 years, but it will pay for itself, yes. Probably more like 5 years.
Is there an expectation for any kind of maintenance? Is your special maintenance required for these signs or anything like that?
Well, they're battery operated, so at some point you'd have to replace batteries.
Thank you.
Kevin, did you say you were going to buy two?
Two. That's for two.
Yes, $35,000 would buy two of them. Yes.
Okay. Everybody's good with that? Yes? Yes, yes. Okay.
Okay, so moving on to the airport division. Again, another one with direct oversight by Mike Luther as the Assistant Public Works Director. We have a small staff, and they're all chargeable as little as possible to the airport division because the airport doesn't have an awful lot of money. Funding for the airport is through FAA grants. There is a small enterprise portion of it also that there's funding from hangar rents at the airport. No general fund is involved in the airport administration or budget, so it's a self-supporting program. We are a full-service general aviation airport, and kind of the notable recent event was jet fuel, adding jet fuel there a couple years ago. So we have 2 fuel stations on board, and I think it's a real benefit to the community to have the airport. We have one capital outlay request. We have an existing built-in heater for the administration building at the airport. The heater is failing and needs to be replaced. We'd like to upgrade it to have air conditioning also. And this would be a service. The airport administration building is not only an administration building, it's also the pilot's lounge, place for restrooms for pilots, and where, make a phone call, that type of thing. So it's a public building as well as an administration building.
And I would say one of the important things about it is we're trying to attract more general aviation business, and we want them to have a nice place to come to.
Right.
And we can't afford a new building right now. So
No.
I would strongly support that. Everybody, it's airport funding. It's airport funding, okay?
Correct.
Marilyn, one question. What would be the remaining balance if this $5,200 was used?
Can you help me with that?
They get a lot, their income stream is through their fuel sales.
They have a fairly healthy reserve. I would think it's in the $100,000 range right now. The money they get from the enterprise activities fully supports that. So, and the money that they have to spend on improvements are coming almost entirely from FAA grants. So, the money they're generating off the hangar rents is adding to their bottom line. So,
Thank you.
Go ahead.
One question I know has been brought up a couple of times in other places, but I don't know if you'd have any information, is that there's a larger jets that like to fly out of there, and of course there has to be a panel put across by the road. Is there any idea on costs and what the income increase would be by having other jets or planes land by having a facility put there?
Right. I don't know that we've put pen to paper on the economic, you're asking about the economic benefit of having extra jets there. Yeah, I don't have any numbers to give you. Certainly if we're going to have, I think it was a Falcon that was here last time, if we're going to have planes like that here, we would need to put in the blast fence as the consultant was talking about. And, you know, that's kind of an improvement that needs to be made in the future. It's not the one that we're recommending for this budget, but I think it's it would be a benefit to the airport, no doubt about it.
I know it wouldn't be something we have right now, but it'd be something to look at and sit down and start putting some figures together, what it would add, what it would cost, so that when it does come forward, we'd have some more information on it.
Okay, so the two capital improvements that we've requested, and again, these are projects, well, at least the first project is a FAA-funded project. So there's a process to go through to get the FAA funds. We've already started that grant application process. This is the next project on the list that was identified in the airport master plan. It's a ramp rebuild. The asphalt that's there on the ramp and part of the taxiway on the north side of the airport is to the point now where it needs to be looked at. As planes travel over it, and if they're a prop-driven plane, they pick up the rock out of the asphalt and it dings the prop. So it's time to go ahead and address that. This would be funded by FAA, and 90%, there'd be a 90% funding, 5% from the state, and 5% for the airport. So we've looked at our reserves. We think we can swing that, and we'd recommend moving forward with that project. The second project is a leftover project, mitigation planting from the runway extension that was completed a few years back. We're still on the hook to do mitigation planting. We're working with planning staff about what that really will be. We're hoping to perhaps not put it where it was originally planned, which is down on the lower bench where the motorsports park wants to go. So we're looking at some alternative mitigation areas, and anyway, we're keeping it in the budget to be ready when that opportunity arises. But that $80,000 is actually leftover money from the construction project that can be used for that whenever we're ready.
Kevin, somewhere along the way there was another conversation on another subject, and there was a discussion of a state fund that you can just pay into in lieu of. Do you know if that's less expensive, more expensive, or?
Right, so they're calling that the alternative mitigation option.
That's where the state gets our money again.
And that apparently is how much money do you have? And anyway, they have these programs throughout the state that or projects that need money, and it's a negotiation of, well, how much will you pay to get out of the mitigation that you have to do? So we're working with planning staff to kind of figure out the best deal for the airport, and maybe not spend all the $80,000. We'll see. You have some more to add to that?
Just the numbers I've heard, it's much more than the money we have available. So I don't know if it's a real option or not.
What are we mitigating? Willows? We can plant them down here for riverbank erosion, huh?
Oh, I agree. So when the airport was the runway was extended, we had to take out willows at the end of the runway, and we were supposed to plant them on the airport property down the lower bench. We, in fact, did do that. We planted the willows. They didn't live, or at least they didn't live as long as Fish and Game wanted them to live. Now, if you go down there, there's willows all over the place, but apparently that doesn't count. So it's a frustrating process. And so when the mitigation failed, we didn't pay the contractor the amount that was in the bid to do the mitigation. That's why there's money left over.
Could we go pick up the little brass tags that were on the ones that died and just move them over to another willow? They
So
had ID tags, right?
that's an ongoing one that we're trying to, eventually we'll get that taken care of.
All gone 68.
Yeah, they were, huh? Do you have a sense, in the airport master plan, there was some repainting to eliminate the displaced landing threshold? Have you guys looked into what it would cost to do that yet?
I don't recall the.
No, painting.
Painting.
To change the runway. They said we didn't need to have the displaced landing threshold for some reason.
So just a restriping of the
Kind of an
threshold?
unstriping, I guess, and then moving the stripe. I don't know.
I don't think we have we? Yeah.
The same but different.
Yeah, I don't have a number for
Could
that.
could we maybe get that rolled into this little project while we're at it? Because there's going to be some striping involved in that. We might have some cost savings by having the guy that's already there go do that.
Okay.
And apparently, from what the pilots say, that's beneficial for larger aircraft.
I think you're talking about the runway, though. 'cause
Yes, correct.
This project is actually in the taxiway.
Yeah, I know. But I'm thinking, while the guy's there painting one thing, we might get the other one painted for a cheap deal.
Two for the price of one.
You guys could look into that,
Take a
see if
look
we
at
could
it.
get a package deal.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it.
Right.
Obviously, the goal would be to get the FAA to fund it. So that'll probably be the key is what will they fund? Okay. Okay. Moving on to the transit division. Again, another division supervised by Mike. Funding for transit is FTA, TDA, largely, and no general fund involved in the transit division. Transit is COLT, which is City of Lompoc Transit. We also have the Wine Country Run that goes in back and forth to the San Ynez Valley. We recently picked up Clean Air Express, which is back and forth to the South County. So a lot going on in transit at the moment. We've been in front of you recently to talk about the schedule changes and the challenges with the fare box ratio. And we'll be back, I think it was 6 months, we promised we'd be back to talk some more about that. The challenge is we have to maintain a 20% fare box ratio in transit or jeopardize the loss of some TDA funds. So the goal is to up our fare box ratio. It hasn't been meeting the requirements. Some of the things we've done recently to help that is we eliminated one route and we reduced our daily hours by 1 hour a day. So we took a look at the hour that was least ridden and the route that was least ridden and eliminated those. We have a workshop scheduled for March to talk about the schedule changes that we implemented in January, and there may be some more tweaking that we can do to the schedule to better meet our customer needs, and we want to hear some feedback from them. We'll be doing rider satisfaction surveys and a secret rider program. I think Councilmember Linglewood had suggested that, so we're on track to implement all of that. Any questions on any of that?
No question. I'm just going to say that my wife works out at one of the places in town, and the ladies that go down there say that Lompoc has the best transit system, 3 times better than Santa Maria, because they'll pick them up their door, take them to the grocery store, take them down to work out and whatever. So they're 100% thinking Lompoc has the best system around. So I just give you that. And so I told them to write a letter to the editor.
Oh, good.
I had a lot of positive comments from a couple people that I know that ride regularly about the recent schedule changes. So I think you hit a bunch of the targets there.
Good. Okay, a couple of capital outlays for transit. We would like to purchase 3 buses. This is just a part of our normal bus replacement program as the buses wear out. Looks like we have 2 in year 1 and 1 in year 2. And similar to the airport, we have a transit administration building that has a failing heater that we'd like to replace for $5,400 in year 1. So any questions on either one of those?
With regard to the bus replacements, are you guys going to look for CNG buses this time around, see if we can save some money on fuel?
Well, I think we'd probably wait for the CNG facility to be built before we talk about that.
It's going to be built next month,
Okay.
so you should start thinking now.
Okay.
I already surveyed it.
Yeah,
Good.
and they've been out there and surveying, and we look forward to the concrete being broken any day.
Excellent.
Because in the deal I attended at Long Beach last year for CNG, that the 2 big things were trash trucks and commuter buses, where CNG conversions are going crazy. And everybody else is kind of trailing along thereafter. But at a 40% fuel savings, it could kick some more money through the streets, couldn't it?
Yes, it could.
Kevin, I think I bring this up every year, and, most of our buses, people look at them and they're empty most of the times. Can we start looking at some of the smaller buses for different routes at different times? I know we have a couple of the smaller buses, but it seems like we have the larger buses going most of the time around the community, so.
Yeah, we could look at bus size. We buy the cutaways, which are 20 passenger, 25 passenger. Maybe there's an option for even smaller buses than that. I know we have the next step down, and we have a van, and that'd probably be too small for fixed route service, but maybe there's something in between.
Okay.
Yeah, we buy off the state bid, and we'll just got to take a look and see what's available.
Okay, thanks.
I got a nice offer from an outfit in New Jersey with some good used CNG transit buses for $15,000.
But you got to go back there and drive them back.
Yeah, I just got to drive them out.
Hope they make it.
And so what occurs with the buses that I'm assuming will be decommissioned and no longer used?
Yes, those are surplus. They're sold at an auction, I believe, that we use for all of our vehicles when they're surplus.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, capital improvements. Number 1 is what you've recently heard from us. So the vote recently was to go ahead and focus on Old Town for the placement of the transit center. So we'll be returning to you with some layout options for that. And once we get concurrence, we'll move forward with the design and construction. And 1.6, I believe, is the amount of 1B money. Is that the total amount of 1B money that we have? No, okay. So I think 1.6 probably was the estimate off of the old transit center design, the one that is a couple years old now. 2.3 is what we have in total 1B funds available to build the transit center. Second item is re-roof the transit building. I think that's exactly what it says. The roof needs to be replaced, and we need $10,000 to do it. No general fund would be in either one of these projects.
And what you're looking for on this with regard to the transit center, because I would hope it would be an awful lot less, is just a bookmark on these funds for that purpose.
Right. Yeah, obviously what we don't spend could be used on another transit-related project, and I'd be happy to talk some more about what that would be.
Okay, everybody good with that? Realizing that the 1.6 is just a bookmark.
Yeah.
Brad, you have something to say?
Well, it's just the full $2.3 million that we have on hand is not the full amount that we're going to be getting for the whole entire Prop 1B. So we'll have the cash on hand. To be able to expend that, we'll need the appropriation. So if we were to do the transit center and then something else, we have to come back for the appropriation, even if the transit center is substantially less than 1.6. So by budgeting this and having the appropriation out there, we can always come back to council and say, we spent this much on the transit center, here's the next project that is eligible for use of Prop 1B monies. We can go ahead and spend it right now because we don't need authorization to spend that because we already have authorization in the budget.
This is a little off topic, but it just came to my mind. Is I'm wondering, I know we've discussed doing advertising, somehow getting advertising involved in our transit system. Is that something that we feel like would use transit funds to get started and to advertise, or would that be something we would have to focus on general fund and then the income would then come to general fund? Have we talked about that internally? I know that's a new idea.
Yeah, marketing was one of the things that was brought up at the last meeting, and we certainly have a plan to go forward and do some more marketing. Is that what you're talking about, or actually selling advertising?
Right, selling advertising, and that's why I was curious if anything like that would need to be included in this budget cycle for your department to do that, or if that's something we felt like Teresa and her department would be doing. I know that we've talked about that being a potential revenue stream and where that revenue would be going. I just didn't know if that conversation needed to take place in this context or not.
Yeah, currently we do have advertising on the buses. It could be probably marketed better. So we do that now, and it's just I could be happy to work with Teresa on how to kind of maximize that leverage that we have.
I'm just, if we need to set some money aside for that, and I think that when I think it was Bob that spoke about, we're talking about some serious advertising on the sides of buses, not small ads on the inside of the bus, if that made sense. Councilmember Lingle, do you remember that conversation?
Yes, I remember, but it wasn't me that brought it up, it was a good idea.
You'll accept the ideas.
We'll share. We'll all share. Don't shoot me for saying C&G one more time, but with the 1B funds, if it proved that C&G was a good way to go, could we use 1B funds to put on our refueling system for our buses?
I think so. As long as it's transit related. So that was actually one of the, if we had money left over from the transit center, a vehicle maintenance facility upgrade of some sort was what I had in mind of presenting to you, and certainly it could be involving C&G also.
Well, if you spend 1.6 on that transit center, I'll be very disappointed in you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if our battery is running out here.
But if you spend $2 to get a better clicker, I think you might be a hero for everybody.
Could you forward me one slide, please, Ron? Okay. So I wanted to introduce Michael McGivney. I think he's here tonight. Is he around? He walked out. Couldn't stand around anymore. So Michael is an employee of BroadSpec. This goes back to the previous budget where we were looking for every nook and cranny on how to find some general fund. Building division is a general fund division, so this is one of the areas we looked for cost savings. Advertised the RFP and wrote a contract that basically shares revenue with BroadSpec. So as we issue permits and people develop, they get a cut of the revenue, and the city gets a cut of the revenue. So it's a cost-sharing arrangement. It's actually worked out pretty well. We had some bumps in the beginning, but I have not heard a lot of complaints about it lately, and I think we've kind of got the kinks worked out of it. So I'm happy with the way it's working at the moment. BroadSpec obviously provides the building official. They also provide the building inspections, and the city provides the development services assistant, Sue Carrillo. And I'm hearing that, there he is. So that's, yeah, come on up, Mike. So this is Michael McGivney, our building official, and I'm sure he got called to the counter or something. So that's the way the organization works. Michael reports directly to me from an organizational point of view, but he is the manager of the building division and kind of handles the day-to-day operations. We have one request for an outlay. There's a copier that's kind of used at the front of kind of by the front counter. The replacement of the copier would be shared with, I think it was planning and building and all the users up front. So this wouldn't just be $13,000 out of the building department. The copier is 7 years old. It's got over $500,000 of copies on it. It's just time to be replaced. So that's the number that would take to replace the copier.
Everybody good with a new copier? Okay. Before you pass by, I just want to say that in our efforts at economic development, one of the things that is an amazing tool is the full color guarantee that they gave us many years ago that we hand to every single prospect. And at first people said, you can't get that done that quick. And I say to them, well, you know, sometimes we're a day or two late. And they go, well, that's fine. And that has been a huge, huge tool. So, and thanks to you guys for making it on time most of the time and doing a great job working with people. And you weren't here earlier, so I'll repeat it again. I went out asking for letters from people we've dealt with, and the one from Black Tide Development said they had developed 400 projects in many western states, and this was the best place they'd ever been. Yeah, and I know you worked real hard with them, so yeah, good recognition, good job.
I do have a question.
They
about
loved everybody.
A question about the copier. Because it's going to be used by multiple departments, it'll be funded by multiple departments. Is that what you were alluding to?
Yes, that's what I meant to say. That's the way we bought it last time, and I don't remember what the cost allocation was, but it's used by everybody up front. So there would, I think, planning, building, and community services were kind of the big contributors, but it would be shared.
And you
theirs.
confirm that this is budgeted for all of those departments as well?
Yes, we'd have to work out the allocation with Brad, but that would.
Yeah, that's correct. The store's internal service fund charges all the departments based on the copper use. So that copper use has been generating monies going into stores for the eventual replacement of the machine, as well as the maintenance costs, the operating costs. So that this would be shared by the groups that are paying for it, which is by use of the copy charge. And that's been ongoing since we installed it.
Thank you.
So basically you have a reserve for it.
Well, if we had 500,000 copies, can we get 2 machines?
No.
That's all I had on building. And do you have any other questions on building? Okay. Okay, moving on to fleet and facilities. Another general fund division. Let's see, I'll start with the left side, which is the fleet side. Fleet maintains all the road vehicles that the city has, cars, trucks, motorcycles, trailers, fire trucks, those type of things. Also, a lot of the off-road vehicles, tractors and generators, those type of things. We also manage the communications system, the radios and the repeaters that are used by fire and police to have an efficient dispatch system. And then the right-hand side is the facilities side. This is really the more challenging side of the division. We maintain a lot of older buildings. Unfortunately, a lot of the city facilities have been built now for 30, 40 years ago, and they're starting to show their age. One of my concerns and one of my recommendations to you would be to start thinking about a building maintenance reserve fund. The thing with building maintenance is it's not, are you going to have to replace it? It's when are you going to have to replace it? And in the past, we've been lucky because we've had RDA to kind of save us when that roof needs to be replaced or that air conditioning goes out or the heater goes out, and we just got to do it. It's an emergency. We got to do it. We won't have that luxury in the future, but yet these things are still going to wear out. So it probably makes sense for us to come up with kind of a core group of items that we know we're going to need to fund in the next few budgets and start thinking about a reserve for that. That's all I had to say about the org chart. Any questions on this?
Does does facilities maintenance handle the parks buildings now too, or does the parks folks still maintain?
Some of them. I believe they have their own person in the aquatic center and the community center, but the other kind of Anderson Rec Center or the civic center, those type of things we do maintain.
And the park restrooms and those sort of things?
Yes.
Okay.
No?
No.
Parks maintains Parks Restaurant.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. Okay. So fleet capital outlays, every year we replace vehicles as they wear out. If they're funded, we have a lot of vehicles that are not funded. So this would be and the difference is if it's a vehicle that provides an essential service and that we've kind of always had, it's a funded vehicle and those get replaced as they wear out. If it's something that the department added with their own funds or just kind of a one-time funding source, the city doesn't pick up that vehicle and replace it when it wears out. So the 20 vehicles that are listed here representing about $1 million are the recommended funded vehicles and equipment that we would include in the budget. That's just a placeholder at this point. I mentioned that the manager of fleet had a health issue, so we're still working on what the actual 20 vehicles are. We know what some of them are, and some of them he wanted to make some changes to. So that's a kind of a placeholder number at this point.
And that's from a existing reserve fund for the purpose?
Well, it's not technically a reserve, right?
Okay.
It's
an amortization fund.
It's from a separate internal service fund that is paid for by all the using departments. So every year, the various departments that have vehicles in the replacement fleet pay a charge to keep this funding source available to pay for the vehicles that are needed to be replaced.
It's not a current year expense.
The current year expense is showing up in each individual department as the replacement charge. Yeah.
So everybody pays based on the ratio of how many vehicles they have in the replacement fleet to the total value of the replacement fleet. Number two is we have a awning that we like to fabricate and build next to the wash rack and the welding shop. As it rains, water gets in and causes havoc inside the welding shop, so we'd like to protect that area with a small $6,300 project. Any questions on either one of those two?
Any questions on these items? Everybody good with them?
Any reason why you can't do it?
Man, would you want to put your awning in the first year instead of the second year so you can drown less frequently?
Yes. Yeah, good idea.
Okay.
On these 20 vehicles, we'll get a chance to look. If these vehicles are determined that they could be extended 7, 8 years, then that department would be able to recoup their money that they've already put in there if they needed it for a capital project.
The way the funding works for these is the department fleet looks at the total number of vehicles that need to be replaced. We actually have several dozen vehicles that have already been deferred over time. So there's a building inventory of vehicles that are still in the replacement fleet that are not scheduled for replacement. That's a growing liability because at some point in time that needs to be replaced. The way that we fund the current budget cycle is we look at all the vehicles that are going to be replaced, and based on that funding ratio for each of the individual divisions, that their share of that capital outlay is based on their share of the overall fleet. So each individual year, the amount that's actually paid out is just based on that year's worth of capital outlay. But because we're pushing out more and more vehicles, because they last longer, we at some point in time where our capital outlay amounts in a future budget cycle will be higher than what it would otherwise be for just the regular 7 or 10 year replacement cycle for that period of time. So we're building a growing liability that what I'd like to do is if we have the $2 million as a goal for our capital outlay for this 2-year cycle, have the capital outlay charge that goes to every single division be more than that, so we can start setting aside money now so that in the future cycles, it'll mitigate what amount could be charged in those future outlying years. So we don't build up a $5 or $6 million obligation in any one budget cycle. We're trying to keep it so it's relatively steady.
Right, but if this vehicle is determined it has 6 more years of usable life on it, you could take the 6 years at the beginning of the amortization on that and apply it back to that department. See what I'm saying with this?
But the overall funding mechanism didn't go up or down in those years where that particular vehicle that had 6 more years of life on it, they are actually never paid money in those first 8 years on that particular vehicle. They were just paying their share of the overall fleet. The way you're looking at it is,
I understand now.
The way you're looking at it is, if we had the wherewithal, the ideal way of doing this is for each individual department to pay for their replacement cycle. But by doing that, you'd end up with a replacement fleet reserve of $25 or $30 million. That doesn't seem to be a very good use of our funds when we have all these other needs out there that are, because that would increase the overall cost of each individual budget, because we're not sharing the whole entire pool across the whole entire pool of the city. They be sharing just a pool within their own group. So this allows for the most inexpensive way of funding it citywide without having any individual department having an extraordinary cost up and down. It smooths it out, and it limits the amount that we have to set aside.
So what you're advocating is, let's say we kick 5 of these vehicles down the road and we don't replace them, that we take the money we would have spent to replace them now and we put that into a reserve account, so when that need piles up, we don't have a $4 million bill with no money to pay it.
15 or 20% in addition to what the capital outlay request is. So next year, if the amount that we're asking for in the next budget cycle is $500,000 more, we've already funded a portion of that $500,000 incremental increase, because we know we have this growing inventory of replacement vehicles that haven't been replaced because the division is working on maintaining the vehicles so they're in operating shape, and recognizes the fact that we haven't had good funding years in the last 2 or 3 cycles.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So technically, the 20 may not be replaced. It's just the discussion to be had.
Well, the discussion is that even if the 20 aren't replaced, the difference in the money would go into a reserve account for the year when they do have to be replaced. So if we kick the can down the road with the vehicles, the money goes down the road with it.
I know I've gotten this information once before, and if you don't have it, that's okay, but what is the total amount of vehicles that we have in fleet right now?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't have it in front of me.
I'm just curious. And, you know, if 20 is a regular number, right, is it approximately that much every year, or as you're saying that that's the fear, right, that it can vary quite a bit year to year?
We've always tried to target a dollar amount, but funding a fire truck or a compactor is significantly different than funding 4 or 5 squad cars, because the dollar amount for each one of those is substantially different, and the life of them is substantially different as well. So we're looking at it from a financial point of view, saying how much, based on the resources available to the general fund and all the other funds, what's the realistic funding component from each of the divisions, and we've been trying to keep that steady on an ongoing basis as much as possible.
But you should be able to schedule that out based on the kind of vehicle and understanding what the life of that vehicle and maintenance of that vehicle is.
Oh, fleet absolutely knows which vehicles are in the, theoretically, that are need to be replaced based on the replacement life of that particular vehicle. They know exactly which ones needs to be looked at. And then they use that list and look at them from a practical point of view and say, does this X vehicle really need to be replaced now based on its wear and tear, its historical repair history, and looks at it from that point of view, rather than just saying every 7 years we're going to replace this, whether it needs to be replaced or not.
Thank you.
Yeah, just kind of to add on to that, except for the PD vehicles, most vehicles have been carried over several times. As I look down the list, it's like Brad said, it's very unusual to replace the vehicle as soon as it reaches its mark. It's usually, because we're a small city, we don't put a lot of miles on our vehicles. Things tend to wear out before not because of miles, but because of other things. So we have a lot of vehicles that are 15 years old, and they still only have 45 to 50,000 miles on them. But they're kind of falling apart around everything. So it's a balancing act. But yeah, we certainly do not replace vehicles just because of how old they are. That is not what we do. And that number will change as we go deeper into the budget. Brad might say, well, we can't afford $1 million. We want to go for $800,000, and then we'll have to kind of reshuffle and see what we can fund. This is the only program change in all of Public Works. We're requesting a reclassification of one heavy equipment mechanic to a lead mechanic. What happens is, as the supervisor is away for whatever duties he has to going up to pick up some equipment somewhere, or he's just out of the shop, we need someone to kind of be in charge on the ground and in the shop to carry the procedures forward. So we'd like to add one of the positions, upgrade to a lead from just a regular equipment position.
How has this operated in the past? Why are you finding it unsuccessful now as opposed to previous years?
It's addressing a need that we've actually, this has been a request for several budgets now. This is a need that we see that continues to happen, that we need someone to be a lead in the absence of the supervisor, and it's just something we've never been able to fund up until now.
Thank you.
Kevin, what do these reclassifications represent? A 5%, 10%?
Well, it's in terms of percent of their salary, I don't know what the percent of their salary is, but I certainly could find out.
If you don't know, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Maybe it's been a little more obvious lately with the department or division head out too, because he might have normally been able to pull a little of that duty when the supervisor was out, and now you don't have him.
Right. Yeah, it's been an ongoing problem. It's not a lot of money. It seems like it would create some efficiencies there, and we were hoping to get that funded.
And the substantial portion of that would be not a general fund, because it would be for utility divisions, since they have the bulk of the vehicles.
That's right. Fleet is one of those funds that has a charge in every individual division's budget. So we're spread out across the city. So there's general fund in there, but it's not all general fund. It's utilities and the other road funds, and everybody pays their little piece of it.
I think maybe at this time we're in good enough shape we could move that along.
Yeah.
And especially if you can find one vehicle you don't need to be replaced, it would probably be about a wash. Everybody okay with that? Yeah. Bob? Sorry, can't see you. Ashley?
You said your comment was we didn't have the funds in the previous years because we were using them for other things such as capital outlays.
It's been a request in previous years. It's not been a request that has been funded. It's been accepted.
City Administrator, can you tell us why it hadn't been accepted in previous years, if you can recall?
Councilmember Costa and Council, I don't specifically recall at this time, but it had to have been weighed against other requests that didn't rise to the level of approval.
I think just another issue of cross-training, so you have another person with the same ability if somebody's out. So, I mean, it's something we probably should have had a long time ago, that you have somebody that could take over the department if somebody's gone, and I'm real glad to see it happen.
Okay, next.
Thank you. Okay, so facilities. So this is the other side of the org chart. So this facilities is the side that I was recommending we create a reserve to address some of these issues. First item is replacement of the City Hall entry card lock system. This is the lock that you swipe your card to get in. That equipment is old, and we can't actually purchase the anymore. So we'd like to upgrade that to a current model, and we're on borrowed time with that. As soon as the current programmer that we have breaks, we'll no longer be able to even make any cards anymore. So it's time to look hard at that. Number 2, new emergency security alarm panic buttons stationed at solid waste, urban forestry, parks, and streets. This was something that was requested by the users. We have a similar, is a wireless kind of button that sits under the desk. We have that at City Hall, and if there was a robbery or something, some altercation there, they would like to have some way to directly contact the police in a silent way rather than having to pick up the phone and do it. Number 3, fumigation of the fire station number 2, so that's time for some termite work there. Survey assessment of the roof condition at police, fire, solid waste, landfill, and art gallery. We know we have roof issues, and this would help us define exactly what maybe the interim fixes would be. We would pay a roofer to come in and kind of give us an expert opinion about what to do about those roofs. They're, again, all aging and all going to need some work in the future. Number 5 is one you've heard already at the library, repair damage to the lip foundation outside the library building. This is a architectural kind of facade. It isn't really a structural issue. It's just this part of the architecture of the library, and it's a piece of concrete that sticks out. It almost looks like a ledge as you look at the building. And the concrete is spalling as the rebar rust. It expands because of the rust, and it breaks away more concrete. So it'll continue to do what it's doing. It'll continue to get worse until we address it, and we're estimating $92.40 for that. Do you want to talk about any of these before I move on to the next page?
What's the primary funding mechanism for these?
This is general fund. Is the general fund money. So,
thank you,
Kevin. Yes. The survey of the roofs. If we're not putting any money into this cycle for repairs, why are we even doing the survey right now? You say you know that there's issues with these roofs, so why are we spending $2,700 to let someone else affirm that we have issues that we don't have any money in the budget to repair them for?
Right. So this would give us a plan on addressing the issues. So at what year, how many more years until we need to do a patch? What would that patch look, what kind of patch should it be? We wanted to get some expert advice on what, there's different roofs, they're on all the same type of roofs, they're all, we wanted to get some help with that.
Okay.
I want to take a step back really quickly. On the reclassification under fleet, what would be the primary funding mechanism for that?
Fleet is a cost recovery division, so there's the divisions that we do services for help fund us. So I don't know, Brad, can you help on what
Fleet has two funding sources. One is for operations, and one is for capital replacement of vehicles. Both of those are determined by the use of the services by the divisions. One's based on the share of the replacement fleet, and the other is how much of the services of fleet has been utilized by the division. So it's entirely cost recovered from the divisions that are utilizing that service. If somebody's using more repair needs than others, or they have a higher fuel consumption than the rest of it, it will determine how much each individual department is paying for it. Since a large majority of the vehicles that are in the replacement fleet or in the carryover fleet are probably outside the general fund, then majority of it would probably be paid for by those using departments that are outside the general fund. And just to clarify a little bit, on the capital outlay for the City Hall entry card lock, for instance, since the City Hall facilities operational costs are allocated through the cost allocation plan, it is based on how much of the facilities are utilized by the city as a whole. So even though the $8,300 is going to be a general fund department cost, through the cost allocation process, probably 50 to 75% of that's going to be allocated to the users that are within City Hall, including the utilities, fleet, airport, transit, and all these other users. So that slide I had this morning, about 20% of the general cost of the administration, you can probably use that as a proxy that 20% of that $8,000 would be ending up being a general fund cost.
Okay. There we go. So the last three items on the outlay list, Fire Station 1 has requested some replacement of cabinet doors and drawers in the kitchen. Again, that probably would be almost 100% general fund, I would imagine. Yep. Number 7, replace the radios for the custodial staff. We used to have radios for custodians, and just so you know, we have custodians kind of all around the various city facilities. As you can imagine, we need to get in touch with them and have them go where there's a need. They aren't issued cell phones, so it's difficult sometimes to organize our staff and get them to where they need to be. Or maybe there's a change during the day. So we'd like to get some radios that they can carry with them, and we can communicate. The last one is a aerial lift platform. This is one that we have, but it doesn't meet the current safety standards anymore. I think it's 15 to 20 years old, and we're looking at getting one that can lift up to 24 feet high to replace lights, things like that. $7,800 for that. Total request for capital outlays is $45,000.
From my standpoint, given where we are in the budget, I know that fixing that ledge at the library would be a nice thing, but I think we can just let it rust a while longer. And the rest of it seems like things we need to do. Preferably before our programmer breaks.
That's right. So did I hear you right? You wanted to hold off on the library?
Yeah, I think we could leave that one be for now. I mean, obviously this is a group decision, but that one doesn't ring as an urgent need for me. And I'm probably the one that got it put on the list because I started asking questions about it a while back. What about the rest of you folks?
Unfortunately, if the money isn't there, even if in the best case it's only 20% from the general fund, if we don't have money from the general fund to fund these things, we can't fund these things. So, I mean, these are all great ideas. This is all things we need to consider, and some of these are very small amounts. But fumigation of Fire Station 2, my assumption would be that would be entirely general fund. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
So that goes along with all the other requests by the fire department. So we just got to keep that in mind. We'll have to see if money's there. It doesn't sound like it's going to be there. It's good to see what we need to get done, but these may be future commitments. Thank you.
Dwayne?
Yeah, it's the same thing. I'd go ahead and still keep it, but this would be on the lower end of the list. And if things do change by the time we get to our budget, there maybe some of these we can bring back in, but I think we'll have to take a look at them a lot closer.
I mean, obviously, we would want to keep it on the budget until we determine what the budget is, but, like the mayor said, it's kind of a low priority, but you sure don't want the library to fall apart either, so.
Okay, next.
Okay, facilities capital improvements. This first one, if you don't find anything else, this is a really important one. The fire suppression gas system at the PD, information system data area. So we have a room that was not originally planned to be an information system server area. It's been converted into that, yet it still has overhead sprinklers inside that room. And so in the event of a fire, you're going to have sprinklers raining down on all your expensive computer equipment. That room needs to be converted to something else so we don't lose all the data there and ruin all the equipment that's in there. That's got to be, I would recommend that would be a high priority item. Number 2 is a requirement now. With the Chevron project that was completed about a year ago, we added fire alarm protection to a lot of city facilities. Fire code says that we have to have that tested every year. And so we've put together the proposal to do the testing and have the ongoing maintenance handled by a firm that could be available on call to respond to problems. Number 3 is replacement of the HVAC unit in City Hall council chambers. So this room during the summer, as you recall, can get hot. The air conditioning doesn't keep up with the load at times. This is one of those items that's original to the building, built in 1979. It's on its last leg. It's not a matter of when it's going to break, or will it break, it's a matter of when. And it would take $36,000 to replace that. There's a similar situation in the lobby, an old underpowered unit that is, we're just waiting to see what's going to happen with it. $27,000 for that. Art gallery roof, we think that's going to fail very soon. Again, it's the art gallery. You don't really want water raining down on the art. And this is one of those items that has been in the budget request for several years, and we would recommend replacing of that roof if it can be funded. Again, I assume it would be a general fund. There's probably no other funding available for these. Parking lot courtyard lights. These are about 20 years ago, we had actually a fatality in one of our facility maintenance workers as they were replacing a light bulb here in City Hall. And it was because the lights are 480 volts. Subsequent to that, we lowered the voltage of the lights in here and kind of retrofitted. The lights outside in the parking lot were never retrofitted, so they're very dangerous to work on. Again, built in 1979, so our facility maintenance staff feel uncomfortable even really touching them. So this is a safety item. We'd like to upgrade the lights outside to something that isn't high voltage like that, so we can not have another problem like we had in the past. Number 7, corporate yard asphalt microsurfacing. This would be a follow-up. We actually did a project this year of part of the corporate yard. We like to take care of the rest of the asphalt at the corporate yard. That one actually would probably be funded from everybody that's at corporate yard, so it wouldn't be just a general fund contribution. Be happy to answer any questions on those.
Do we have a rental income from the art gallery? I'm sorry?
I'm not aware of anything directly from the tenant.
$1 a year. Maybe we'd like to ask our tenant if they'd like to participate in it. Going back into history, the building was built on city property by the Chamber of Commerce, and it had a lease period. When the lease period ran out, the building came back to the city, and the city then formed an arrangement with the Art Association to operate the gallery.
And there is an agreement in place that we will need to review, but it is a mutual agreement.
Okay. Comments on this group of items?
Yeah. The only thing everything is good, but that one about your parking lot lights needs to be done, because I was on here when the guy fell off the ladder taking the light out of here. And if they're that dangerous, I hadn't realized it. That's something we maybe should put on priority, but, we still got to fund it. But that $71,000, we don't want somebody losing somebody out in the parking lot, changing the light.
Yeah, I think we could fund that similar to the rest of the City Hall stuff, is it would be a split out among everybody at City Hall, Brad? Yeah.
I guess the big question I have on that is, the courtyard light is separate than the City Hall parking lot here. These are two projects on that line.
That's correct.
So we could split those out and get a definitive cost on just doing the lighting improvement safety issue, and then the parking lot, whatever the plan is to upgrade it, would be a separate item.
Yeah, and item number 7 is actually the corporate yard on Laurel Avenue. It's not the City Hall parking lot.
Oh, it's not the upgrade to City Hall parking lot.
Yeah, the lights are City Hall. The number 7, the asphalt is corporate yard.
Weird wording.
Oh,
It's the wording.
yes.
It's all lights.
It's all lights, yes. I'm sorry. Right.
I don't need to restate it again. We'd have to just figure out, even though these projects are billed out to multiple departments, what departments are general fund and what that would cost for them. If it makes sense, if it's such a small percentage for these departments and it's something we need, I think it is something we should look at. But we're probably going to have to take that on a case by case.
With the light replacement would be changing the ballasts and re-pulling wire to them.
That's correct.
Reusing the existing standards.
Right. Yeah.
Having connected with 220 volts, that was pretty exciting. I don't think I ever want to find out what 480 feels like.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll move on. Oh, I guess I had 2 more. Capital improvements. So, you've heard this one before, the carpet at the library. So we help Ashley put together the cost for that. And the dumbwaiter, also, you've heard from Ashley also. So you've seen those before.
I think those need to be in the next round of CDBG considerations.
Yeah.
Everybody, I think we're all on board with those going into the next round of CDBG. Yes. That would be 5 yeses.
There we go. Okay. Radio. So one of the things radio does is takes care of the communications here at City Hall and in the council chambers. And so my notes on this say that the indicator lights, what we'd like to do is upgrade the indicator lights to LEDs. Apparently the little bulbs that go inside the lights are prone to failure, and we think we can do better using LEDs that last forever. And then the microphone, the reference to the microphone, a lot of times for setup, just like we have right now, we have to run a cord along the ground, tape it down, and plug into the side of the wall as it is right now. And it's a tripping hazard. It's kind of a hassle for the custodians to set up. What we like to do is use these unused electrical outlets in the floor and make that the place that you can plug your microphones in and create a better opportunity for kind of more flexibility on how to run it. So that's what that $3,000 would get us.
I have a question about the microphones. Was there any research done into the wireless microphones?
No, there wasn't anything related to that, no.
Right, because then for me, you'd put the hub there, and then these would all be wireless, and that may be a similar cost. I'm not sure how that would work for the kind of microphone that we use, but I would assume that that's something we'd look into. That said, it's not a priority right now, as you know.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we have these microphones already. I'm not sure if we could do new wireless for $3,000, yeah. So that's what that request was. And then as we replace vehicles, we generally take the equipment off of the old vehicle and we put it onto the new vehicle. Well, when it comes to replacement of the Crown Vics that PD is going to get next budget, we're going to Chevy Caprices now, and a lot of that equipment doesn't fit anymore. The whatever they are, the horns and the sirens and those type of things. So we've included a $22,000 budget to upgrade those replacement vehicles, showing that we can't just take it. We have to buy new equipment to put those in. So that's what that is. Any question on either one of those?
Yeah, for my money, given all the things that we have as priorities, I think we can just buy another roll of tape. I don't know how we avoid buying. I think a lot of that is the grid wall that goes between the officers and the back of the car, because it's vehicle specific. So that's probably a big chunk of that cost. I don't think there's any way out of that. Thoughts from the rest of you? Bob, don't be bashful. Say what? Okay, Dirk?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to review it again.
Okay. Yeah. Ashley?
I think I've been pretty clear about my
So do you don't want to consider buying the parts for the police car? I'm confused.
No, but if we don't have the money, we do not have the money. So it's something to consider, and I think Laurel can look into where the budget stands and we review this again. But, I mean, of all the other requests we have, we're going to have to end up having these things prioritized. If the police department felt that this was their number one priority, they would have told us that, I have a feeling.
I think the point is we wouldn't be able to put the cars in service if we didn't spend this money.
So,
What they're trying to tell you.
Right, so of the 20 vehicles that were on the list earlier for replacement in the next budget, 6 of them will be PD Chevy Caprices. And we will not be able to use some of the equipment off of the old Crown Vics onto these new ones. So over and above the cost of the vehicles, there'll be some cost to upgrade the vehicles that we buy. That's all we're trying to say.
right, that's understood. That comes as a package deal. Setting that aside, I'm looking at all the items that's been brought forward at this time. So I think I've been pretty clear about the way that I feel about it. This item in particular, if it comes as a package deal with the vehicle themselves, that's understandable.
Okay, so moving on, this is the last division that we'll talk about in Public Works, Park Maintenance and Urban Forestry. I want to introduce Cindy McCall, Parks and Urban Forestry Manager. So she's one of my 3 key managers that help run the 9 divisions that I have. On the left side is Urban Forestry. That is generally funded with street funds, Measure A, gas tax, just like the street department. They maintain all the trees in the public right-of-way. And then they don't necessarily maintain the ones in the parks because those street funds can't be used for park maintenance. On the right-hand side is the park maintenance. This is one of the divisions that I picked up in the last budget. Parks used to be together with recreation, and those are now separated, park maintenance and then the recreation division. Funding for park maintenance is from the general fund. There is some enterprise funds out of the campground at River Park, but other than that, the remaining is from the general fund. Couple things to point out about this slide. You'll notice we don't have a park supervisor, and we have one lead maintenance worker on the park side. We have one that's vacant. So there really is a supervisory kind of gap on the park maintenance side. It's difficult for Cindy as the manager to be in the field daily organizing park maintenance activities. So that supervisor was a loss that we had in the last budget. We also have 4 positions that are held vacant to help close the budget gap last time. In the goal-setting workshop, you had talked about integrating the recreation budget and the park maintenance budget. We certainly support that. There are costs that the users in recreation pay for that are meant to offset costs that are paid for by the building or by park maintenance, and we'd like to see those integrated and kind of just for the whole picture. The other thing that you may think about as a part of your fee survey is looking at the fees in the recreation and parks departments. These fees, a lot of them are so old we can't figure out exactly where they were established, and you may think about setting a goal for what the actual general fund subsidy should be for the parks and recreation divisions. And then the rest would be picked up by the users as they use the parks. Those are some kind of broad goals.
Kevin, wouldn't that be part of we could use that with our fee survey then?
Exactly right. I would recommend it be a part of the fee survey that you already had in mind. Yes.
Everybody good with that?
Yes.
Okay. This is for special, not Joe who goes down to play tennis, but for special users of the parks.
Right. So facility rentals, all those type of recreation programs. We have 13 parks in the city, 225 acres that we maintain. One program change we're recommending in urban forestry. We have an OSA that right now is 100% chargeable to urban forestry. She actually does some work, accounting work to track the campground fund, and we'd like to, since that's actually in the park side of things, we'd like to transfer 2 hours a day of her position to be billable to the park side of the division. That would represent $13,000 change of her position.
And the reason for that is because that park is an enterprise fund?
Correct.
So it would be charged in the enterprise fund for the work that's done for the enterprise fund?
Right.
Okay. Everybody good with that?
So lots of needs in parks. Recognize that we're not going to be able to fund all of these, but I think I'd be remiss if I didn't bring them to you and give you a menu, basically. These are in no particular order, although my emphasis to Cindy was to look at parking lots this year. We haven't spent a lot of time looking at parking lots in past budgets, so I think I have five of the items are related to asphalt and upgrading the parking lots. I'll go through them quickly. The slurry seal at Ryan Park, that's a parking lot item. The Ryan Park arch, that's one that's been on there for a while. If we wanted to replace the arch, we estimate it would be about $200,000. That would be tear it down and rebuild it. That may not be the best way to do it. Maybe there are other items to do, but that's just a placeholder cost. Replace Ryan Park restroom, we think is another $200,000. Renovate the ball fields at Ryan Park, and the River Park Road. If you've driven down that road, it's like a roller coaster. There's lots of tree roots that have. It's you don't want to have a low car, a sports car going down that road. So that project would take out the trees that are causing the problem, resurface the road, and then also slurry the parking lots in River Park. So that would really upgrade that park. If you wanted to, we could break that up into different pieces and fund. It would be a lesser cost, but that would be the whole package. Slurry seal Beatty, again, is just an old parking lot that needs some help. Replace the Pioneer Park multipurpose building. That's come up a couple times. There's an existing building that has just kind of been abandoned. It used to be used for various recreation activities, and for whatever reason, it's been closed. If we wanted to replace it, there's a cost for that. Tennis courts at Ryan Park, again, and then replace the stage with a mobile unit. A lot of these have just been on the parks list in the past. We wanted to bring them forward to you again. River Park Campground utility expansion. That's a new one, and what we'd like to do is that at River Park there is the vacant land at the front of the park that was purchased by the city a few years ago. I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. What's that? Oh, wait. Okay. And the campground is wildly successful, very popular. It's almost always full. We think there's pent-up demand for more spaces at that facility. And if we could get some more campgrounds built, we would have, obviously, create more revenue and expand that park. The first step to do that would bring the electrical and the water utilities down for those eventual spaces. We estimate it would take about $100,000 to do that. That's a project we're very interested in because we think we could probably we'll get that money back eventually in rentals. Slurry seal Thompson, again another asphalt project that needs some help. And Pioneer Park has some asphalt that needs to be done. And contract maintenance at River Park. This is another new one. We look at River Park as kind of the jewel of the system, and we would like to contract out all maintenance at that park. So mowing, irrigation, whatever it is that needs to be done there, contract that out. And that would free up some of our staff time to focus on other parks. As I mentioned, we're short 4 to 5 people compared with about 10 years ago. The needs are, we still have to do the same amount of work that we've always had to do. The grass has got to get mowed all the time. One way to address that, instead of hiring people, is maybe to just start contracting out some of this work. And I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Marilyn, I have a question. Number 10, the River Park Campground Utility Expansion. I think that that's very interesting and something we should definitely be looking into. I'm curious, as I had the same question with the library, is if there could be an interdepartmental enterprise fund loan that could be used for this purpose that then could be repaid with partially from the rentals. Of course, you'd need the rental money to maintain the grounds as well, but if there was, the excess revenue could be used to repay that. Is that possible?
We've had some discussions about this. The first question was whether we could use park improvement impact fees on this, which probably is a no because it's an enterprise fund. However, park improvement impact fees has approximately $1.3 million. There is no prohibition from having that money loaned out for something that has a wherewithal to pay that back, and this fund would definitely have an ability to pay that back. The loan to buy the property was already a loan that was borrowed from the insurance fund to finance that purchase, which is being paid down over time. By doing this, we would be able to, likely we would increase the revenues for the campground to such an extent that both of those could be paid off and get them out of the way.
So please, I would urge you to look into that. I think that's a fantastic idea, and I'm glad you included that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that, because when we bought that property in 2008, it was to get it built as a RV park for the large vehicles, and people have been waiting for it since 2008. My understanding, though, all we're doing is paying the interest. We're not paying on the principal. And I think we need to look at how we're going to get that up. It's got to get up and running, because I hear the complaint all the time. There's no place to park these big rigs coming into town, and there was supposed to be an area that you can come there before you went to Halama. So I think that's a major component that you got to come back with some recommendation of how we can get that thing up and running, and where we get the money to do. If we have to go outside and borrow, if the income is there and we know what you can get on just those few there, it should be worthwhile, and it'd be, everybody keeps asking. As I've run into the area, and like I say, that's what we expected in 2008.
Just to follow up on that a little bit, the loan documents were very clear that the insurance fund would be paid back interest only until such time that the facility was improved. I took it upon myself in the 11-13 budget cycle to include in the budget the starting to amortize it down, because there had been no action for 2 or 3 years, so that the fund doesn't keep generating additional interest expense just because it's not paying it down. And I did that because the wherewithal of the division to pay for that is there through the existing fees that are being collected. So.
One other approach might be, both with regard to your thought of contracting out the campground, would be to find a single vendor that would come in, build the new RV park, and operate the whole park, and either have a net zero to the city or generate a revenue stream to the city. And maybe find there would be enough spaces there that a professional vendor might be interested in it with the larger capacity. We had someone that spoke with the city administrator and I about a year ago, but that was before there was some clarification on the floodplain issues, and the county basically killed them. But I think now we understand that those decisions would be made here, not in the county. And that particular vendor wouldn't be interested anymore because they've moved on with other things, but there's liable to be somebody out there that would be interested. And I've also been approached by a number of design build people that, basically would come in, design, build it, and finance it. So there's that option too.
Looking at a couple of things here, I wouldn't want to be sitting on this council or in Public Works if the arch at Ryan Park fell over. I definitely think that's pretty much an important icon in the city and something that should be looked at. I don't know about replacing it, but at least putting it up and straightening it. The other thing that I'm concerned with this talk about the River Park campground is what we currently have down there is a very simple campground. And I'm always afraid that when we get involved in things that we're going to turn it into a Taj Mahal campground with 42 pull-throughs and everything else, where I think we should just if we're going to move forward with this, keep it as simple as possible. The cost is low, the return is maximum. I mean, the city's not in business, but we appear to be at this point. Number 13 up here, which I wrote, what's 13? Contract river, the maintenance on there. What is the savings on that? Is there going to be savings? Are we contracting above and beyond? Is this for maintenance in the bathrooms there? Is this just to mow and weed whack, or is this to upkeep the track, the walking trails? What are we looking at doing with this?
It would be full service contract for the campground and the park. And it would be, when you look at the benefits that would be set aside, it would be a great savings to the division.
Mr. Mayor, contracting out is an issue that we have to do very carefully because of the case out of Costa Mesa that said as general law city can't contract for normal services, and so we just need to be careful on what we're going to do.
I think the reason this one came to the table was that it's an enterprise fund. That was why it was discussed, because the River Park is an enterprise fund because of the campground.
It's owned by the city. It's a city general fund situation.
I guess you two all need to talk about that then. Thank you.
Okay, so other than the maintenance and the campground, is there anything in particular that you'd like us to bring back on this list?
Arch.
The arch?
Yeah, I think on the arch, just so everybody knows, Kevin did a little testing on the arch, was it a month ago? Drilled some holes in it and found that it was in fact a masonry arch completely. And a while back I got an estimate to pick it up. And so now we would be looking at probably the cost of what it would take to put a slab under it and if recompaction would be required. And the estimate to pick it up was $7,500, not counting sawing it away from the slab, which would be an additional cost. So we could probably do something for substantially less than the $200,000. And actually the thought among some people I've been talking with would be to try to get a local nonprofit or a local corporation to step up and fund that process. So that would be another way to get that one done. We have all these issues and we have horrible parking lots with horrible walking surfaces. I just don't know how we can solve them. There's everything up there I'd love to do, but I can't see a single thing that we can step up to today other than finding some free help to fix the arch. And of the parking lots, the Ryan Park lots are the most used and in the worst condition, I would say. And probably Beatty Park is the second most used and worst condition, although you guys made a dent in that. When you put these prices together for the slurry, was this kind of trying to, under the assumption that it would be piggybacked on with another project so we'd get the best deal we could?
Yeah, right.
Kind of on a square footage basis.
Yeah, they can't stand on their own. They would have to be done as a part of a larger project so we can get the best cost.
Okay. But the numbers you had up here were based on that theory that they'd be piggybacked?
Right.
Or were they freestanding?
They're not freestanding, but they are slightly higher than what we'd pay for a street, just because they're small areas and they're working.
Is that what you think the realistic price is, or was that just a guesstimate?
I think it's probably within 20% or so. It's probably 20% high, but
maybe you could look at the worst of the worst, which would probably be the front, and the most used is the front parking lot at Ryan Park. And even, I think that one seems to me the section that joins the main park is worse than the section that goes up along the soccer field because of higher use, and maybe we could take a bite at the worst apple first and come back to us with the square footage for that, and maybe look at the main drive at Beatty Park that everybody has to cross, that's like a minefield.
Okay, yeah, we'll sharpen our pencils and bring it back to you.
Look at the very worst situations and come back to us with a much smaller number. Everybody be okay with that?
Yeah, just a couple comments. I'm also in favor of looking at the arch, but I would not I don't think I'd be in favor of replacing. I'd rather see some sort of repair to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then the other thing, Cindy, I know you're going to tell me why we can't do this, but the River Park, the road going to the back, it is like a roller coaster. Is that something that we could just cut through there, get rid of those roots that are causing the problems, and then pave over that and temporary fix, or will that kill the trees and we're going to be dealing with dead trees in another year?
Ideally, we would want to remove the trees anyway to preclude it from reoccurring.
Yeah.
And we know it wouldn't have to be all of them. We know which trees are the big problem trees, and so try to do it all in one process. That would work.
That is something that I'd like you to bring back, is just, especially the major areas on that road. It's kind of embarrassing when people are driving down that road. You've got worse than a roller coaster. So
They're just optional speed bumps. If we just went and painted all of them and put some blacktop next to them to change the approach angle, I think we could probably get away with it.
The funding mechanism for that would be general fund, correct?
Yes, they're all, parks
And
funding.
do we know approximately how many users utilize River Park per year?
Well over 250,000.
250,000 is what she said.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So that completes my presentation. Thank you. And that's it.
Okay, public comment. Anyone want to talk to us about any of these presentations? Nope. Okay, the ninth inning stretch. Seventh inning. It's the 5-minute break. All right, Larry, let us have it.
We watched her. We ready? All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Lynn, council members. Welcome to the Utilities Department. All right. I'm happy when none of you know anything about us. That means the trash is picked up, the lights come on in the morning, your shower works, the toilet flushes, and your internet works. That's when we're happy. All right. I'm going to kick off with 5 items that were very important to putting this budget together. The first one is we must protect our investment in our infrastructure. We probably have $1 billion worth of infrastructure, and it's aging. Some of the sewer lines were put in the ground in 1916. We have clay pipe. We have iron water lines that blow up because they've corroded away. We need to invest in that, and many of the items in this budget deal with maintaining that infrastructure and making it more reliable. Second, succession planning. City of Lompoc, you heard PD, they wanted $475,000 in raises to keep their employees here. Our employees, when I go talk to the other utilities at NCPA in Roseville, we're just as far behind as PD is in that. We need to keep our employees. 60% of our workforce is eligible to retire in the next 4 to 5 years. That's a large number. We need to find ways to retain them. We need to find ways to retain the institutional knowledge in our departments, and that's been an important factor. Next, some of these things in the budget are there because we have to put them there by law. There's the environmental mandates, AB 32, reducing the carbon footprint that has impacted our electric and our landfill. Clean Water Act, stormwater, impacted every division. Right now, particularly the landfill. And then lastly, the state, as you heard at your last council meeting, changed the laws dealing with video franchise, Comcast. We're not going to get the same amount of money that we used to for PEG. It's going to be reduced by $40,000-$50,000 a year. We're going to lose our free use of the fiber network that connects all of our city facilities. We have to come up with a way to keep us connected on the internet and with our email programs. So that's what we were looking at when we were putting this budget together. There we go. Here's the org chart for the complete division. So at this time, I'll introduce my staff and thank them for putting this budget together. They are the ones that put it together and tell us what we need. In utility conservation, that's managed by Mary Kamer. And, well, I don't know that we need a round of applause, but I'm thanking them anyway. Administration and customer service is Susan Segovia. She takes care of our meter reading and manages our consultant on our water rights and grants, etc. Next, our broadband division, Rich Gracik. He operates Lompoc Net, PEG TV, and then helps our internal service together with our telephones and our internet inside the city. Next up, solid waste, Claudia Stein, manages the landfill and collection, street sweeping, a hazardous waste facility, and code enforcement. Wastewater, Tim Smith. We have a large treatment plant that you all know was upgraded with $100 million worth of debt. A collection system that's aging. Our water plant and water distribution system, Gene Marheim. And in that distribution system, we have approximately 10 wells that we maintain in our water. Electric division, Marty Hostler is out ill today, but he's the manager of that division. I've asked the two supervisors to attend the meeting today to help me with any technical questions. We have Ben Phillies from the substation supervisor and the electrical supervisor, Greg Gilday. I thank them for attending. All right, so there's the laid out of the division. I'm going to run through, similar to Kevin's presentation, I'll get through every division, one division at a time. Here's the 11-13 total budgets for the utilities. When I took over utilities, Ron Stasi told me, don't worry about it, Larry, it's just like the other one, except just multiply everything by 10. And take a look at electric, $42 million budget for 2 years. And it takes a lot of money to run these operations. In the electric division, this is how we're set up with Marty in charge. We have substation supervisor, electric supervisor. The assistant electrical utility manager has been held vacant for about 4 years to save money. And then we have our electrical estimator in the office that helps with greatly with new development projects. In the utilities conservation division mostly deals with electric, but also with water. I put it in here behind electric because much of the funding for these people is in the electric budget. Start with capital outlays in electric proposed for the next 2 years. All these are aimed at increasing reliability, safety, and being able to isolate areas when we have faults. Number one takes care of or helps us with an ability to isolate. Let's say there's a fault on a main line on Central Avenue. Instead of losing all of our customers, by being able to isolate it, we may be able to limit it. There's only a couple of stores closed or one small area. It's important. Number two is continuing with the automated read meters. Three is replacing and updating SCADA equipment that's over 10 years old located in our substation. Number 4 is a forklift for the substation people to use with the old equipment at our East Street yard off of Chestnut. Save some backs and save some accidents. Number 5 is a single reel turret trailer. Our current trailer is a large one with 3 reels, and this one will make a smaller crew more efficient when they just have to put up one line. 5 is a vehicle 6 is a vehicle replacement to buy a 3/4 ton truck with a service body. We added in the last budget or so another substation tech. That person was working as an apprentice, so they always worked with one of the other people, and this gentleman was using an old 1988 S10 pickup. We'd like to replace that with a new truck that can handle his equipment. Number 7 is, again, to improve reliability. We'll have supervisory control and data system that can be operated from the substation. This equipment will be located at North H near Albertsons and at D Street and Barton Avenue. And I think you've heard a couple of times this number 8, where we've had a mandate to start trying to figure out how we can save power, shaving during the peak periods, and then running on some batteries. This will start looking into a study for that we're mandated to do by AB 2014. And 9 is a new breaker to have on hand at our receiving station. The current one is 30 years old, could fail any time. We feel like we should have one in place, ready to install should the old one fail. Now move on to capital improvements. Number 1 is our 5-year pole replacement program. The poles are inspected, and the ones that are no longer safe, don't meet a standard, are replaced. The 4K conversion is we're converting the low voltage lines to 12 kV. It reduces power losses and reduces cost ultimately to the city. Number 3 is a saving and conservation. The induction street lighting retrofit, we've tried it in a few areas already. It saves approximately 54% power to run these lights, so we'll continue with that program. Number 4 is, again, another part of our reliability program, trying to being better able to isolate areas when we have a fault in a line, underground fault interrupter. Number 5 is replacing the old oil-filled switches along Central Avenue with new technology, vacuum switches. Again, improves the reliability. 6 is a replacement of our 12 kV to 4 kV substation transformer on our V Street yard. And then 7 is just a program that we've added in when streets is repaving their projects. The utilities from now on will be paying their share to raise the vaults in this case, and you'll also see this in the water budget. Okay. Moving to program changes. The number 1 up there is a part of the succession planning, the ability to retain this institutional knowledge. As I told you earlier, this position has been maintained vacant for the last 4 years. It means that a lot of the work that this position would have been doing has been pushed off onto our electrical estimator and our electrical substation supervisor. Both of these positions have worked for the city for about 30 years, and they're nearing retirement age. I can't say for sure how long they'll be here, but it's time to get someone in that's new, younger, college-educated utility engineer, electrical utility engineer, and let them work with these two experienced people to learn our system and the knowledge they have. So we would like to fill the electric utility, assistant electric utility manager with an electric utility engineer, and we'd like permission to do that in this budget cycle. We'd like, number 2 is to replace a position known as electrical ground support worker, and that position is currently vacant, with an apprentice electrical line worker. We have those positions, the description are in place. The electrical ground worker, excuse me, has essentially been regulated out of existence. With new OSHA safety regulations, this position is essentially a truck driver and a material handler. They aren't certified to get near any lines, etc. So to become efficient and really use the position, we need to upgrade it to the apprentice line worker. So that ends the electrical. If you want to ask questions about those, it would probably be a good point.
Bob, you want to start? Any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, I think as I'm next door to the yard that needs the forklift and then the frequency of use, I think we'd probably be way better off to talk to one of the forklift companies and get something coming off lease instead of buying a new one. Pick up a used unit that's coming off lease with a maintenance contract or just coming off lease, because the use isn't going to be very intense. That V Street transformer replacement is because of the 6,000 volt systems going out and the 12,000 volt systems coming in, and we're just done, almost done with that conversion in that area, right?
Right.
Okay.
And essentially, the unit there is 50 years old.
Yeah, but it's really cool looking.
Okay. We can certainly look for a used forklift.
It's probably a lot easier than a used transformer.
Yeah.
I think those were one other thing that I've been getting some correspondence from companies who are going out and doing basically citywide lighting retrofits with regard to the induction lighting. So rather than taking it as a annual hit, they basically come in, finance it, put them all up, and then you pay for it out of the savings. And I'd be happy to share the names of a couple of them with you, which might eliminate those as annual expenses and get us a wide replacement. And I think that might be a really large savings too, because I know we spend a lot of time fixing old street lights with failures.
Okay, look into that.
Yeah. I'll get you a couple of names on that. The Central Avenue underground fault interrupters, would that, again, that would prevent the multiple shutting down multiple businesses with a failure, rather than you could
Correct.
segment it out more.
Correct.
Perfect. Okay. Oh, that's it for me. Dwayne, Ashley? Okay. All right.
Okay. We'll move on to the Water Division. Again, Gene Marheim is the superintendent. And we have the Water Distribution Supervisor. Those are the people that take care of fixing the water main breaks, fire hydrants knocked over, etc. And then we have the meter technician side that replace the meters and come out and take a look at it when your meter isn't working right. We have a water resource engineer. We have a chemist and a part-time lab tech there. Facility maintenance supervisor. a SCADA system analyst and operations supervisor managing 7 plant operators. And I've included the administration and customer service with water because they're primarily funded from that, although all these positions are shared. So we have customer service worker 3, and then we have 3 customer service workers 2. Those are essentially our meter readers, shut-off people. First item under capital outlays is the water meter replacement with the automatic read meters, and that program is continuing. I think we're close to 60% being in place. The Gravel Peak SCADA repeater upgrade is, again, for reliability. It includes Frick Springs as well. Number 3 is replacement of a server. SCADA equipment is over 6 years old. Then 4 are handheld readers for our meter techs to be able to read the automated meters that are being installed. And then 5 is level sensors for reservoirs. And then number 6 is assessment and upgrades for vulnerability of our computerized equipment required by federal laws dealing with our water plant and safety. And then 7 is more SCADA GPS network server.
I'm confused about the handheld readers because I thought we were going to do that reading with the equipment mounted on the poles through the.
Well, we are to some extent. I'll have to bring Gene up here to give you more detail on that one.
I'll take a crack at it. That's just handheld in the field diagnostics tool that allows the meter readers to get a lot of information while they're either doing a check read or there's maybe some type of billing problem. They're asked to go out there and check the meter out, and this gives them an in-field device that they can do a lot of functions.
And this particular upgrade.
Hand her the microphone because nobody at home will. There you go.
This particular handheld works with the upgrade when we are reading it with the network. So that's why it's needed.
So it's really not necessarily for reading meters, it's a problem-solving device. And you can read them too.
Yes.
Okay,
both.
got it. Thank you. Any other questions? Anything on there anybody wants to speak to? Dwayne?
Is this, you still got more to talk about on water?
Yes.
Okay, I'll wait till you're over. You may hit it before I.
Okay.
Is it for your capital outlays? Or you got more?
Capital improvements.
Capital
larger expenses.
Okay.
All right. Number 1 is the water distribution main replacement program. In the last budget, that had been cut down to approximately $190,000. Well, it actually was cut from 380 total down to 190 for the 2-year program, and we're requesting to put it back up to where we're replacing at least a good portion, getting close to the 2% range per year of our mains. When one of those breaks, it causes a lot of damage and costs us a lot of money. It's time to replace those. And then next item is chip seal repair of the water treatment plant asphalt. Number 3 is ongoing fire hydrant replacement program. Number 4 is chlorine injection at the reservoirs, and Gene can give you a more detailed assessment of that. And then number 5 is what I referred to in electric was the grade adjustments during the street program. This could vary depending upon how much asphalt they put down.
Okay, chlorine injection.
This is a project that we're just going to try out on one of the reservoirs. It's not mandated at this time, but it's to boost the residual chlorine out there at the furthest point, which is our reservoirs. And on top of that, it adds circulation to the tanks to prevent stagnation. It's a water quality issue right now, so it's not mandated. I put it in the budget. Obviously, it's got the lower priority, but I think we had to start someplace so we can get a handle on that.
Dwayne?
Going back to that water main, is that trying to replace water mains like down the alley behind Bill Pollard's?
Go back. The water main replacement?
Yeah, is that trying to replace the old water mains in town? Is that
Yes.
the one we're talking about?
Yes.
Like the one behind Bill Pollard's that
Correct.
did cost us a bundle by the time we get done with that?
That happened to be a cast iron main. We don't have very much left of that, but the other substandard mains are like 4 inches and 6 inches. We have a standard of 8 inches now, and we have plenty of mains that we're targeting. They just didn't have the funds to get to that one before it burst.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say, too, I talked to Bill Paulin first of the week, I guess that was yesterday, but he was very appreciative of everything the city's done, city staff, fire, police, and the water department, that all the work you come down and discussion. He says it's been nice. He says it's going to be a major change in that facility when they're done, but he does appreciate all the work the city has done.
Thank you.
So as the slide that disappeared, there we go. In the water distribution main replacement, how much of that are we doing because it's old cast iron or it has pipe issues, and how much of it is because it has diameter issues? We're concerned about flow rate.
Well, we've been doing about 1,500 feet a year, that represents 190,000. And at that rate, that's not even a mile for 3 years. So, I figured just a quick estimate would take us 468 years to replace all of our pipe. So 468. So we still have substandard, and we're almost done with the cast iron. So we would be primarily attacking the substandard, and that would also improve fire flow and things like that. Pressure would improve in some areas just because of the diameter. But as far as the age, we also track that. So that's a consideration that we would factor into for replacement.
I guess my concern is we're looking at a really large uptick in water rates because of the other issues that we have, and here's another cost that's going to have to be borne. Can you just estimate how much of that figure is replacing mains that are going to fail as opposed to mains that are undersized?
Well, I don't think I know which mains are going to fail, but
okay. Let me rephrase the question. How much of that would be required to replace the residual cast iron mains?
I think we might have just a couple more projects for the cast iron, maybe a 1 or 2 year, just concentrating on the cast iron. It's all in the old section of town, really close to where it blew out. So we could actually get rid of that maybe in 1 or 2 budget cycles. And then after that, there's some substandard, lower diameter mains that we would concentrate on. But we always look at age, and then if we're having an issue with leakage. So it could change, but by the time you get to some of this pipe, the others are aging as we speak. So we have plenty of pipe that we would be able to replace.
Let me back up one more time because we're just not we're not talking to each other here. You're asking for $590,000. Is that $590,000 a year what you need to replace the cast iron mains, or what you need to replace the cast iron mains and those that are undersized?
I would say that's more correct to what your last statement.
Okay, so if I didn't want to replace the ones that were undersized because I'm struggling with a budget and a huge rate increase, how much would I need to spend to replace the cast iron mains?
Well, we could go back to the 190,000 a year, and we probably could attack that aggressively and get rid of the cast iron first.
In 2 years?
2 years.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about the question that wasn't very clear. Any other questions? Okay.
Okay, there we go. All right. And we have one program change, and this is equity raise for the distribution supervisor. That is to maintain parity with the other two supervisors in the water facility. This particular position does manage more people than the others, and as well does all the checking on development projects and works with the developers. And Gina.
I just wanted to add, this position has been in this state of inequity for about 10 years. Part of the reason why is this person was required to be certified. In the past, the distribution operations hadn't required certification, so their job knowledge had to increase. And then, of course, the other duties for management were still the same, plus the all the 135 miles of piping that they're taking care of. So it's just a equitable adjustment to get them on par with like the operations supervisor and the maintenance supervisor.
Okay, do we have anything else on water?
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you, Susan. Gene. All right, we'll move on to our wastewater organization. Again, Tim Smith is the superintendent. We have a maintenance supervisor that is in charge of 4 electrical mechanical techs. Those are the maintenance people for all the sophisticated equipment at the plant. We have a senior park maintenance specialist and a senior building maintenance worker, which is vacant. We will talk about that position in our program changes. We have a SCADA analyst to keep up with our complicated computerized system. We have a lab and a chemist in charge of that, required to be a manager and by the state, so we can have a legal lab. And under that person is our water resource protection technician, who makes sure that all the commercial dischargers, et cetera, comply with our ordinances and laws. We have a collection supervisor, field maintenance, operations supervisor supervising 8 plant operators. Well, all the capital items are put under capital improvements for this program. We'd like to line and pave the emergency holding basin. That's the work on that. At this point, we're testing the soils to make sure that we can build something that will not violate seepage of sewage into the ground and therefore the groundwater. This program, number 2, again, is a sewer line replacement, and what Tim's put in place is a replacement of approximately 2% of our system each year. If you run the math on that, we're evaluating our collection system at about $65 million, and it's expensive, but we need to do it. A violation, a spill of sewage ends up costing, go talk to San Luis, $1 million a day in fines from the regional board. So this might seem like a lot of money, but if we have a spill, this is good insurance against it. Number 3 is to extend the fire security alarm system. The Chevron project did not anticipate the rebuilding and extension of the plant, so all the new facilities out there need to have this put in place. Number 4 is to improve the Floridale monitoring location. That's essentially where the water from Vandenberg Village, wastewater from Vandenberg Village and the base come into our system. The water there is monitored. It's an old, poorly designed location, and it's difficult for our technician to get good samples out of there, and there's improvements to it. Number 5, influent works upgrade. This part of the plant wasn't redesigned or rebuilt in the expansion, the $100 million expansion improvement of the plant, and it needs work. The corrosion is damaging some of the items there. And then ask for a small upgrade to the laboratory, countertops, etc. are old and worn, and they need hard surfaces so they can be clean.
I have a question about the emergency holding basin. That's something that's currently there. It's not. It wouldn't be a new location.
That's correct.
And how large is that basin?
It's about half an acre.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Larry, and I think I mentioned to you, but I'm not sure. I had a conversation the other day with Vandenberg Village CSD, and they're going through sewer line replacements, but they're using a new process. And basically, they run a cleaning pig through the line, and then a mapping pig goes in there and looks at all the side entry points. And then in the dark of the night, they put a frozen insert in it, for lack of a better description, and warm it up. And then another pig goes through and cuts the laterals back in. And they indicated that it was like a 75% cost savings as compared to conventional replacement. Was something up in that range. Have you guys kind of taken a look at that by any chance? I don't remember if I told you about it, so I don't know if you looked.
We are familiar, and we also have a cutting tool to cut through roots and also to trim back laterals on our systems, and we do that. We started doing that within the past year, and it does help. The problem
this
in the
puts
older
a whole liner in it.
Right. The problem is in our old sections, the bedding was native soil. It wasn't engineered bedding. And what we get is exactly that.
Okay.
We get this waviness, and when you go to push through the liner, the sleeve, into the old system, it's still wavy. And the problem is wherever we have a wave, wherever we've got, a lateral coming in that's crooked or cockeyed or something like that, we can basically accumulate grease and grit, and that's where we run the risk of getting into an overflow situation. That's our status. So where we can, when we're talking about this 2%, we use the most cost-effective means that we can use on our 1.3 million a year. We'll go as far as we can with it, but the old parts of town are really difficult. We have railroad tracks going over the system, so we may not always get 2%. It depends on how complex our area is, and sometimes we are going to have to replace some of this really old pipe. There's simply not going to be an alternative to replacement for that, and the village doesn't have that. When we get into we'll all be retired by that time, but when we get into the newer sections of town, that'll become very realistic. It'll be much more cost effective.
What percentage of our system is still in the old clay pipe, do you guesstimate?
Well, clay pipe, probably 25%. I would say 10% is really old and in need of significant work on it.
And you have documentation of the locations of those, so you can start there first?
Yeah, because we camera all of the system, and so we have a pretty good idea of where the troublesome spots are.
So the locations that are most high risk, how many years do you think that would take based on this 2% to replace?
If we got the full 2%, I think we could probably do that in 5 years, take care of the highest risk areas. But they're also, some of those are the most complex. So when it comes into coordinating, and our engineering staff would help a lot on this, but coordinating with Union Pacific Railroad and that sort of thing, there's a lot of coordination of parties that are outside the city's realm that has to be done, so, yeah. Certainly long beyond this budget cycle, I'm afraid. Yeah.
What did you guys have last time around for this?
What was that?
Like 440, 220,000 a year. We're not getting anything done.
That was fully funded last year, or that was not funded?
Funded for 440,000 for 2 years.
And we haven't spent that at this point. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What was that?
And we haven't spent that at this point.
What?
Many management changes, primarily.
So I assume that when we go from 440,000 to 2.6 million, that's going to equate to another rate increase.
No, actually not. If what this money is equivalent to is what the consultants were proposing when they gave your presentation, and when they talked about depreciation, you should be spending that amount. It was about $1.6 million, if I remember, for wastewater, and that was without the plant. That was just based on the value of our collection system.
Larry, what portion of this is helped along by our partners at the wastewater plant? The base, any portion of this, the bases, a portion of it?
Well, it is, Brad would have to tell you the exact amount of money that we receive from the other partners, and whatever that is, that income is coming to us.
So the upgrades...
On the plant, not for our collection system.
Just for the plant, okay.
Yeah.
But like the basin, I mean, that's part of the plant. Yes?
Yes.
Right.
If I can add a little bit, the facilities that support the use of either just the facilities used by Vandenberg or the CSD, there's a formula in there that probably a good example is the Floridale measuring system. That Floridale measuring system is only there to measure influent to us from the two partners. So that would be something that would be picked up depending on the contract with the two partners by them, whether it's paid for in the current cycle when we pay for it or over time. In the case with the Air Force Base, it would be picked up by them. Their share of the plant is roughly 40% between the two of them. So all other things being equal, $100,000 improvement to the plant would be shared, $60,000 by us, $40,000 by the partners. When we talk about the replacement, like Larry was saying, on the collection system, that's entirely the city's. So that would be something that would be picked up by our ratepayers entirely. But for things that are related to the plant, you can use a general assumption of about 40% of any capital upgrades to the facility would be captured by the partners.
Okay.
But that $205,000 for the Floridale monitoring location would be fully funded by those users. You just have to come to us for approval of that to change the contract or attempt to change the contract?
Well, the plant is our plant. Any cost related to our entire system is our cost. The contracts just look at how we're reimbursed for the services that we're providing to them. So the Floridale would be our cost because it's part of our infrastructure. But the fact that it's being utilized and is there to support our contracts with the two partners, we would get reimbursed for that, some part of that amount, whether it's the full amount or most of it, I'm not sure. But the contractual relationship is for the reimbursement. But at the end of the day, that the plant itself is our plant, and we have to maintain it to the levels that are required. So.
Thank you.
Okay, with regard to the collection upgrades, I'm curious. In the 2003-2005 budget, we allocated $372,000, and the 2005-2007 budget, we allocated $382,000, and now last budget we allocated $440, and now we're going to go to 2.6. What went wrong in the past, or what did we learn that's very different from what's been ongoing? Why this gigantic change, basically
One thing
6
that's
times?
happened is the regulatory environment has changed. Every sanitary sewer overflow now is illegal of any amount. The liabilities involved are severe. Santa Barbara was sued for $26 million, settled with a consent decree of over $4 million on repeated small sanitary sewer overflows from an aging collection system. So they were mandated to do repairs that were critical. South San Luis Obispo was fined administrative penalty of $1.4 million. This is all within the last year and a half, 2 years. And that's local right here. They weren't even, they're of course required to fix the system, but that was just a fine. It's $1.4 million down the drain. So I think part of it that we're looking at is the regulatory climate has changed. In the central Mississippi Basin, you're talking about billion-dollar consent decrees levied by the EPA. Cities of St. Louis, Nashville, they're in the billions. Huge amounts of money spent on collection systems. So in a sense, what's happened is the regulatory fish, if you will, has swum over to collection systems, and they're looking at collection systems as a prime target for regulatory compliance now. Most facilities, like our plant, are in pretty good compliance, generally speaking. There's not a lot more that they can pull out of that. So I think that's part of it. We have to be aware that if we're not keeping it up, we're rolling the dice on what can happen there. The other part is simply customers. The other problem that you run into with aging sewer systems is you can start getting backups into customers' homes, that sort of thing. And these aren't getting any younger. These systems are not getting, they're just getting older. So I think we're at a point where we have to make a decision as to, positively look to the future and maintain a critical piece of the infrastructure of the city. That's what our customers expect. Unfortunately, it costs a lot.
Seems like we should put a couple million in the bank and wait in preparation to be sued first. I would be interested to know what the cost of and I know you can't tell me now, of the older clay stuff that's in trouble, the problem segments, and what that cost would be. Maybe you could provide that information to all of us.
Just the clay.
Just the older clay that you're
clay,
concerned
right,
about, so
right.
we can see what the most urgent need is first. Because the other thing that all of us have to respond to is ratepayers.
Was that not the discussion that I had when I asked at 1.3 million a year how long it would take to replace, and I got the 5 years in total?
Approximately.
So to replace all the clay, is that correct, or does that include?
Replace all the old clay.
Yes, actually, I believe what Tim did say, that 10% of our system is really old clay that needs to get replaced. This 1.3 million a year is 2% of the system. So
5 years.
5 times that, we got about $6.5 million worth of old clay to be replaced.
So I think that answers the mayor's question.
I mean,
approximately.
Doesn't
it's
provide
kind of the back of the
solution.
napkin, but
I'm sorry?
Doesn't provide the solution. Answers the question, got that part. So of the old clay, when you go scope it, is there some that's worse than others? Okay.
Yes, there is. That's the approximately 10%, and then we can get even more focused than that. You can take it to whatever criteria you choose, but we're looking at basically a fair amount of the older system is actually pretty much in decay. And again, it's primarily because of the bedding. Clay pipe can last hundreds of years if it's properly laid. I mean, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with clay. It's not the material of choice today, but that's not really the problem with our system. The problem is that where we did lay clay pipes in the past, the bedding was simply in native soil, and that's just not sufficient to support it for the long haul. And it's really starting to show up to be a problem.
Especially driving nice heavy trash trucks over it.
Going through the alleys, yeah, you're getting trucks going through there all the time. These are high stress areas as well. Now, also, one thing on the south side of town that is another factor is we get a lot of artesian water flowing through there, and that causes also some buckling and problems with those lines as well, with the bedding again. So.
Did I hear you right when you talked about the 1.3 million? That wasn't going. The money's already there. It's not going. We're not going to have to raise rates.
We are.
Well, the money's not there. It's in the rate study performed by the consultant. It's proposed in the rates that he's showing includes that, yes.
And just to follow up on what Tim was mentioning, part of the SSMP that had to be put in place by all organizations that have a sewer system, one of the requirements is to, when we have a spill, it's reported to our district, and that is put on a website that anybody in the world can take a look at. And that just brings forward a lot easier for a litigating party to take a look and say, that entity has spills, let's go sue them. So it makes it much easier for somebody who's not even in the area to target an area where there's spills it's just more transparent now where those spills are occurring because it's on the state's website. It makes it easier for everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, here's the program change for wastewater. The senior building maintenance workers no longer needed, nor is the half-time laboratory tech. So this change improves the technical ability of our maintenance workers, their force out there, and actually saves a few dollars. With the more sophisticated plant, we would rather have electrical mechanical technician 3 than the senior maintenance worker. That concludes wastewater.
I'm pretty sure you don't have any objection to saving money. Anybody want to object to saving money? Go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, real quick, just a question. Water and wastewater both have chemists. Similar operations, is it feasible to combine down the road? And also on the same lines, SCADA is at the water plant. It's also at wastewater. Is there one tech that takes care of both systems, or do each plant have an independent guy? Or I'm just curious if there's a way to ever combine or something.
Very
with
good
efficiency
question.
there.
Regarding the laboratory, I think, Gene, we probably looked at that every couple of years. The question has come up, and we routinely have studied that, and it really isn't feasible. We have full-time positions at both facilities, and even though the HR requirements are the same, the designations are different. We have to have a special certification in our laboratory. I'm sure Gene has something special that's unique to water. And so, yeah, we need 2 chemists regardless. And so I'm not sure that it really does any advantage. Also, some of the tests that are run at wastewater are time sensitive, and so there's an advantage to having the chemist right on site there, and I'm not sure that's probably the case. I believe that was also at water. Jay?
Just wanted to mention that neither of us would want to be without our lead
water quality specialist and also having to answer to the EPA and state, and then he answers to the Regional Water Control Board.
Right.
So they're different entities that we answer to. So
they sound similar on paper, and they're both running laboratories, but they're regulated differently. The profiles of testing are different. It just doesn't work. I'm sorry. You asked.
So I take it the same is also true with your computer guy then.
The SCADA techs at wastewater, we're still in need of a full-time tech at wastewater, and
we
believe
back each other up.
Right.
So
right.
we
They're already doing it
flexibility
then.
if one guy's out of town.
I would say at several years down the road, what you're mentioning is probably could ultimately be revisited, and we could look at that, because once the systems are stabilized and they're well known, that would be a good thing. We are looking in wastewater at other long-term plans that go beyond this budget cycle for I wouldn't call it consolidation between the two divisions, but within wastewater of reductions based on SCADA operational efficiency. So having our SCADA guy full-time right now is something that may really pay off in the future. So, that's... I forgot one thing. I noticed in the city administrator's report, you guys are kind of moving forward with the possibility of accepting outside waste. Yes, we are.
Uh,
Do
you have a budgetary need for facilities improvements for that, or where are you at on that?
We don't have a budgetary requirement yet. We're going to try and do as much as we can without an exceptional cost at this point. If it looks like we have to have some kind of exceptional cost, then we'll revisit that at that point. But right now we're going to try and do at least entertain this possibility without incurring a lot of extra cost.
Thank you.
I think we may be able to do that. Yeah.
Now I'll call Claudia up and move on to solid waste. There we go. All right. We have Claudia Stein, our solid waste superintendent. We operate that program with a solid waste program analyst, a solid waste code enforcement officer, a graffiti abatement. We manage that. That will be funded from some other source. It can't be funded from solid waste, but is under Claudia's management. And then we operate the household hazardous waste facility. We have a solid waste supervisor that manages the senior sanitation workers, and then we have a landfill supervisor that manages the landfill. To our capital outlays, collection, recycling, containers, those are usual customary items. The collection are for new containers for new development. The recycling containers are some partially for new development and for our mandatory multifamily and commercial recycling. Small item at the landfill, we need a new clamp, bucket, et cetera, for a front-end loader to operate more efficiently and safely. And then we come to the big item of this budget, the landfill gas collection and control system. At this point, estimated at $1,300,000. We hope to be bringing to you shortly CEQA document and loan application. We believe we can borrow $1 million of that, which would spread it over, I believe, 20 years to pay for that system will help. Number two is to improve our drainage system at the landfill. Again, that's dictated by the Regional Quality Control Board. We've been taking water samples up there for years. We're always told that there weren't any mandates on the amount in those samples, but they came back to us and said, well, no, we can't tell you what the samples have to be, but it looks like your system isn't working if it's not producing the numbers we want. So kind of backwards, we have to start coming up with a better system to get oil, grease, and particulate matter out of that. They want the water running off the landfill to be nearly drinking water quality, I believe. So as years go by, we'll probably have a water plant system up there to purify the water. And then number 3, we need to relocate our fuel storage system. Those are some mandates to make sure that none of that can possibly get into the ground or the water that runs off it. And then we need to relocate and repair our main entrance gate and fencing. Any questions on those? Okay. All right. Program changes. At the landfill, we'd like to reclassify one of the heavy equipment operators to a lead landfill operator. This has kind of a twofold purpose. Part of it is succession planning and knowledge of the system retention. We can't make someone an acting supervisor if they've never had any experience at supervising. So in this system, we need a lead because that qualifies as a supervisor experience, and that will help us out. It also, when the landfill supervisor is away from the job, whether it be vacation or he's down at Claudia's office working out the next plan, it's good to have a lead up there that has the authority to tell everybody what to do. And also as a safety issue, that someone knows that he's in charge. So we'd ask for that upgrade. In administration, we'd like to create a career ladder for our solid waste analyst. Again, this is part of our retention program, succession planning. Again, we would create a new job classification to more directly align with the duties that the solid waste analyst performs now. It doesn't mean that we'll add another person. We're just upgrading our current solid waste analyst to a senior analyst. That concludes solid waste.
Questions? That was easy. Oh, here you go. Almost.
Off subject, but maybe not. Gaskets on garbage trucks. Is that budgeted through fleet, or is that's through fleet then? Okay.
But they know, if they pull up to the front of my office and they're dripping, they know they are supposed to be on those. We perform minor maintenance, and gaskets is a big deal. Sometimes it's almost impossible when you dump a restaurant that's the container's full of water, but that's what that gasket's for. So. Is there a particular problem here?
No.
Okay.
Well, that kind of takes me back to a comment in Kevin's presentation when you were questioning who pays for these fleet upgrades. Solid waste, 50%. That's because the value of the solid waste fleet is 50% of the total value of all the vehicles the city owns. So anything that goes on fleet, solid waste is paying.
Thank you for the clarification. Actually, that's very useful information. We all know what the 1.3 million is. We kind of hope that maybe we wouldn't have the problem, but we do have the problem. I haven't heard about it lately, though, and I know it's coming to us soon. Can you just give us a few sentences on the most recent update in regards to where our levels came in at, how far we are away to being where we need to be, and things like that?
There's 4 main reasons that we are now required to install a landfill gas collection system. One is our waste in place. They have a threshold, and we're over that now. Our heat capacity, they have a threshold, and we've doubled that now. We did a surface emission test, and we have several locations that came up with over 200 parts per million. That's not to say it's not leaking everywhere. It's just where we found it is where it's coming through. We also have several perimeter probes all the way around the landfill, spaced no less or no more than 1,000 feet apart, and 6 of our probes have come up with over 50% methane.
a lot of us that were around, I came here in '85 right after, and Dwayne knows better than anybody. The old system we put in there in '82 didn't pull any methane out. It didn't even run a little John Deere motor. That's where the big house was. But that was 20 years after the landfill opened. We're 50 years now into this. We have gas everywhere. The good news is we met with Cal Recycle staff. They came here, and there's a solid waste cleanup fund that we were hoping we could tap into as a grant. But because we generate revenue, we don't qualify for the grant. However, we do qualify for the loan. And so we are, like he said, we will be coming to you. The SECA document is circulating right now. And then the loan application will be coming to you for resolutions for those, to approve those 2 resolutions, hopefully the end of March, 1st of April. The loan is up to $1 million, and it can be spread over 20 years, and our landfill life is expected at 35 years, so we're pretty sure we can get that max, and less than 1% interest. So over 20 years, you're talking like $50,000 plus the $300. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay this, but so that's a really good thing. And I've spoken with the staff, and they do have us on their radar that we're coming their way.
And how is this expected to impact ratepayers, if at all?
We are in the 13 budget, we budgeted to have our rate, many of you have been with Dave Davis before, MSW Consultants. We brought him back, and we're working with Brad, and we were hoping to see modest increases at this time as compared to the last time. But until we get the PERS and the workers' comp and all that, we won't know exactly where we're at. We're kind of in the middle of the rate study.
Yeah. Until we know Brad, it looked really good until we heard Brad talking about workers' comp. We ran the model last week real quick, and it looked really good that we might, cost of living was all we needed, but we don't know. We don't have the fleet numbers, we don't have the workers' comp, we don't have the retirement PERS numbers, so we're kind of on hold till that. But it doesn't look bad. We've come close to what the projection was for when we increased the rates last time.
And then what is the actual mandate that we're complying with by implementing this?
Well, AB 32 is the main one. That's the main one.
The ability to get a less than 1% interest rate on $1 million of the $1.3 million will substantially help the ability for the ratepayers to pay it over a long time. So,
and I'm assuming that that's like a fixed rate that they would give us over the amortization period of 25 years?
That's my understanding, but I'm not going to say it out 100%. I can guarantee that. That's just our understanding.
it's based on effectively the life rate, but I don't know if it's got any kind of fixed component to it or not. But right now, LAIF is 0.2 or something, so there's no real expectation that LAIF will go extremely high, but LAIF has been as high as 5.5% 6-7 years ago. So, but even at that, the current environment is very favorable.
Do you think we can get them involved in a pension obligation bond?
Okay, we've concluded. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Claudia. Rich Gracie, come up. All right, we'll move on to our broadband division, wireless service administrator, Rich Gracie. We operate with 2 wireless service technicians, and then Rich also manages the PEG TV. So we have a full-time station manager there, and then 2 part-time positions that are production techs. Right, on to the capital outlays. Those are the customer service equipment that they take from our office when they sign up. We need to keep a supply of those in place for the new customers. And then 2 and 3, I'll mention them, but to explain the details, Rich may have to jump in. The router replacements, those are out in the field overhead to make sure our system works. The current ones are on a 10-year replacement schedule, and that's why we need to buy those. The Aptillo server replacement are our payment gateway servers that allow people to pay for the internet with their credit card, et cetera. Now, capital improvements. These are three options that we have to replace the Comcast franchise-provided wide area network. That's the fiber that's running between our facilities in the city. I believe it's January 1st of 2015. Is that correct? That this ends. It's no longer free. So I'll kind of start from the bottom. The radio network, we could put in a minimum network to, and Rich can explain the details. It would link the wastewater treatment plant to City Hall, the water treatment plant to City Hall, and the corporate yard to City Hall, and that would be it. And then we could go for an upgrade that's a partial fiber that we install ourselves and a hybrid radio network, or we could jump in full force and start replacing the fiber optic network between our buildings, and we estimate that to be about $150,000. I guess the other one is we could pay whatever rate that Comcast would want to charge us, which we don't know at that point what it is, to continue with their service. I think Rich probably has more details to add to this than I have, so I'll let him speak to it.
Well, this is something that's been discussed quite a few times, so I think I would have to ask more. Are there any questions, or is there any particular something that I can clarify with regards to what we're going to do when the Comcast network goes away?
Maybe we could ask them for their last, best, and final offer now, and tell them that if they don't give us an offer, we're going to go forward without them, and they'll get zero. See if we could shock them into signing a contract with us.
Right. We've had some discussions with Comcast, because basically just laid it out to them, had a conversation, what's it going to cost us? And, even at that point, they were very vague, and it's anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000 a month to have the same type of connectivity. Well, the other part of it is the subtlety in this conversation is the type of service that they provide to us now is not what we would be purchasing later, because one of the other things we get from them over our fiber connectivity is also our voice connectivity to all these other sites, and that is something that is not going to be provided the same way that it is now. And that gets into another piece of a different project having to do with how are we going to hook up these other sites on our telephone system. So, yes, your point is very well taken, Mayor, but at the same time, it's sort of like, Comcast has already said, you're not getting what you have now. So even if we come back and say, give us a good price, it's still going to be a different type of service as well.
So we basically have now is a dark fiber that we put our content through?
We have a strand of fiber, and Comcast, in the way it's set up, they provide the end equipment that multiplexes it into what we need. So it's not only our Ethernet connection, but it's also our T1, E1 connections for voice, and we also have the capability of running video and audio over it as well. So it's a three-pronged tool that they give us, and they give us these really cool multiplexers that do all that magic for us as well.
And at $150,000, does that include the cool multiplexers, or is that just
the
fiber?
No, that's pretty much dark fiber. And the simple connectivity of just taking it, basically doing a media conversion, we would have, this would be our own Metro Ethernet project, is pretty minimal. We're talking in the scope of hundreds of dollars to take the dark fiber, light it up, plug it into our network switch on the other end, plug it into our network switch down here. So it's a very small part of it.
So the magic box on each end is the cheap part?
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah, and it interfaces with what we have now very simply. It's the way we do our fiber now down to the fire station. It's the way we do our fiber now up to the essentially our broadcast hill on the reservoir.
The other outlook would be that the council is looking forward at a citywide fiber optic network, and we may be able to incorporate that in that discussion. If we put a citywide network in with a provider, we might be able to reacquire what we have now.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mary Lynn. I'm sure you can assume what my preference is in this, which is, looking at establishing our own system, and especially, even if we're talking about $3,000 a month or $36,000 a year, as opposed to the $150,000 to start our own optical fiber network, for me, that makes the most sense. But I always am asking the same question, which is, what are the financing options for this right now?
I don't know. I would have to defer to Brad on how that would come about.
Depending on how we do it, we have as many options for financing this as we had with financing the original build out of the broadband system, as well as how we finance some of the lease purchases for our meters. So we could go out to a third-party provider for lease financing that could do this. We could also look internally and look at doing it within our own internal service funds, loaning ourselves some money to do this. You have to keep in mind that the end users of this product is going to be the entire city. So as opposed to this could become just a charge through our communications fund to provide what is now currently being provided by Comcast, being provided by our communications fund itself. The communications fund does not have $150,000, but it could generate the user fees to utilize our phone system and our network system so that it could be paid back over time through a loan from the insurance fund, for instance, or maybe one of the impact fees accounts, knowing that the return would probably be within 5 to 7 years.
And then one last question for Rich. I'm wondering, would this, having, the power to sort of oversee this and do it in our own way, do you think that that would increase the level of service provided for broadband?
Excuse me. Yes, absolutely, because the other part is the minute we start getting some fiber out there, we also have a lot more options on backhauling that data to our internet connection here at City Hall. So yeah, I would love to have some fiber out there where we can start sticking some gateways on there, and that would improve the ability for us to do this wirelessly. Once again, it also starts becoming that thing where we can start having fiber nodes out in the city, and at least we have a jumping off point now to begin the discussion of fiber to the home or fiber optic hybrid coax system or something like that, being able to actually upgrade the system in general.
Yeah, that's exciting for me, and I want to see where this conversation continues, so thank you.
Right. And I think just one other point I'd want to make about this, any type of build out we do can be phased. So at the very least, we can purchase some service from Comcast. So it's not like January 1 of 15 is going to come around and it's sort of like we have to be immediately ready to go with the whole thing or not. It's a very phased thing, so it does become a discussion of where do we want to put our emphasis on moving forward.
Yeah, and to me, it's very interesting what we're talking about right now, talking about fiber. Originally, that was what the talk was when we came back from Florida. Gary Keefe and I, we come back and said, let's look at a fiber optics operation for the city of Lompoc. We went to the wireless, which worked out beautiful, but now it looks like this is going to be a good way for us to get started and for the city itself. And I agree with even though it's expensive to start with 75 and 75, but Comcast is saying, well, we may let you have it for $3,000 or $10,000 a month, but you're not going to get a long-term contract with that. You know, if you look at right now, if you're a customer and you want a special project, we give you 3 years or 1 year or 3 months at a certain price, and the price goes up. So I think in this one respect, it's better off that we go with our own and put a product in that we can use and use in the future.
Okay, moving on to program changes. First of all, I want to point out one typing error that we caught. In the 2015 column, the total should be minus 41,272, and the total of 80,000 is correct. These two program changes are reallocating portions of the wireless administrator and the two wireless techs to show what they really work on. Previously, the techs were billed 100% to our Lompoc Net wireless program. And as you know, that program struggled to pay for its own operating expenses, much less pay back the loan to electric. So this is part of trying to be realistic about what these people are working on. Rich himself spends a lot of time working on IS connection for our internet. He works with communications, everybody's telephones, etc. These two wireless techs back him up on that. We recently sent one of the wireless techs to training on the computerized system that our dispatch uses to read all of our fire alarms and security alarms throughout the city buildings. So he's essentially able to program that and find the faults in it. So this is just kind of an accounting mechanism to make sure that things are allocated properly.
Any questions?
Now we move on to PEG TV, and these are some items that are needed there. And again, we don't have a complete answer for the loss of funds that we've talked about at the beginning of my presentation and at the last council meeting. But these are some of the items that will get us in that direction. We need a generator for the truck to make our mobile studio more effective and reliable. Wireless equipment for staff cameras, tapeless cameras, wireless microphones, and digital encoder. All of these will help the reliability and help us to start moving in the direction of downsizing our PEG studio. I think one thing we're looking at, if the funding, once it's down to the lowest level, we probably have to start operating out of a building or room in one of the city buildings to lower the rent, and maybe all we'll be able to do is to put it out over the web with these digital encoders and cameras. And again, technical questions, I'll defer to Rich.
So what's new and exciting at TAP TV besides this? Anything exciting coming down the road?
Well, the interesting thing that we are doing right now is we are streaming all three channels on the web. That's been kind of a long-term project. This, I guess, would be an official public announcement of something that we've been doing for about the past 6 weeks. We've been wanting to make sure that it's reliable. In the past, we have always streamed events on an event basis, but now basically 24 hours a day we're streaming channels 23, 24, and 25. You can go to the TAP TV website and click on the channel there and it'll bring it up. So that's one of the things. And like I say, kind of as you know, if there are any technical questions, like say right now our emphasis is getting through this budget cycle, and then when the Comcast franchise expires, then we're using this budget period to decide how exactly PEG is going to look in the next budget cycle. And that's this equipment that we have up here is basically that. It's streamlining equipment, simplifying it, simplifying the operation, simplifying the time that it takes to make a production and such. So this is why we're looking for, I say, some pretty esoteric equipment, but that's our intent of how we're going to use it.
Sounds good. Maybe we can look at tap user fees when we do everything else. I don't think they've been raised in a really long time. I'm willing to pay more.
Well, that's true too, and one of the things is also talking about the web streaming also. We're also, the potential for, we're not talking about, people in Japan per se, but at least this way we're looking at, the entire Lompoc Valley. We're looking at, be it Buellton, like in Santa Maria also, as far as, an outreach. So if we have a great stand-up facility and it's being broadcast, it can also be public access pretty much for anybody who has the internet, as opposed to just thinking about our Comcast users in the Lompoc Valley. Because remember, half the public has a dish here in town. So half of the public, half of the community right now cannot tune in to Channel 23 and see what's going on here in our council chambers. So this is our way of making sure that we can reach out to the citizens of Lompoc.
You doubled your viewers. You did good.
One question I have, on the facility you're talking about, maybe you have to lease or rent or whatever in the future. Do you know what size facility that is? The reason I'm bringing that up, once you get the square footage, it isn't something you need tomorrow, it's down the road. There may be some empty offices, facilities that somebody may donate for a year or 6 months and see how that would work. So once you get the square footage you need to put on a good programming, then put it out there to the public and see if there isn't somebody out there that has some available space. Because there's a lot right now.
At one time we did go through that exercise, and it did come up to a little bit less than 2,000 square feet. So it's not a huge space or anything, but that is exactly what we've looked into in the past.
How big's the old pool?
Got plenty of room there.
Yes, we also have a great control room right back here too that has 75% of the stuff that we need to be able to broadcast. So as I say, yes, we've explored a lot of different things, so we're going to continue going down that road too.
Thank you. All right, so a crack for oral communications for this part. Anybody want to look at this? Nobody wants to talk today. Okay, that's that. We'll come back and we'll have some discussion about all the things that we've talked about maybe. I've got two things that I came with. One is kind of a summation of a bunch of things we've talked about on council, and just so I get my thoughts together, I wrote it down and I'll share it with everybody. And I'll get up. Except I gave away the last copy, so I got to share for a sec. So it kind of goes like this. Over the last 2 years, there have been numerous discussions about the management structure and the ratio of supervisors to staff of the general fund and utility departments and divisions of the city of Lompoc. I recently read about the city administrator's reorganization plan for the city of Chino, and that it's where it's going, and I believe we should do something similar. Today, this council should direct our city administrator to take the the proverbial blank slate approach to both the general fund and the utility departments and divisions. The goals of the reorganization should include shortening spans of control, gaining operation efficiencies, and finding cost savings. The city administrator can then return to this council with their professional recommendations for incorporation into the 2013-15 budget. And I think we've got a great staff, and they could come up with some good ideas on this, and I'd like to empower them to do it. But I need a second, a third, and hopefully a fourth and a fifth. Okay. Bob? Okay. Dwayne? Yeah. Ashley?
No, I think that the blank slate approach, this is something, Dirk, you and I sat in the office with Mr. Wilkie when we were first elected, and this was our first idea. Do you remember having that meeting with him? Yep. And we did bring this up. Now, I don't know if you recall, Mr. Wilkie, but not that I don't think we should look into where efficiencies can be found, where consolidations can take place, where savings can take place. A blank slate approach, I'm not even sure we have the manpower, the time, or the resources to get that done at this point. And if we want to implement that, I feel like that would have to start now over for the next budget cycle. So City Administrator, can I get some feedback, and also Mr. Wilkie, in regards to your opinions about a blank slate approach?
Let me say that I think what you're talking about and what I'm talking about are two different ways of looking at it. When I say a blank slate, it simply means that you can consider anything, as opposed to saying all these things are off limits. It doesn't mean you throw the whole thing away and start over. So I think what you're thinking of is throw the whole thing away and start over, and what I'm thinking of is you can look at any option.
Can you further explain that, please?
Okay. So I think what you think by a blank slate approach is you begin with nothing, right?
Right.
Okay, what I'm saying is you have no preconceived notion that something has to be, and as you look through, you have the ability to look at anything and make any change that you want, rather than having a preconceived notion that certain things exist, therefore they can't be changed. Does that work for you?
I understand the notion, but I think in practice that's difficult because the city administrator must rely on the trust she has for her department heads to tell her what is necessary and what is not.
I couldn't agree with you more, and this gives her the ability to do whatever she sees fit. That's my goal.
Then she can come back with the same slate.
I agree that she has the discretion to do that. What additional information would need? I don't disagree with you in principle either. I'm just curious how this is going to play out.
I don't know. It's up to her. I just took the ball and handed it to her.
Mayor and council, maybe I can help you out. That this is really the process that we go through with the assessment and the evaluation of all budget requests. And the next 3 weeks, we'll be meeting, finance director and myself. We'll be meeting with all of the department heads and division heads. We'll have this dialogue, and our approach will be where can we gain efficiencies and where can we control costs. That will be part of the dialogue with our department heads and division heads in the next 3 weeks. That's our next phase. So this is really in line with our approach. We have to budget conservatively and have historically. And the last two budgets, 09-11 and 11-13, we were in a place where we had significant budget gaps. And really our charge was to come back to you with a savings plan and how to close in a significant budget gap. So, this is in line with what we do.
One clarification, over the next 3 weeks, you'll be reviewing the budget requests we heard today, or you'll also be reviewing the current budgets of the departments? Because I feel like, Marilyn, are you insinuating that you wanted to include the current standing budgets as well, not just the budget requests?
I wouldn't use the word budget. I would use the word staffing, but yes.
So over the next 3 weeks, will you be reviewing the current?
I'm sorry, exactly what was presented today.
And I don't think does that include everything that you are speaking of, or do you feel like there should be a larger purview that she should be reviewing over the next 3 weeks?
No, I mean, if you were reviewing a department and you had a conversation, you saw a position that you could change to be more efficient or to improve a span of control or to have cost savings, you would take that effort, I would assume.
I don't believe that's what the discussion that takes place over the next 3 weeks. To me, I see a disconnect here. Am I the only one that sees that? Because you're talking about if there's a conversation that takes place about a position that currently exists in a department, that then she would take the authority to change or defund or consolidate. She's saying she's going to review what is in this binder here, which may not include that conversation of current sitting positions.
I think what we just agreed to was to have her take that review as she goes forward with the process.
Review of what?
Current positions to see if they needed to be changed. And that is something you would do going forward with the process.
Yes, I will be having that dialogue along with Mr. Wilkie, with department heads and division heads. And if they come to me with a recommendation where they can gain savings, we're going to look at it.
But if they don't, you're not going to be looking at current staffing otherwise. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just trying to understand
that. I'm not taking that on as additional work. It would be a recommendation.
So based on recommendations coming from the department heads. Okay, so if you're satisfied with that.
Not quite. I would hope we would be a little bit more proactive as we go forward and looking for savings. And I think that's what everybody else is saying. Yes?
Well, when I read this, and Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Acosta, I think you're both saying the same thing. If we look at what we recently went through with a job description for our city administrator, we're just empowering her to do the things that we've asked her to do, what her job description asked her to do. So all we're saying here is you have the power to not to do your job, you have the power to make changes. Yes, of course you have the power to do your job. Make changes when and where you feel it's appropriate. So I believe both of you are saying the same thing, and we're just leaving it up to the city administrator to have the authority to do it, what she feels right for the city, and to make sure that we continue to stay within our budget.
If I may, Mr. Mayor,
Surely.
What I'm hearing is you want the city, your suggestion, Mr. Mayor, and I guess the rest of the council, except I'm not sure of Councilmember Acosta, you want the city administrator, in essence, on her own, to review all the departments and figure out which people are needed and not needed and which adjustments can be made. And what she's saying, which I think makes sense, at least to me, what she's saying is she relies on her department heads to come to her with those efficiency plans, and she reviews those. But she's not going to go out and check everybody's employment stuff and figure it out on her own.
I wasn't alluding to the fact that she would do it on her own. I was just saying that as she works through this normal course of it, she would speak to the folks in the individual departments and divisions and see if there were efficiencies that could be achieved.
I think,
Mayor,
my apologies.
Go.
I think that today in these presentations, we were presented with the opportunities that were present that department heads feel like were present for efficiencies. I think that I agree that there can be more emphasis in the continuing conversations to continue to look within their department budgets and to continue to come back to you with efficiencies or consolidations or savings in any way. But I feel like most likely for the well-being of their departments, they probably already gave you that information. If there's more out there, I think that that's great. That's just sort of my expectations for how that conversation is going to go over the next 3 weeks.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may add, Mr. Pannoni, I agree with your analysis. When Mr. Bean started talking, he says, fortunately, no one else understands his department. And I believe that's probably the same with every one of our departments. No one understands the department better than the people that our city administrator put in charge. So I agree with you, Mr. Pannoni. I'm hoping I agree with you that she's not going to just go out and make random cuts. She's going to be in conversation with the department heads, in consultation with them, not to consolidate and/or make changes to the department. I would not want her to go out there just by herself to make those changes. You wouldn't, would you?
No, I work in concert with the department heads.
Okay, everybody good now? All right, here's the next one. This time I'll keep one. This is a list of the items that we looked at in the workshop that look like they need funding. And they beat me to the arch, but my number's a lot smaller.
Mr. Mayor?
Sir.
I don't think I'm prepared to address any of these until I see the budget brought back to us as a whole. I mean, we're looking at, a dozen items here individually, and I think I need to see each of one of these with the entire budget put together as a whole. I couldn't make a decision just on one or two items that were presented today. I'm just not ready to do that at this point.
I'm not asking for anyone to make a decision on any of these items, only that we've asked for a number of things to be done, and some of them have a cost, and those costs are not included in this budget discussion. Some of them were and some of them weren't, and obviously I did this yesterday with not being privy to today's presentation. But these are the items that I think need to be addressed on behalf of the things that the council has talked about. And some of them are fairly insignificant and maybe wouldn't require a budget item, and some of them might be a little bit more. But if we want the things that we put on our list to be accomplished, some of them take money, and money has to be in a budget. And we need to weigh those against the other things that are out there on the list.
Marilyn, I appreciate that you brought this forward. I think this is a good point. I also agree that some of them are nominal, such as the $2,000 for the Shop Lompoc campaign. Something like that could probably be included in Ms. Gallivan's department budget, for what she has discretionary funds for, especially if we maintain that RDA funding that would be lost. So I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not. But I think things, that we've all talked about, such as the city website and things like that, I know that Ms. Gallivan was discussing coming up with potential funding options, and I'm not sure where we're at in that. But I think consideration should be given to all of these council priorities, and at some point, we may need to decide what is more of a priority than other, but additional information would be very helpful.
I think my point in bringing this is just that they be included in the budget discussion, so when we come back together, if we have to make decisions on what to fund or not fund, these are in the running. Okay. Is there anything that anybody can think of that I missed? I took a pretty careful read through all the council ones. Okay. All right. Any other questions from the staff of the council at this time? Anything that's not clear? Brad? Anything you need from us? City Administrator? Yeah, we need money from you. City Administrator?
Now, these items that you just handed out that are, they were earlier discussed by council in earlier meetings, but at the same time, some are incorporated, as Councilmember Costa said.
Yes.
Many are not. So you give me discretion to look at these and say, we cannot fund this priority during this budget, because I need to know that. I need your direction on this.
You need to come back with your recommendations of what you think we should do on this as well as the other things. I just don't want these things to be missed from consideration.
I think we all understand that, priority number one is closing that gap. And so as part of the larger discussion, this needs to be included. And I think it's a good discussion for us to have in that we can provide the information to the public who are asking us about these items and where they fall in to the budget at this time. So I would agree that you do have the discretion, but that it'll come back for further discussion as well.
And obviously, when I typed this list up, I didn't know what was going to be presented today, so probably half the items on here are already covered, but then there are 2 or 3 others that are not. And I think we need to understand what the cost of those things would be and where they rank among all the other priorities that we're going to have to sort out. And these are all relatively small dollar items, but in total, there's some money involved. Most notably, the fire chief's truck. So, any other questions?
Can I just make a statement in general?
Sure.
I just wanted to really quickly thank staff. I really want to recognize the hard work that goes into this budget. None of us were excited to hear about this gap. I really thought we were going to have a balanced budget this year without a funding gap. So that was frustrating, and Ms. Barcelona and I were talking about losing sleep over it because it is a very stressful situation for all of us to be under, and I really did want to say thank you all for taking the time to bring forward what your requests are, and so we understand the need, and the public understands the needs of every department. That said, I think for the city administrator, what I would give for you as a task is to really focus on not across the board saying yes or no, but really we're going to have to go item by item and really go with the scalpel approach here, that some things may be funded and others can't, and we'll have to just go item by item. And also understanding that although none of us, I think it sounds like still we're all opposed to using reserves, that if there is a really small gap, it's something that we will have to consider, although of course that would be the very last consideration in the final hour. So I just wanted to thank everybody for today. It's been a long day, and I appreciate your work.
Actually, there's one thing left on the list that I didn't do, and that would be to get a consensus of the council that we want to have a balanced budget again. We want to avoid using reserves.
Avoid, yes, but understanding a small amount.
You're hereby authorized to use $25 worth of reserves if needed. And that's on, yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, staff, for the hard work. City Administrator, do you have anything else?
Just want to thank council for your work today and giving direction, and thank the department heads and staff for all the work going into this. Thank you very much.
Very good job. Good day.